All hail the New York Giants!
Yeah, this is a big one. A lot of mixed emotions here with it.
When I look at your dog stats, he elevated the program like right off the bat.
For the Falcons. Jackson Patterson wrapped up by Abdul Carter. No gain. Let's go to Danny Ryan.
Here, if this guy's the closest to Micah Parsons, then we're going to see.
Throwing on the run, and it's picked off. And that's Hunter. Travis Hunter up the right side. Hunter.
But he checks the boxes for everything you look for in a cornerback. It's that twitchiness, the fluidness, how good he is at staying on receivers.
They're down at 11. Ward able to spin free of Searcy. And then goes to the end zone and in the back.
Boom! What's up, people? Welcome to the 4th annual Fan Appreciation Live Draft Show. I'm Craig, your host, and we got a whole bunch of you cats ready to roll in here, talk about Giants football, because we talk Giants football 50 weeks of the year. Yes, we take 2 weeks off. That's because I need some sanity away from this team sometimes, but not today. Not freaking today, because today we can stop arguing, right? We can stop debating, clawing at each other, punching each other in the face, calling each other nasty names. We don't need to do that anymore, because in a couple hours, we're rolling in with brand new Giants wearing blue, right? So I'm excited about it. You're excited about it. I got a bunch of guys. We got 80 of you crawling in here over the next 2 days. So really super excited for that. We're going to give away a bobblehead. I got myself this Lawrence Taylor bobblehead giveaway. I got a Jason Sehorn poster I'm giving away. Crap, if they draft Shedeur Sanders, we might give away my season tickets. So let's bring in the guys. Zach, hit me up with a little beer bash and bring in Chris. Stone Cold Chris.
What's
That's
up,
your new
Greg?
name. That's your new name, dude.
No way, man.
Stone Cold Chris.
No way, man. Stone Cold's got much more than I have.
Yeah, well,
What's
what you do have are 2 first-round picks sitting in front of you, bobbleheads. Why don't you explain to me what you have in front of you?
What a bad purchase, right? When the Giants had some draft picks, Daniel Jones going back 6 years ago, the Daniel Jones bobblehead, and then we have the Kadarius Toney bobblehead. We're not going to break the Thibodeau bobblehead, but I think we're going to break these heads tonight. We got to. We got to just officially put this in the rearview mirror and break it. There goes an arm right now. So that's
we're
already
either gonna we're either gonna snap their heads off, hit them with a hammer. We're gonna do something for all you folks out there to have some fun. Again, 4th annual Fan Appreciation Night. I'm rolling in 60 of you guys, maybe even 80 of you guys if some show up. And of course, we got Spartan Mike, by the way, Chris, live at the draft. Yep. He has been pumping in content. He just was hanging out with a couple folks from NJ.com. So he's got some stuff going on there. He's at Lambeau. So we're hoping he pipes in. We're kicking off with Brad and Spencer. We're going to bring them up in a minute, but Zach, we got to bring in the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
Damn right I can't. What's up, Truth?
Hey, this is the day. I've been waiting for this for a long time tonight.
Heck yeah, man. We don't need any more shows on guys from Toledo or guys from Tulane. Nothing against Toledo or Tulane, folks, but we're going to talk some football here. Last but not least, Zach, it's good to be the king.
It's good to be the king.
Damn right it is. So again, thank you for tuning in. Let's rock with this thing. Let's bring in the first guest. I'm getting a twofer here because I'm getting Kessler, who's my boy from way back. He sits next to me, or actually behind me, at MetLife Stadium. I think I sold him my tickets, if I'm not mistaken. So we swapped spots. And of course, his son, who writes for NYGiantsRush.com. So when you go there, you see all those really great draft profiles. This is Spencer. He's hanging out with us too because he's basically now the new writer of NYGiantsRush.com. So give him some props. Follow him. Follow his dad. Let's bring in those boys, Zach. Gentlemen.
What's
that's
up,
awesome.
guys?
Hey guys.
How
This
we
is it.
doing?
This is it, dude.
Draft night,
Huge
right?
night.
Yeah, huge night. So, right. So let's get right into it. I want to start off with you, Spence, because you're a young, energetic, youthful young man with your own ideas.
Yeah.
I just want to know right up front, A, who do you want them to pick? And 2, who do you think they're going to pick?
I want them to pick Mason Graham, a Michigan D tackle, but
Wait a minute. Is that because your dad went to Michigan?
Not at all. No, I think he's
All right.
the best D
All right.
tackle in
All
the
right, so
draft.
you want to go D tackle. That's a little high for Mason Graham, but okay. So you want Mason Graham. Who do you think they're going to take?
Abdul Carter, which I'm just as content with.
All right. I like the big words, content. I like it. Vocabulary is huge in the Kessler family. All right. So Chris and I and Truth, Brad, are all on the same page, right, guys? That we want Abdul Carter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody wants Abdul Carter, but speak to me from the people here, Brad. Is this an Abdul Carter world?
Listen, I think you know we've spoken about this for years and years and years now. I'm a big proponent. You build from the lines, right? O-line and D-line, right? And if you can't get a quarterback, then you want to try and sack the quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So a guy like Abdul Carter, I think, is the way to go.
Now, what my question to you, which is it's more of a fun question, but let's say we do draft Abdul Carter. Zach, pump me up that it's probably halfway down the board in there about what number it says about Carter. It's a banner in there. What number? Let's say they draft Carter and they keep What number does Abdul Carter wear? Because there's a lot of talk out here that Sims may cave and give him the 11, which to me is just sacrilegious to do. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, they retired it for a reason, right? So to kind of go back on that, I mean, would be kind of tough. That's just my opinion.
He's unproven. Like, yeah, you've seen what he does in college, but as always, there's always that big bust in the draft. And if it's him, then the Giants will look even stupid for even retiring the number in the first place on top of him being a horrible pick.
Well, let's try and think optimistically, right? No bust, no
This
bust
team,
with
this
this
team.
team.
Come on, youngin, let's go. Yes, but
Right?
Chris, what do you think here? Like, there's some talk about Sims maybe caving and letting him have the 11, which I just don't like that kind of stuff. Like, there's a handful of guys you don't unretire. You know, LT Banks. A couple of these guys out there that a lot more of them in the 50s and the 60s. But Chris, is that something that's real?
Well, I mean, listen, if Phil Simms wants to offer that, then fine. But they are running out of numbers. They carry so many guys on a roster. My idea was if they're getting the blessing from that all-time player or from that family that they can wear that number, why don't they put a little logo on the jersey with that number of that former player to just at least signify that, hey, he's wearing the number, but we're going to acknowledge the fact that it was retired and we're unretiring it.
I like that.
Yeah, with the
Something
initials.
because we are running out of numbers, right, guys? I mean, it's and everybody's all over the place. Linebackers have 11 now. It used to be 50s and 40s, so everything's all over.
And by the way, not even 40s. The 40s are recent. You couldn't have a 40 until remember the big deal was that Bosworth was going to wear 40.
Right.
Laughed them off the planet. They were like, no, that's not going to happen. Then the next thing you know, a couple years later, I think they've only been wearing 40s for maybe 10 years.
Yeah,
So,
right.
all that is very true. All right. So, what's your thought on one? Chris's idea is slamming. I love that idea. I'm going to have to send that to my friend, John Mara. Because he writes me a letter every year, and I call it a letter, but it's really an invoice. I call it a personal letter.
Yeah.
Truth, what's your thought on Sims giving up the 11?
Well, I think I agree with Chris. If Sims wants to do that, that's fine. I don't care, but I would like to see maybe the initials put on that as well on the jersey
go.
with the number.
Well, patch with the
Yeah.
with the P and the S on it.
Yeah, and 11. Yeah.
Or how about a picture of the jersey from the back with the name of the player?
I'm okay with either one of them. They're both really good ideas. Again,
Yeah.
I'm gonna reach out to Mr. Mara since we're tight, and I'm gonna bring that up. All right. So let me ask you this, Spence. We're not all like what's the biggest difference between you think? What's the biggest difference between Carter and Thibodeau?
One's a diva and one isn't.
Ooh, that's strong words. Strong words.
I think Thibodeau, like his package with being an edge rusher is very limited. Like once he gets that stance, like there's really only 3 things you're gonna expect out of him. Maybe like a swim move or like a spin, but like out of that, there's really nothing like surprising out of him. With Carter, like you have a more elite package, more broad, like it's very unexpected for what he can do, and he's also stronger too, in my opinion. Like getting that 11 at Penn State, like that's probably one of the highest honors you can get in all of college football. Thibodeau, like I don't think he has that level yet. I think he can have that level. Like 10 sacks is not like bad by any means, but like we gave a very high pick for him. Like we're expecting much more out of him. Like going into that year, he was the projected number 1 pick. So like I had high expectations. I'm sure the rest of the fan base has. Like that one game against Washington where he had like 3 sacks and was just always in the quarterback's face. That was like what we wanted out of him every single game. You're not always going to get that, but it's happening more rarely than it is frequently. So with Carter, I think it would be happening on a more regular basis. And I think he could be the next elite edge rusher in the NFL.
I like it, Brad. You and I've talked about it before that like we expected Kayvon to wreck games. Chris, we've talked about it. Truth, we've all talked about like we like Thibodeau, but we were thinking game wrecker, and and the motor's just not there. And again, I'm not going to be as strong worded as Spence was there, but there is a little bit of bouginess where he's a highly intelligent guy, right? He looks at the game a little different. I think Carter has a motor and an East Coast style of play. Plays at Penn State, plays in the cold weather, right? So I think maybe you get a little bit more. I don't know. Maybe he's more dog, a little bit more raw. Truth, what's your thought here? Truth, like are they going to be able to coexist?
Oh yeah, I mean that's up to Bowen to make it work. I mean, when you look at Carter's game, that guy can play inside, outside, and when you asked Spencer that question between the 2 players, the word I thought was finisher. Carter's a finisher, and Tibbs has problems finishing. I can't wait if it is Carter's a pick, guys. I cannot wait to see how he is employed with Bowen. I hope they play him like Dallas plays Parsons.
I love it. All right.
We passed on a number 11 from Penn State before, right?
Yeah. We're getting a redo here, guys. We're
getting a redo. Totally getting a redo. All right. Kesslers, you guys are the best. I'm letting you guys rock out. Thank you, Spence. Get ready to
Thanks,
start
guys.
rocking with
thanks for the articles.
Draft profiles, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
Short, sweet, why they work, why they don't work, what number they're from, bang, and then I'll create the thumbnail story. We'll pop up there, and we'll have everybody make sure they follow you and give you all the props for the writing, all right?
No doubt. All about
That's
Emory
our
Giants
new writer
Rush.
there. That's, of course, the Kesslers, and Brad sits next to me at the games. Spence is my new writer, and we're going to see you guys in a couple of weeks. Let's go, Giants. By the way, it's not Abdul Carter, and it's Mason Graham. You are the only one on the planet that's going to have that pick, dude. All right,
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the draft.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
There, guys.
Yep. So who are we rolling in next? I'm pretty sure it's Scott. Where is Scott?
Gentlemen,
Giant fan. Hey, Scott.
how we doing?
Good.
Scott, I got one question for you. What's the M logo on your refrigerator there?
That's Muhlenberg College. My son played football at Muhlenberg.
Love it. Good school, good football, know it well. Awesome. Just wanted to make sure because I see Giants, I see Muhlenberg. And that
Yeah,
other one
Syracuse.
looks like
My
Syracuse.
Syracuse. My daughter went to Syracuse.
Nice. I love it. You're representing. I like it. And the
That's
Giants
it.
are at the top. All right, Scott. Talk to me about who do you want them to draft? Who do you think they're going to draft?
So again, first off, thanks for having me on again. I really appreciate it.
What we do.
Look, I think Carter's the best player in this draft. I would take Abdul Carter, of course. I think if Cleveland passes on Carter, I would go to Travis Hunter. Okay. And I want to go back to last year. I thought that Shane stuck to his board. He didn't take a quarterback. He took Malik Neighbors, and it turned out to be the right pick. I mean, Neighbors was the best rookie wide receiver, one of the best players in the NFL last year. And I'm hoping that Shane does the same this year, and he doesn't reach for a quarterback, and he sticks to his board and takes the best player. Do I think we've solved the quarterback problem? I don't think we solved it, but Winston, veterans, and hopefully I'm a little down on Dable, but hopefully Dable will get these guys going because a lot of pressure on Dable. You know, we went into it wasn't like 2 off seasons ago where we went 3-3 with Tommy DeVito and everybody loved Dable. Oh, we got our guy. And then this year it's everybody's kind of You know, Drew Lock had one good game, and Dable had a great press conference, and that's all we had. So
I told everybody, no, everybody was down on me, Chris. Everybody was down on me.
Yeah.
What were my words? Drew Lock sucks.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And they would be like, "You're being too hard on."
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be that bad. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he was bad. But no, I think if we take Carter, and the one thing I was listening to Truth about Thibodeau. The only thing that worries me about Carter, the only thing is we thought Thibodeau, when he was drafted, was going to really, be a DN and rush the quarterback. He's had his moments, but he can't set the edge. Thibodeau is not very good against the run. And I don't know, as much as Carter's stats, he's 6'3", 260, sometimes he doesn't look 6'3", 260. So that's the only thing that concerns me about Carter. He's not perfect, but he's explosive. And he's got a lot of pass rush moves. The Von Miller comp is terrific. I like the Von Miller comp. It's a terrific comp for a rusher. But if Abdul, I'm shocked if Cleveland passes on him. But if they do, we take Carter. Take him.
Chris, so Scott has the concerns of everybody else, right? Because we want Abdul Carter, but there might be some chance that Cleveland okie dokies us.
Sure.
So, Chris, my question to you is that next pick, is it Hunter? Do the Giant is the board? Basically, the question is on the Giants' big board, is Hunter the next man up?
I believe so. My concern is that will the Giants utilize him correctly? I would think the way receivers get paid, he's going to probably want to be a receiver. Hopefully, the Giants see it that way because I'd rather him play on the as a receiver most of the snaps. I'm not sure that I have concerns about the Giants coaching staff using him correctly if he wants to play both ways. I think you put him on a snap count and you basically on a game plan, on a game by game basis, you game plan him how you want to use him. But I think you got to put him on a snap count where you don't overuse him in 16 games. He's not a big guy either. So injury is a concern too. He's
and we got Lowe in the background too. So we're going to get Lowe in here in a second to ask him the same thing because here's what I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
Scott, Truth, you guys can jump in here. Here's my thought on Hunter. Let's say Hunter seems to be the pick because Carter's gone. Here's what I think a lot of folks are overlooking about Hunter is I don't think he fits on the defense because they're not going to, regardless if we love him or we don't, they're not going to give up on a first-round draft pick. They are not giving up on Banks.
And I'm okay with that. That's fine.
No.
Yep, hang on. So he moves to CB2. They signed the Debo to beat CB1. You're not going to bench Phillips. He's one of the best slot corners in football. So I don't see a place for Hunter unless you package him, right? If you see him better fit on the offensive side, but I also think now I have Malik Neighbors light. And I don't know if that also makes sense because, now there's less balls for Malik. Hey, Zach, do we have a clip from McFadden? We interviewed Micah McFadden a couple weeks ago. There's a clip that we have that he talks about how hard it's going to be for Hunter to play both ways and what they would do. Zach, if you have that clip, play it.
Hey guys, while we're waiting for that, I will say this: if it is Hunter, and we're sitting there, I would be more inclined to listen to offers. I would trade back. I'd think about it.
Okay.
I would not think about it if Carter was up, still on the board, but I would think about it if Hunter was.
You know what?
All right, yeah, Zach is uploading that clip there because he said, McFadden said, I asked him point blank, can it be done? Because there's a lot of meeting room time that he can't split. And McFadden said, you know what? If it's a reality that Hunter is the pick, they're only going to give him a small amount of plays to learn. Like they would say, hey, here's 6 plays that you need to learn on the defensive side of the ball, and that's it. Or vice versa.
Especially inside 2 minutes late in the game, right? And those special packages where you need to solidify a win. So
correct. And they're not going to have to learn a full playbook on offense, a full playbook on defense. They're going to package them in. So Zach's working on that. We'll get that going. Hey, Zach, if you can't punch in low while you're working on that clip for me, let's punch in low. Bring him in. Yo, Low, what's up?
Giant Rush family.
All right. Hey, Low.
Can you all hear me good?
Yeah, we hear you good, man. Listen, I'm like looking you rocking all this red, and I'm like, tell me you didn't like the red jerseys, Low. Tell me you did not like those red jerseys.
I did. I did. I did.
Oh, stop it.
We're the Big Apple.
Low,
we're the Big Apple.
I know, but we're big blue first.
We play in New Jersey.
I'm you know what? As a New Yorker, I see the red jerseys. It's like fly, and I think that's something that the Giants are needing. We need something that's fly. We got to stand out, So I like the red jerseys.
I wanted to like them because I always remember Shockey wearing them, right? Like I remember they just lost almost every game wearing them. So I'm not killing the red. I just would like if they could just win a couple games wearing the red. And right now we don't win many games wearing. There you go. All right. From now on, Low is
the nutcracker
red right there. All right, Low. Let me ask you this, Low. 2 real simple questions. Who do you want them to pick, and who do you think they're gonna pick?
All right. So New York always first, but as college football, I'm a Penn State fan. Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
We're the Giants. We have linebackers. We have pass rushers. We are missing that.
Yep.
And I don't want to be back in this position again next year. Mm-hmm. So you take the best player.
You know what, Lo?
You take the best player.
This is why I love what you're saying. How long have we been crying the last 3 years about passing on Micah Parsons? Crying. Everyone on Twitter giving each other the finger. You passed on Parsons, Mary. You suck. You suck. Here he is. We're reincarnated.
Yep.
Chris, we both want Carter, right? Chris, how long have we heard people complaining about passing on Parsons?
Ever since we took this guy, Tony. Oh, that's not Tony. That's Barkley.
By the way, we are
I got the Tony somewhere. But Craig, talk about identity, right, guys? I mean, you want to make an identity of this team? You get Abdul Carter. The identity set. It's a defensive. This is now a defensive unit.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to think about the NFC East. The Washington Commanders just got stronger.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Joe Shane, I know everybody's not a big Joe Shane guy, but his press conference for me, what stuck out was our quarterback room is better than last year. And it is.
It couldn't get any worse, Lo.
It can't. Everybody may not be on the same position or the way how I feel, but Russell Wilson is better than what we've had in a long time.
Yeah. Guys, a proven winner.
Sure.
That Panthers game, Russell Wilson last year, and I hate to talk about the past, we're going forward, but that Panthers game, he would have connected to a lot of those open receivers. That game's changed. That Bengals game is changed just by the quarterback play alone. And whoever we get, if it's a quarterback, so to go back to your original question, I think the Giants are going to go quarterback. I think they have us all food. I think we go quarterback
At
So you
3.
think they're going Sanders?
at 3.
Oh,
Wow.
oh.
All right,
At
well,
3.
Before I get into that, Lo, because you just ripped my heart out, stamped on. Scott, I'm going to ask you this question before I let you go.
Go ahead.
They draft Abdul Carter, right?
Yes.
The conversation we had before you jumped on, I'm sure you were in the green room and you heard
I
it.
was.
Lo, you might have heard it. Is I don't want Phil Simms to give up the 11 for Carter. Okay, and then
I don't
Chris says, I think it's okay. They put a patch on the jersey. Truth jumps in and says, I think they put a PS, for Phil Simms, acknowledging that the 11 is a retired jersey, and you honor the guy who wore it before, but you give it up. Scott, before I let you go, I need to know if Carter gets drafted, do you let him wear 11, and are you okay with wearing 11? If he doesn't wear 11, what number you give him?
I don't like him wearing 11. Phil Simms was part of the rise of this franchise when we were coming out of the 70s. He was George Young's first ever pick. And I got to be honest here, I knew George Young. So Phil's very he's my guy, Phil Simms. So I think if give Carter 77 and let Carter go. Give him 77, let him go.
Now, why 70? Why 77?
It's it's sleek, and it would look good on him. And a former Giant whose career ended prematurely, and the truth would know this guy, Troy Archer wore it.
Yeah, he did.
He was a D tackle out of Colorado. He was a stud, and unfortunately, he was killed in a car wreck in one off season. But he was really good, and I just think Carter could just establish himself with a real number. Taking Phil's number, I'm not a fan. I'm going to have to give a thumbs down. I'm sorry.
All right, I will say this, by the way. Call me crazy, dude. 77 would be hot. Like that.
Yeah.
So that would look freaking cool.
He
right?
looked good.
Would be.
I was saying because the other numbers I would say no, but the 7s, which is just a little bit wider than the 1s,
right?
I think would look kind of cool. I mean, I love single digits for some of these cats, right? Like I can, and I love the fact that linebackers now can wear any numbers they want.
Sure.
But whether it's 77 or not, if he could establish his own number, because I want him to establish his own legacy, because the cat's going to be good, right? So it would be cool if he could find a number that that he can make his own. So
why not?
All right, Scott. Well, look, bang. I'll see you at the games this year. And
thanks, guys.
Definitely. Thanks, Scott. Catch up with you.
Thanks, guys. Go
All right,
Giants.
Check
All
it
right,
out.
Lo. So you think they're going Sanders, but you want Carter. Now, what makes you like what's getting under your for me, I'm like, they already got 2 quarterbacks in the room. There's no way Deion's kid's going to sit the bench. I can't see them bringing him in. And I don't think Russell Wilson signed here to get kicked out by game 10. I can't see Russell going, whoa, guys, I'll sign for 1 year, but no way I'm getting the boot after 10 games. So I can't see him actually signing. I'm excited that Russ is here. I like him, like you said, right? He's a proven winner. So I'd love to hear why you think it, because I love all different opinions.
I think we're desperate. We're so far what we know. Last real conversation from Maverick was we got to start winning.
Yeah,
and he cares what the fans think.
He does.
The fans want a quarterback. The fans want a quarterback. We were at Colorado since day one. This whole past college season, we were at so many games. The Giants were there. So I don't see a lot of other direction that the Giants go. If you're in the top 3, Shedeur Sanders is right there. So
tell Lo what came out today about the interview with Dable. Chris.
Oh, was it an article about that? He didn't like his attitude. There was a couple of coaches out there. Yeah. And I'll take it a step further too. If Dable's going to save his job, right? You need a guy with an immediate impact. Sanders, is drafted, he's going to wait. He's not going to start right away. This team needs wins or Dable's gone. So that's why I think if we knew Dable would have more time, maybe he goes Sanders. But the fact that he needs wins right away, he needs guys that come in right away and produce. That's why I think it's going to be a Carter or a Hunter, just because these guys will be able to be inserted and help get wins.
I want Carter.
Yeah, I know you do.
Yeah.
I want Carter. I want Carter or Travis Hunter. We need explosiveness.
Right.
Yeah. And Low.
We need explosiveness.
And guys, the problem is, let's say the Giants win 5 games. Dable's out. The new regime comes in and says, you know what? I didn't want Sanders. That wasn't my guy. Now I'm stuck with a guy that I didn't want. Now it's a whole nother dilemma.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, no, I am totally fine with Russell Wilson doing his thing. That pass rush with Abdul Carter, man, is, and you see a lot of people on Twitter and different social media, and all you hear is, well, we have Kayvon, we have Burns. So
yep. And you're only gonna get Thibodeau for 1 more year after this if you pick up that 5th-year option. So you're preparing yourself for life after Thibodeau. So you have,
exactly
another guy waiting. That's the way GM has to look, right? 2 years down the road, who's gonna be here and who's not.
I want to load up.
Zach, bring in Joe. Oh, there he is, Coach.
Yo, what's going on?
We got Coach JoJo and Lolo.
There we go. There you go. Look, I know y'all happy. He has the blue jersey on.
Yes, I am. And high respect for Coach out there, coaching out there in Jersey, coaching football. So I always checking out what Coach is doing. Coach, let's. So Lowe thinks it's going to be Sanders, but he wants Carter. Truth, Chris and I want Carter because we can't see Sanders starting right away, and I personally don't think that Russell Wilson would have signed if he knew he was going to have to sit by week 6 or 8. Right. And Chris just alluded to the fact that we need wins impact now.
Mm-hmm.
So the question goes back to what we've asked everybody so far, Coach, is who do you want them to draft? Who do you think they're going to draft?
I was listening in the back and I was nodding my head in agreement with a lot of what Chris was saying. It's tough because me personally, I want Abdul Carter because if you're going to take Shador, one, they signed 2 quarterbacks. You're going to take Shador, you're going to sit him immediately at quarterback at QB3. And I just don't see him sitting there at QB3 the whole time. To me, honestly, you're going to take a dart. At one point, I thought they were going to go try to run for Milroe, to be honest with you, just because of the size, the speed, the strength, the running ability. So I thought they were going to try to go him because, to me, he's a perfect guy that you could sit for a year. There's no expectation of him playing.
Yeah.
That's who I want.
But it's easier to do that when it's a 34th pick, not the overall 3rd pick, right?
Yes. With 34, I'm not taking Dart or Milroe at 3. You're insane.
Right.
I'm not touching that.
And look, I'm a Dart guy. I
like him too.
Yeah, like I've been watching Ole Miss. I've been watching since he transferred to USC.
Yep.
I know what his flaws are.
Yep.
I'll tell you the same thing. I don't know if his game translates or not. I can tell you what his flaws are. I like him, but there ain't no shot he goes 3. And Kiffin didn't do him any favors by not cleaning up his game. So I think the talent's there, but I think Kiffin kind of killed him with the offense and not cleaning up his footwork. But the talent is there, right? The issue is he's not going at 3 and he can sit, right? Sanders, like Truth just said, you're not really going to sit Sanders. And if he does sit, how do you put the number 3 pick as your third string quarterback? Coach, if you're the 3rd string quarterback, you're not getting no reps. You're not you're holding clipboards.
How do we know Sanders is going to be the 3rd string quarterback?
I mean, you're going to put him over Jameis? Like, I guess that's what you're going to do. But then when he goes to game day, are you going to, bench Jameis and make him the emergency quarterback? Like, what would be your plan there?
There could be a high possibility Sanders could go into camp and light it up. Not saying take Russell's spot, but Jameis isn't guaranteed. He's not guaranteed.
It'd be pretty shocking. Like I'm not a big Winston guy, but the dude could throw the rock. It'd be really crazy to see. Again, you're right though, Lo. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. But All right, so we all want Carter, but Lowe thinks there's a shot at Sanders. I just think there's no way I'm drafting a guy at 3 to put him on a bench. And I don't think Russell Wilson signs here if he knows that he's getting benched by week 8.
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
I think the mere fact they signed 2 veteran quarterbacks kind of gives you a hint. Maybe they're not happy with Sanders. Maybe they're going to go in another direction.
I agree.
Well, look, it came out this morning that there are 2 executives from 2 different teams that did not like the way he interviewed. Now, the quote that's out there is not a Dable quote. It's the other associate from another team. There's a quote that he was, I don't know, entitled and they didn't like the way. That's not a Dable quote. But it did come out that Dable wasn't a big fan of the way he interviewed. Now, it could be smoke, right?
Yeah, who interviewed? Who made that comment?
Nobody. It's anonymous.
It's anonymous. It's anonymous. You know who else had this same reaction, right? From an anonymous tip? Aaron Rodgers. And he got, I'm not saying he's Aaron Rodgers, but Shador lit it up in college. And the reason why I wouldn't be mad about Sanders is because he elevated 2 programs.
Wait a minute. You got to give credit to his dad bringing a lot of kids to the NIL.
Yeah, he switched that whole team to the portal.
Yeah, it was like
That,
100.
his first year. His first year was Colorado was terrible that first year.
Yeah,
Because
but
it was all
if you look at
Colorado
Colorado's
players.
record against good teams with Sanders is not very good. So they beat up on weak teams.
Yeah, that second year he put up numbers, but like again, like you said, like he brought in like 100 transfers to that program.
Yeah.
That first year he didn't elevate those guys that were there. All those guys left. And I go back to Chris's point where you're gonna if you get Sanders, you sit Sanders at QB2, QB3, whatever. We go win 3, 4, 5 games. Everybody gets fired. Brand new regime, new head coach, new GM. I never wanted Shador Sanders. Now you're sitting there with him, and you're like, oh, he's gonna want to wait. Now we gotta trade him. So now we just wasted the 3rd overall pick on this guy, and people are like, oh, well, you'll get something back, but you're not gonna get picked 3 overall back in the draft.
Yep.
We're the Giants. We're the Giants. We're the Giants. Just did any of us in this chat think that we were gonna draft Daniel Jones?
Oh,
I did not.
No.
Right there, Chris.
That's what I'm scared of.
Chris has got the bobblehead.
Yeah,
of Jones,
that's how excited the arms. Just like Daniel Jones
Chris
did.
is
He's
so
always
happy.
falling apart. We have to break him, just like when he plays. So yeah, but Coach Joe, to your point, I tell you what would be a good fit for Sanders. New coaching regime, indoors in the dome. The Saints. I could see the Saints at 9 going Sanders, especially with the development with Derek Carr. Right, he might need shoulder surgery. They really need a quarterback. That could be a nice fit for him. With the coach that just came on board.
If he gets past 9, there's going to be a slide, though. If he gets past 9,
yeah.
that's
You're right.
the
Yeah.
slide.
Yep. He might.
And don't listen.
To the
I just go
18.
on. I mean, you guys have watched this podcast, before. I'm a body of work guy, and I just look at like, all right, if you're Russell Wilson, I'm not signing to get benched, right? He wants to go out on top. He don't want to look like a bum. His wife likes New York. He wanted to be here last year, and they let him walk. So that doesn't fit with me. Then, like Truth just said, I'm also bringing in Winston, who could be a starter on probably 10 different NFL teams, or I don't know, 8 different NFL teams, and that could be a stretch. But he's a borderline.
In a pinch, you could throw him out there and he'd survive a couple games.
So I just don't see it. You know what I mean? I can't see how much he's going to learn on the bench. How much is Shador Sanders going to learn being 3 and then having to switch him at game time, unless, like Lowe said, he lights it up, and he could. But it's stacked against him to light it up enough to pass up with.
And I'd be concerned about the chirping, right? I mean, if he's going to be the 3rd guy and he's inactive, but the emergency quarterback, you got to be concerned about the chirping from his dad, possibly, things with the media, because that's the problem. That's what getting under his skin. That's the issue I have is
take
maybe
somebody at
pushing
pick
him.
3 and he's just like not on the field. Like you can hear it all season.
So do y'all think the Giants are going to draft any quarterback in the first 3 rounds?
It's possible.
I think they're targeting Dart or Milrow.
There are 2 scenarios where they do come back in and get Dart or Milrow. And look, they're definitely 2 different types of quarterbacks. I think if Milrow had stayed in school, he'd have been a top 5 pick.
One more year.
And people get mad at me for saying that. It's just, look, I'm just giving you the numbers. At the end of the college season this year, Milroe had 40% less attempts than 44 other NCAA quarterbacks. That's an enormous number. That means the guy from Toledo is throwing more than him, and Tulane, and the guy from Central Michigan. Like, the experience isn't there as a thrower. So why not go back to school? Because I'm sure, look, he's big, he's strong, he's fast, he can do it. But throwing the rock in the NFL is something you better be ready to do. So, like, if he's not ready, let's not like pigeonhole the kid and make him a running back. Just send him back to school and let him throw the ball, because he's going to be forced to do something for a team that he's not ready to do. Also, if some team goes and makes him a trick pony like that Taysom Hill, that's wrong. That's wrong to do to the dude, because he can play. He just needs someone to believe in him and let him throw the ball.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying is, if I have to take a QB low, that again, I know people think I love Dart. I like Dart. My kid likes Dart, but at least he's a 3-year starter and he's an SEC quarterback. He definitely, again, I don't think Kiffin helped him at all, but at least I know he can lead men, and he threw me. Dude's got like 14,000 yards passing. I mean, like,
I just want to point out one big elephant in the room is Jalen Milroe didn't have Nick Saban.
Oh yeah,
it was a whole different scheme. You know, just everything different.
I don't think anybody's killing Milroe, the person or the athlete. I think it's like he just needs more time. So if you ask him to start, it's going to be a little overwhelming because he just doesn't have
He's gonna
experience.
start. There's nowhere he's gonna go.
No, he's not starting.
Well, but you know what I'm saying. If he goes in the first round, you got to expect him to be on the field year one somewhere.
I think his biggest thing, and like Lolo said, like the year before at Alabama, he was accurate. He was good the year before. It was this new year when you brought in DeBoer, changed the offense up. People transferred out because they had a lot of people leave because Saban left. Changed everything on him. So he had a lot to learn in that year. Now you're going to go into this, and he has to sit. Like there's people like Shador could potentially be QB2. If something happened, he might be able to go in and start in a game. To me, there's no game where I see Milroe like, all right, we're throwing you out there. He needs to sit for a year, which is why I could see if we targeted him or we drafted him, not saying it would happen tonight. Maybe they trade up and they want to take him because of the running ability. He's big, strong, fast, 4.3 speed. I would see him, and I'd be comfortable with him just sitting at QB3. Just sit there. You're not playing. Like, there's two veterans in front of you that have to go down. Plus, DeVito's behind you at practice squad quarterback, whatever. But if they took him, I would understand because there's no rush to play you. If there's Shador, I would see chirping day one of like, so is he QB2? What's going to happen? Is he challenging for the spot? Like that, I can see that automatically with him. Like
I gotta let you go, big dog. Bang. We'll definitely talk during the year, man. You know, and I'm sure we'll be chatting on Twitter, and let's celebrate a first round pick in about
absolutely.
An hour and a half. All right.
Go Giants, go Big Blue, and give Abdul Carter number 11.
Oh, all right, Lo. Later, man. All right, Zach, bring in the Joyce boys so he can hang out with us. I know they're probably in the back. Oh, wait a minute. Bob, there's two boys. You told me one was defecting. What's going on?
Oh, no. We don't agree on shit.
All right, because I know you guys were going at it all week long.
Question for you, Craig. You're gonna hear this tone. Do 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 do. What is it?
Jeopardy?
No, it's
not Jeopardy.
No, it's NFL.
It's a song.
Oh, is it Sunday night?
The pick is in song.
The pick is in.
Oh, that's right. It's they run that 30-second chime.
It's The Happenings from 1966.
Is that what it's from?
It's called "See You in September."
Wow.
Now, I just tell you,
Bob is way too smart for all
That's some good stuff.
I'm not smart for anyone. Here's what I think. Abdul Carter. I love Dart. Trading back, I would at Milrow at 34. If you dress 3 quarterbacks, he's your wildcat quarterback.
Okay,
That's
I
a
like
weapon.
that.
Um,
I mean, I like
Luke
that.
doesn't agree with me. Luke said his head will blow up if we draft Jackson Dart. So I'm gonna give it to Luke.
Tell us more, because I'm just feeling you don't watch any Ole Miss football. But go ahead, bring it.
I do not trust Dart in the slightest. He's rose from like a 3rd round quarterback.
What did I
to
make you
suddenly
watch?
in the
What did I
first.
make you watch yesterday? Dart versus Kentucky and Dart versus Florida.
Yeah, and he was
Those are the 2
not good
things that they say. You know what? He looks fucking better than it. Oh, pardon me. Better than everyone we.
Look, the guy
That's
beat.
not
Everyone keeps
a-
dismissing the fact that he beat Jaden Daniels in 2003 with 5 touchdowns. Like, people just don't watch Ole Miss football. I will tell you flat out. Here's what I can tell you: Lane Kiffin didn't help him out. His footwork's a mess. His comp is a bigger Baker Mayfield. Okay, he's a gunslinger, and he forces the tight window throw because he can throw it, but as you saw in Florida, he just keeps throwing it, right? That's a problem. The talent is there, but Kiffin didn't do anything to help him. One, he's elusive, he's big, he's strong, 225, he's hard to bring down. The guy's a 3-year starter, right, in the SEC. If this was anybody else, everybody would be like this, oh, SEC quarterback, crown him. The guy beat Jaden Daniels 2 years ago with 5 touchdowns. Like, the guy can play. He just has Lane Kiffin as his head coach / offensive coordinator with a 1-read offense. That's not his fault, right? The talent is there.
Kind of connection.
But we also don't know if Lane Kiffin's hurting him with that or helping him, because we haven't seen him have to go through progressions and reads. It's a lot of first read stuff with Ole Miss and a lot of fourth guy. So we don't know what was going on the whiteboard in their interviews and how he
but
does.
here's the thing, Luke.
System, but it's hard to tell with that Lane Kiffin offense what he can
Luke,
actually do.
let me ask you a question. The Cat threw for 12,000 yards. The guy threw for 81 touchdowns. You think a guy can't play in the SEC throwing 81 touchdowns and 12,000 yards? I mean, look, I'm just saying, he's Baker Mayfield. His ceiling is Baker Mayfield. That's not bad.
That is a ceiling, though, and I don't know if he'll hit that ceiling.
When Luke likes
Shador. Oh, wait. No, Luke, stop.
YouTube for Shador highlights. And I'm telling you right now, Travis Hunter saved his ass on every throw. Every throw was
because they're short and behind him.
Yes. And that man has the best ball skills I've seen pretty much ever, right? On both sides.
All right, let me ask you this, Bob, and the family. Let's say Shador is not the pick. Let's say Carter's not the pick. Is it Travis Hunter hands down?
Yes.
Oh, Travis Hunter, if he's available, yes.
I want Abdul Carter, but if no Abdul Carter, then Travis Hunter.
And if Mason Graham was next to Dexter Lawrence for the next
that'd be evil.
years, I'd be happy, man.
Coach, let me ask you this: if it's Hunter or Carter for some crazy reason, who are you taking, Hunter or Carter, Coach?
That's a tough question.
That's what we do here.
I know. I'm a defensive-minded person, so we're both defensive guys, but I'm going Carter personally. I'm a Penn State guy, so I've got bias towards it. But I like the versatility of Trav. My thing is, you just pay Paulson to Debo. You still want to see what's going to happen with Deonte Banks now at CB2. Offensively, you're going to have your plays for him. For Trav's going to come in 15, 20 plays a game. But again, same thing. You got Neighbors, you got Wandale. You're going to see what's going to happen with Jalen Hyatt. You just brought back Darius Slayton. You got Theo Johnson. So you still got a lot of pieces. Like, to me, when you look at Abdul Carter, yes, he's an edge rusher, but yes, he can also play linebacker. He started at middle backer. He's versatile in his positions. He can blitz. He can also cover. They were talking about potentially, I don't know why, but potentially letting go of Bobby O. So if they let go of Bobby O, then now you have Abdul Carter playing linebacker. He can spy faster quarterbacks. So if you play a team like Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, he can spy the guy. Because we don't have anybody that can keep up with him, and that's proven to kill us a lot. So
Well, that's a good segue, Coach, because
defense is they've never been ahead by 14 points in the fourth quarter.
oh, God forbid, Bob, that
Rushing
happened.
rush, they're never
let me-
ahead.
Let me do this, Zach. If you're creeping around in the back there. So we interviewed Michael McFadden 2 weeks ago, and one of the questions I had for him, guys, is if they draft Travis Hunter, how hard is it to play both ways in the NFL? And we have a clip here to show you because he's basically going to tell you that from a meeting perspective and a time perspective, it's not real. You really can't do it, right? So there's going to be some kind of like packaging for him. So Zach, can you play that Mike and McFadden clip for me? Zach. I know Zach's back there somewhere.
By the way, I love Michael McFadden.
Yeah, McFadden has come a long way. I get picked on because, we interview him once or twice a year. He's a friend of the show. But, guys, let's not forget that it's been 18 years since a linebacker for the New York Giants had 100 tackles in a row back-to-back years. The last guy to do it, I'm gonna right at the Georgia boys. Who's the last person to do it?
Antonio Pierce?
You're the dad. I was giving it to your sons. Yes, it's Antonio Pierce. You stole their thunder, Bob.
It's my job.
Yeah, I know. Antonio Pierce.
It's not child abuse if they're adults.
I know. Well, that's what happens. They grow up fast, Bob. But you are right, Bob. It is Antonio Pierce is the last time a Giants inside linebacker had back-to-back 100 yards a year. So McFadden's come a long way. Does he miss tackles? Does he over pursue? Does he get washed out? Yeah. But just think how many tackles he would have if he didn't. So I'm okay with it. He wore the dot when Bobby O got hurt. Zach, are you there yet? You still in the back, Zach? Because I want to play that clip if I can. Zach, play me that clip. Wait, he's giving me the wait 1 second. I'm with you though, Coach. I am with you. That fact that if we could, Chris.
Yeah.
What happens? What immediately happens, Chris?
Backs coach after Henderson. That's my question.
Well, Henderson was definitely a scapegoat, but Chris,
yeah.
Tell me when you bring Abdul Carter in, what does it do for the defense?
It creates an identity. This is what we're saying. What's the Giants' identity? Now you have an identity, and you have to you'll tag Thibodeau for that 5th-year option. You'll get him in 26, and then you'll probably won't sign him after that because he's going to get about $16 million as a 5th-year option. And now you're setting yourself up still with Carter. So you're still going to have, you got to think down the road, and you're not going to be able to afford Burns and Thibodeau. So I think Thibodeau will probably be on his way out in 2 years, 2 seasons.
Truth, are you on board with that? That's what the move potentially down the road is, that Thibodeau goes, or do you think that Thibodeau could be actually a trade piece to get back into the first round?
Back in the first round.
Yeah, that could happen too.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know if they'll trade him though right now. I think they kind of want to see, like Bowen, how he can play with all these toys and make it work, because it would be fun. I like the fact that Carter can play inside, outside, and you can move him around.
Yep.
The guy has the ability to get to the passer. 1 year, he was a pass rusher. What do you have? 12 sacks? I'm trying to remember.
11 and a half, I think, or 12.
11 and a half, right? I mean,
yep.
Hey, we might see.
Yeah, I'm just saying that tells me this guy was just scratching the beginnings of his talent. So.
And we might see a whole new Thibodeau. I mean, we knew coming out of Oregon about taking plays off, and that was some of the stuff about him. The competition. You bring Carter in now. Guess what? Thibodeau's. You might see a whole nother type of player.
Yeah, playing for time.
Play middle linebacker at some points. Like he was rushing from the inside. Not as a tackle.
Are you talking, Bob? Are you talking about
Abdul Carter?
Carter, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Around.
Yeah, he can play anywhere.
Think of him like Michael Parsons, same type of style, inside, outside, anywhere, blitz.
All right, what is the other Joyce boy? Who does he want to draft?
Joyce boy.
I want Abdul Carter really bad. I'm trying not to get my hopes up because this team often fails me, but
Tell you, I'm terrified.
I'm not
You're
against
gonna be
Travis.
on pins and needles, man. When
He
Cleveland
speaks the truth, though. He speaks the truth. There is a lot of disappointment. If you look at Chris on the screen, guys, he's got two bobbleheads in front of him. I think it's Kadarius Toney and Daniel Jones. So, wait, Zach is flagging
break
me
the heads.
down.
Did
Zach,
find
you're-
Michael Parsons draft
All right, stay
Toney.
tuned, guys. I'm gonna play
The
this
young
clip. I'm gonna get right back to you. This is the fact that if Travis Hunter turns out to be the pick, this is what McFadden had to say. Go ahead, Zach. Zach, it's twice.
Zach's
You're
leaving.
killing me. You're killing me, Zach.
Zach
You're
is
killing me.
whacked.
Yeah, I know. Zach, you're killing me. You want me? We're playing this McFadden clip.
Chris,
Yeah.
you have Network on, NFL Network on?
Here's
Yes.
the thing. I
I'm
want
sticking
best
to my
player
channel.
first.
Okay.
Do we
All
all
right.
agree on this? Best player available. If it's Travis Hunter or if it is Abdul Carter, I want them. We have a disagreement about Jackson Dart. If I could get Milrow at 34, I'm taking him, and he's going to be in the Wildcat. I don't know how you feel about that. You don't want any quarterbacks.
No.
He wants D tackle.
You want Mason Grant?
No, I want Abdul Carter.
No.
And then I want them to. The defensive tackle group is so deep. The offensive line is so deep. Get another really good player at 34. There's always first rounders that we think, oh, they're going in the first, and they fall out. We're right there for it. I don't like the idea of taking a quarterback that they don't fully believe in. And I think they're just taking a quarterback just to take a quarterback, not because
You
they
are,
believe.
and you are right. The defensive tackle group is crazy deep, right? Right, Coach?
There's like guys who could go in the first.
I'm hoping Tyreek Williams falls to us at 34. I
Yeah,
wanted
right,
Derek
well,
Harmon, but he moved up to like 20 and 17, so we're not going to get Harmon or Kenneth Grant. So I'm looking at
All right.
Tyreek Williams.
All right,
There's-
Coach.
You can
That's
see
not-
four
I gotta let you
tackles
go,
off the
Coach.
board in
but
the first round.
Coach, you know,
Right.
me and you, we
You
chat
guys
all
have
over,
a
man.
good
I
night.
appreciate you.
Okay.
Bob, you
Appreciate
stay. Bob, you stay, Coach. I'll catch up with you. And
Yeah.
then Zach, I'm gonna give
Yeah.
you one piece. All right,
Yeah.
later on, Coach. Go ahead, Zach.
Have a
Play
good
it for
one,
me,
Coach.
will you? Again, I have no idea. You have no idea. But if Travis Hunter becomes a Giant and he's going to play potentially two sides of the ball, how does a guy even prepare for that?
Yeah, no, it's interesting you asked that question. I was earlier this offseason, I was talking with a former NFL player about this situation exactly, actually. And it'd be very interesting to see how an NFL team will utilize, him and his skill set. Obviously he's a generational talent, and really excited to see what he does. I think there would have to be some type of limit on one side of the ball. Playing both sides of the ball the entire game in the NFL, if he could do it, it'd be very impressive. I think there has to be a limit on one side of the ball. So if you're gonna play all of defense and you play 25% of the snaps on offense, I think they'll throw, okay, these are the 10 plays we're gonna have for you in the game, and this is what you're gonna line up at this spot. This is the only spot you're gonna line up at in this play. And you just got, they have him memorize that, or he does a couple extra meetings with the offense or whatnot. I think that would be more realistic, just because defensively anything can get called at any moment.
I like that, right? He's basically telling you, like, they're going to have to package him up because
You get
there's just
Travis
too
Hunter,
much to know.
you pick your spots, right?
Yeah.
Third
Yeah.
and long, he's out there. First and goal, he's out there on offense.
Yeah. And as I said before, look, I know we can play defense, but Adebo is going to be the CB1, and they're not giving up on Banks. Nobody gives up on a first-round pick in 2 years. I know he had a bad year and Bowen sucked, but there's no way they're giving up on Banks in 1 year. 2 years. So Banks goes CB2. Phillips turned out to be one of the best slot corners in the league. They're not going to be benching him. So Travis becomes an offensive player, and I'm always fearful with a guy like Neighbors, who's a stud. Do I want to take balls away from Neighbors? I don't know. Sometimes these guys they have incentives in their contracts and stuff.
You're going to take safeties away from him, though. You want them not to go to one side of the field.
all I want to do is not to have to force Malik in the slot more than he has to be. And I don't want it to be where now I'm sharing the ball between two guys and each guy has 900 yards. You know, I want one guy to go off.
You see,
Henderson was a scapegoat, but
I think so.
Our DBs never turn their head around. Ever. They could get hit in the back of the helmet. And that's not a Travis Hunter thing. He's looking. I want that. I want ball skills.
I'm with you. All right, well,
there's other cornerbacks in this draft other than Hunter.
Exactly. That is also true.
You can get a quality corner easily with pick 65. Easily. They're out there. Who do what you like.
Who we got hanging out? Truth. That's a great point, by the way. We can get another DB in the third round. Chris, where'd you go?
Had to use the bathroom.
What's going on?
Had to go number one.
What's going on behind you?
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know.
Not yet. I'm watching it.
Spartan Mike is out there in the draft, is out there in Green Bay. He's interviewing a bunch of folks, so nothing's happening. But who's that in the nice suit? He looks good.
Oh, that's Genty.
Genty.
Dude, Jenny's gonna be a stud. All right, wait. Let's bring in
got a
Les.
lot of talent. That's
in the
sure.
background. Les, you there? You back there, right? There he is.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, my man? How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Look, this is really easy. You got to tell me who you want to draft and who you think they're going to draft. Because so far, it's been 95% Carter, except for the one Joyce boy who threw the wrench in there, saying that he wants Shador. Where are you at in here?
No. None of us want Shador. I don't want Shador.
I was
like a fucking stone.
I know. I was just kidding. I was just kidding. I was just kidding, Bob. I was just kidding.
The unfortunate part is we need help at almost every level on both sides of the ball still, even after our free agent edition. We still need help in our secondary. We need help on our front line on defense. Dexter gets double and triple teamed every play, and they wear him out. And they just create a scene that creates a big hole for any running back that we face, just about.
So you're more inclined to go Carter then because you want more D-line help?
Yeah, our D-line was suffered last year, especially after Dexter went out. I don't think we can go wrong with Hunter, Carter, or quarterback of the future if they deem that whoever they pick is worthy of being the franchise quarterback.
Who do you want them to draft? It's okay. You can tell us, man. It's all good.
Let it out.
We won't. Listen, we're all friends here.
No, with the way they went after the quarterback position in free agency, I kind of do not see it at number 3. I really don't. I see them coming back up in the first round to come get another quarterback. So if that theory holds true, I want the Heat off the edge.
All right.
That's been a proven method for us to get to the playoffs and win championships in the past. So that's what I would go with.
It's interesting because as the week's gone on, I think more people are excited about Abdul Carter.
Oh yeah.
Because everybody's been complaining about missing on Micah Parsons for so long. This guy's like the reincarnation of the dude. I don't know how we could pass on him, Truth.
Yeah, and listen, I think everybody can agree that was a bitter pill when we were sitting there and we see Micah Parsons' name still on the board, our picks coming up, and suddenly we trade back. You know, we can't.
I will never forgive Gettleman and Joe Judge for that.
No.
And now we have our chance to have a redo.
What's that, Bob?
Joe Judge wanted him, and he had issues. Like if you're like a good football player that wants to kill people, you're gonna have some issues.
Yes, exactly.
And Craig, guys, it was a double whammy, right? Because then you had Devontae Smith, who the Giants wanted, and they had to pivot to Tony.
Yeah,
man, you're bringing up a lot of bad memories for me.
Yeah, that was bad. That was so bad.
And the worst part about that whole trade, the extra pick was Evan Neal, and Evan Neal has done nothing.
Everyone thought he was going to be good.
Killing me, Les. I mean, we're living it. We can't even talk. We got to think positive, go forward, right? Let's talk forward.
Craig,
All right, so
I got
wait.
one question.
Go ahead, Bob. Yeah.
Would you be upset if Mason Graham being next to the deck?
I would not be mad about that at all.
2 spots.
How
I
far
wouldn't
back
be
do
mad
they have
about
to go?
Like,
No,
Mason
Graham's a
Graham,
great defensive lineman, but if the D tackles weren't as deep, it's a good argument. But it's so deep, you could probably get 7 plug and play.
Because right now, Bob, the class of D tackles is so deep. Don't get me wrong. Mason Graham is going to be a superstar for somebody.
He's a good player. Yep.
But the drop off's not too far to the second, third, fourth, and fifth guy. The defensive tackles are deep. The Giants just have to make the smart decision to make sure that they get one in the second or the third round. They can't wait to 4, 5, and 6 because you need an immediate starter that makes immediate impact and can give Dexter a break because the poor cat's getting, as Les just said, it's getting double and triple teamed, right? So if you bring in a D tackle early enough, second round, third round, Bob, you're getting a first day starter. Is Mason Graham the cat? Yeah. But if the Giants somehow moved back to 7 or 8 and got him, that would be fine. I just don't know if that's the play.
Yeah, I wouldn't pass on Carter for him.
Yeah. I would always take Carter first.
When you look back,
I think Luke likes Carter too.
You just I feel like when we look at drafts in a couple of years down the line, you don't look back and say, oh, we needed that or we needed. You just are like, that player's amazing. How did he fall to that? Why didn't we draft him? We had the chance. Yep. And that's why it's hard for me to focus so much on need to take a guy like Mason Graham over Abdul Carter.
I think you're spot on.
Already, you just take another edge. You can always 3 is always better. I'm tired of our good players having to be on the field 100% of the time, getting no breaks.
And Luke, by the way, your point is well taken because we talk about this all the time. The podcast is called Giants Rush because we've always had a great pass rush. 4 Super Bowls because of the pass rush. You can never have enough pass rushers. Go ahead, let's jump in.
The other part about that, people forget about Abdul Carter played off-ball linebacker too, so he has versatility as well. So he doesn't necessarily have to be the starter on the edge. He can start in packages and assist with helping stopping the run too, but just from a different angle.
And you know what, Les? Look, we're fans of McFadden. He's friends with the show.
And Strahan and
O.C. Tuck.
And Tuck. And everyone's like, who? And you know what? We needed them all.
Well, you could do a lot of things because remember, Carter only played 1 year outside, right? So you can, if you don't want McFadden in coverage, you can put Carter in the middle and he can rush the A gap, right? So you get to speed up the center. If Bobby Okereke, who has a bad back right now, doesn't come back strong, McFadden slides over to where Bobby plays. He wears the dot, and then Carter plays next to you. You can put. I don't know if he can handle it, but Chris, did we not talk about Thibodeau potentially playing tackle and putting his hand in the dirt like he did at Oregon?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just be a little concerned about him setting the edge, That's the only concern I have with that. But, with spot duty, moving him around, Thibodeau gets hurt, right? I mean, we've seen it his first few seasons. He always has a few games where he gets banged up. So, hey, you know what? You need guys that are going to play a little bit more, So
I'd be hesitant with him putting his hand in the dirt.
Yeah.
He's not very thick. Him banging bodies with big tackles and pulling guards.
And what do they say? Truth, the trunk, right, guys? I mean, how big? How strong is he from legs wise? You see him get pushed around a little bit in the running game on the edge.
That's like a third and long type of thing. I feel like.
Yeah.
But they're never
rushing the passer. Yeah.
But
Let me segue to this before I let you go, Bob. If they draft Abdul Carter, what number does Abdul Carter wear?
who the fuck? Who cares? But no, we can't. I think Phil Sims gives him 11.
I agree.
So you're okay with him wearing Sims' number?
From Morehead State, do you remember that draft? I do.
Well, I remember it, but I was really little. But
You know,
besides that,
Bob knows this.
Craig was playing with Matchbox cars on the living room floor when that was going
Hey,
on.
yeah, I
If
was.
we had social media back then, Sims never would have made it.
What's
So was
those
I.
Matchbox cars? They're all Matchbox cars.
Hot Wheels.
Matchbox cars.
In Port Authority.
All right, I just wanted to know because Chris said that he would be cool with Sims giving it up, but they should put a patch on the jersey. And Truth said it would be a really good idea. You just put a PS number 11 to honor Sims's retired jersey, and then Carter can wear it. But maybe put like some kind of patch on it or something, like they did with Spider Lockhart back then.
If he can take Phil Sims' number, do you think there's any chance he's gonna ask a question about number 56?
Never.
Can't even ask that question. You can't
Never.
even ask that question.
No one will ever wear that number again. Never.
Shouldn't even ask.
In fact, I'm gonna say this. You know how they retired Jackie Robinson's number from all the teams? They ought to just retire Lawrence Taylor's number from everybody's team.
At least from all the linebackers, anyway, right?
Yeah.
I met Lawrence Taylor, right, in the parking lot.
You sent me the picture, by the way, and it was really funny. You guys smoking cigars?
Otis Anderson was coming, and I said, I want to shake the hand of the best football player I've ever seen in my life. And he goes, oh, he's on the way.
That's great.
The man's hilarious, man.
That's awesome.
And Bob, you know this. If you've never seen Lawrence Taylor play, you've only just seen YouTube. You don't have the same appreciation for him unless you've seen him live, because the dude was a menace. So no Joyce number 2.
Nice out of watching, and he left mid-season.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah, no, I've been here for a while.
I'm okay with Sims saying, yeah, go ahead, do it. But the LT thing, Joyce number 2, does not even get. Belichick would lose his mind. Like it can't even be brought up.
I'm not saying it would happen. I'm not saying it would happen, but he might ask, and I feel like obviously
MetLife Stadium would burn to the ground before he wears 56.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can ask.
You have to.
That takes balls.
Yeah, that takes a lot.
I guarantee you, Lawrence Taylor would say no.
All right, Joyce.
Free round of golf.
Bob, we'll talk.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Always great
See
seeing
you
you.
guys.
Let's go. Go
Zach,
Giants.
Go Giants, boys. Zach, who do we got up next? Ooh, my West Coast guy, Milan. Oh, there he is. You got to put your microphone on, Duke.
He's from San Diego. Wow.
There he is. Yeah, that's my West Coast brother right there.
All right. Hey, Milan.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Duke? How you doing, man?
Not bad. For some reason, I can't hear you in my headphones. I don't know why, but it's okay.
Wait, if you can't hear me, then you don't know what I'm saying.
I can hear you, but not just in my headphones. I can hear you from the phone.
Oh, okay. Because
I thought I was connected, but
Duke is one of the nicest cats on the planet. He's an intelligent dude, but like I always like reading his stuff, and I always appreciate his takes. So I appreciate you giving us some time because I know it's early on the West Coast. Duke, this is really simple. We're going to start it off with one simple question. Who do you want them to draft and who do you think they're going to draft?
Oh, man. That's a simple question. Who do I want us to draft? Let me answer that one first. I think we just draft the best player possible.
Which is who?
I think it's Travis Hunter.
Oh, he's going Hunter. Okay.
I think Travis Hunter. Why? Because Travis Hunter is like he's the most complete player. It's not the two-way thing. It's that he is reliable. You can count on him on every down. Abdul Carter, I like him, but that injury thing is just something that you just don't know what it is, right? And that's just one of those things. And as you know, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors getting ready for the draft. Everybody try to hide their injuries and all that stuff. Travis Hunter, he is the best player going into this draft. That's just who he is.
All right. Okay. So that's who That's who you want to draft. Who do you think they're going to draft?
I don't know with these people. Well, I think my opinion, and this is something that I've seen, especially since the offseason started with the free agency and all, I think Joe Shane is making a lot of personnel decisions independent of Brian Daboll. That's just my take on how I look at the world. I don't think they're working hand in hand on every little thing.
I can see that.
See, you know what? Duke's a smart guy. He's got insight. All right, Les, before I let you go, I got to ask you the same question I'm asking everybody else. Are you cool with Sims giving up the 11 to Carter, or do you think he should make his own number? Come on, Les.
Honestly, I'm fine with it. I think enough time has passed where someone else can wear that. If they feel like they're that caliber of player, they did it last year with Malik Neighbors, giving him number 1, and he exceeded a lot of people's expectations, even with bad quarterback play. So I think
Can you imagine he had a good quarterback?
Exactly. That's my point.
I like it. All right. Well, look, Les. I definitely hit you up during the year. We'll chat a little bit. I appreciate you hanging out with us, man. And go Giants. We're gonna get a pick here in about 45 minutes, right?
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
All right, man. Well, look, thanks for hanging out with us, dude. Appreciate it, and appreciate the
that.
support.
Thanks, Les.
Yeah, appreciate the support for Giants Rush, baby.
All right, take care.
All right, Les. Peace. All right, Duke.
Yes, sir.
So Duke is telling me that Chris, what's the honest take here of us getting Travis Hunter? Is that even realistic?
You don't know. I mean, the Giants and Shane has kept things really, really quiet. I mean, a lot of speculation, but really no leaks. This isn't Gettleman and other regimes. They do a nice job of keeping things tight. I think I want to say what Duke said. Nothing would surprise me, right? I mean, I don't know. I think it's all on the board. If they got Sanders, yeah, I'd be a little surprised, but then again, I wouldn't surprise me. They visited him like 20 times. Travis Hunter. Concerns about Travis Hunter for me is that will the Giant coaching staff utilize him in the right way and to his full potential, or are they going to screw it up like they screw up other players? So seems like when players leave the Giants, they turn out better than when we got them. So that does concern me.
All right. So then, Truth, let me ask you this. Is it possible someone actually trades into the top 3 here, Truth? Like, is there, there's a lot of smoke going on. Truth, is it even possible that someone's going to trade and the Giants would entertain it?
Well, I don't know if the Giants favor, let's just say, take the quarterback out of the equation, Hunter or Carter. I don't know if they really love both of them. And if they do love both of them, I don't see any of the top 3 teams trading out at all. Certainly not number 1, of course. But definitely I don't see Cleveland doing that or the Giants. If that means they're going to lose Hunter or Carter.
All right, then let me ask you this, Duke. If they draft Carter, which it's highly likely that they do draft Carter, how does he fit in this defense? Because the dude is dynamic as can be, and Bowen is not the most dynamic defensive coordinator. Like, do you see Bowen kind of bending a little bit here and letting Carter loose? Or does he get stifled in this defense because Bowen is so dang boring?
I think Bowen would have to adapt and let him loose, because the capabilities it gives us is just more pass rushers. I think everybody here has enough of a memory to remember our recent Super Bowl runs and what was dominant there, where we were getting dudes off the bench as additional pass rushers on third downs, getting guys who are fresh. So rotating fresh people in, that's something that we have lacked. We lose Kayvon, and then we lose to Kayvon Thibodeau for a few games. We lose like a good run blocking capability or run stopping capability. And then we really don't have that pressure that he can also bring to the quarterback. So I think now that you can have a defense that can be relentless, not just playing the run. It's not like one-dimensional. They can now do 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional things on that defense. without require, as you say, for Bowen to be a little bit more dynamic than he's been. But look at all the moves that have been made. The significant moves that we've made this offseason has been on the defensive side.
Oh, so, Holland, Adebo,
yeah, like shoring up that back, the defensive backfield, right? We have done that. So that's why I'm saying, you know, I think Shane is making a lot of these personnel calls on himself, because 2023, it was, hey, the coaching staff was not with me. That was Daboll's excuse, and he bought that. 2024, Daniel Jones is not working out. That's Daboll's excuse. 2025 right now, I think there's a line in the sand from Mara and Tish saying, like, no excuses. Either go build a team and win with it, or you guys are gone. So I think you're going to see a lot more unilateral decisions here. But here's what I'm going to throw at you guys, though. What if they take Ashton Jeanty at number 3?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, dude, the place is gonna burn
I
down.
say that because you guys know how butthurt Mara is about losing Saquon. And Jeanty is a dynamic guy. I know we got the other Tyrone Tracy, but Tyrone Tracy is not Ashton Jeanty.
Yeah,
Just
it's a
saying
deep,
that.
and it's a deep class, right, Duke? I mean, the running back class is deep, so it would surprise me.
I think
it wouldn't surprise me if that happened, because then that would be a Mara pick. If that happens, we are like, oh my God, that's a Mara is like imposing his will, saying, I want this kind of guy back.
But Duke, if they only needed that one piece, right? Maybe that would have been the case, right? If they had a roster like, well, you know what? Give me that big running back that can, and that's what we need.
And you know what?
That's
Chris
a fair
is spot
point.
on, because every report, I mean, not just a couple, every report is that John Mara has removed himself from the process and is not hovering over these guys like a helicopter saying, do this, do that. This is, like they said, the first year he is literally like taking a back seat. He is
Sink or
nowhere
swim. That's what he's doing.
Yeah. So I get the Jeanty thing, but we're too far away to make Jeanty the pick. And the running back class is very similar to the defensive tackle class, where you got Jeanty and you got Mason Graham. You're going to pass on both of those cats because they're both deep enough where you can get another great back, not that caliber, but you're not going to get you're going to get 1A on the defensive tackle side and the running back side. So I like where you're going, but I don't think it's realistic.
Yeah, I agree with what Chris said.
Zach, if you can hear me, Zach, pump in Captain America, because he's like hanging out in the back. Let's pump in Captain America, see what he's got going on, Zach.
Another question for you guys, though. You guys are not like really talking about quarterback. Why is that?
Oh,
quarterback at 3? Quarterback at 3?
Yeah, so we started off with the conversation. Yeah. So here's where I started the show off an hour ago. What's up, Captain America?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Captain.
So
what's going on?
This is where we can get right into the QB thing, Duke. This is where I was, and then I'll let everyone else jump in. Pretty simple. One is, if you drafted Sanders at 3, he becomes QB number 3. 1, he's not learning as QB3. He's holding a clipboard. 2, if he had a great camp and was QB number 2, would you really, come game time, put Sanders in over Winston? Probably not. 3, Russell Wilson did not sign here to be benched by week 6 or 8 for Sanders. I like Russ. He wanted to be here last year, and they let him walk, right? So think about from this point of view. There is no way on God's green earth Russell Wilson signed by saying, I'm going out like a bum. I'm getting benched by week 8 because Sanders is going to play. So just from a body of work, I just don't see it. Not that he can't play, or not that he's worth the pick. I don't care. I don't think Sanders fits right now because of the signing of Winston and Russ. So that's kind of it. I'm going to let Chris and Truth, you guys can jump in, and let's get, you know what, Captain, let me ask you a question. Am I really calling you Captain America? That's crazy.
No, it's not crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, like, I could call you Steve Rogers, but calling you Captain. Captain. All right, let's call it Captain. All right, Captain.
Yes,
here's
sir.
the question, and then we'll come back to Duke's QB question.
All right.
Because I need to get you engaged here, Captain. Who do you want the Giants to draft, and who do you think the Giants are going to draft?
Well, I've got to say, Travis Hunter is who I would love but it's going to be Abdul Carter. Reason because of Hunter is because of both ways. You know, you got the best receiver and the best defensive back in this draft. And I think I've been listening to about 700 different people so far this week talk about if they could give up everything in this draft, it would be for Travis Hunter. I mean, he's by far light years above anybody else who's here, who's actually available in this draft class, because it is very top heavy with Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, and then from there maybe, of course, Abdul Carter is going to be the third best player, and then maybe Gianti and stuff from there. But yeah, I mean, if I had to choose who I want the Giants to take, it would definitely be Hunter. But I
Who do
know
you think they're going to draft?
they're going to take definitely going to take Abdul Carter. I mean, I just got finished watching him go up in his little suit, got his big chain on. He already looks like a New Yorker, so he's ready to go.
All right. I like it. All right, guys, jump in there on the QB thing. I already said my piece. Go ahead, Chris. Jump in on the QB thing.
All right.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Truth.
for me, reason why I'm not going to go quarterback at 3 is because I just think the talent level is light years between Sanders and Carter or Hunter. And you can't reach at quarterback. I understand they need a quarterback, but if they reach and you get those Hunter or Carter becoming phenomenal all pros for years and years, like we saw what happened with Parsons, we let him go. It's just going to be another black eye for the Giants. I think you have to go be a BPA in that at number 3.
I wouldn't look at quarterback at all in this, guys. I mean, I think we're more wide receiver, tight end friendly than we are quarterback. And I mean, that's
definitely not in the first round. Never look. I don't know. Not at 3. I would never do that. But
yeah, I mean, I like the Jaden Milroe guys. I really do. I mean, but like second, maybe the start of the third round. But I mean, there's nothing I'm going to move up for that's really enticed enough for me to give up enough to get back in to get that quarterback. When I mean,
let the draft come to you, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let the draft come to you.
And you know what, guys? If the Giants had the number 1 pick, I think it would be Cam Ward, and they wouldn't have signed Russell Wilson. It would have been Jameis signed, and then let them battle it out. But I think the fact that, take Ward out of the equation, Dable needs to survive. The instant impact from an Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter is going to help keep his job. I mean, they need wins, and the two guys that are going to help him get wins immediately is going to be Carter and Hunter.
Like you said earlier,
can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Duke. Jump in.
Because I promised you I was going to talk about Dable. He's not my favorite guy. I think he's been the problem on the Giants the past 2 years. I just don't know how he keeps surviving. I think everybody's right. It'll be a tough reach for quarterback in this draft because obviously Cam Ward is going number 1. But I don't trust him to develop a Cam Ward because he doesn't have the track record of developing quarterbacks. And we can't look at the anomaly of Josh Allen. Josh Allen is just an anomaly. That's what he is. If you look at Dable's history, which I've looked at, whether as a player when he was in college or as a coach, he played safety in college for 2 years. And then he didn't play his 4 years in college like a lot of other people. So him being branded as an offensive guru or quarterback whisperer, I just don't see it. You look at dudes who are quarterback whisperers like a Kevin O'Connell, those guys have a track record of playing the position. And quarterbacks are not going to talk to somebody or have a good relationship with somebody who can't talk their language. I mean, it's just the way it is. I spent a bunch of my adult life in the military. I have my own job. When I'm talking to people in my line of work, we talk shop. If somebody's outside of my line of work, it just doesn't work. It feels very, very fake. And I think a guy like Daniel Jones, he's not that superb talent, but I think he's talented enough to know, like, hey, this guy's not giving me what I need. And I think we saw that time and time again, which is why offenses that Daboll was in control of will just sputter because he just doesn't have it. You go somewhere else, you get somebody mediocre talent, they make lemons, they make lemonade out of the lemons that that he gives them. So I don't trust Daboll to be developing a quarterback. When we signed Russell Wilson, I was the happiest person because I know, one, our schedule is tough this season, right? We have probably, I think, the toughest schedule for this season. So I was very happy with that because it gives us some stability, some maturity, some steadiness in that offense. I don't think Daboll survives this season because I still think we're going to have a losing season. but it depends on how bad we lose. If we're competing, he might ride out the season. But if we hit like bye week and we're sitting at 2-6 out of 8 games or something like that, I don't think he makes it after the bye week. So that's my take on Daboll. I just don't have any confidence in him when it comes to running an offense or developing an offense, because his best offenses have been ranked 20th. That's his kind of like his average in his entire career, except for the Buffalo and Auburn. So that's my take on Daboll. I am a big hater, so let me hear it from you guys.
Right. You know what, Duke, you make a great point. Arguably, Pat Shermer did a better job with Daniel Jones than Daboll did. And ironically, Shermer worked with with Sanders over in Colorado. So how funny is that, right?
That's a good point. I mean, I think there is a lot of questions you can have around Dave's about being the QB, the QB whisperer, right? Like, it's like, is he really the QB whisperer? I don't know. I don't hate Dave's. I think a lot of things got to go right for Dave's to make it happen. There are worse than him, right? But for me personally, I have more problem with Shane, because when you a couple of weeks ago, 4 or 5 weeks ago, on Giants Rush, we ripped on every draft pick. We went through every draft pick and every free agent signing, and it was a catastrophe. Like, it is literally, it's an embarrassment to look at, the players that were brought in. So there's a part of me that says, I don't know if Dave's even had enough talent to make this happen anyway. But I do understand that there is a point where you're like, you know what? There's something missing. It's like, not a lot, but there's something, like you said, the O'Connells, right? They see something a little differently because they played the position. So I'm with you.
Can I answer that real quick? Can I just answer? Talking about Kevin O'Connell, the first game of last season, I know everybody has played that little locker room clip from the Vikings over and over again. When he said, I knew we were better prepared. I knew we were going to make better adjustments in adverse situations. That was the biggest indictment on Brian Daboll, because he just wasn't, just like in that first game with Dallas in 2023, he just wasn't prepared again. And we got punched in the mouth 2 opening games of the season. One was that, against Dallas, our chief rival, they punched us so hard in the mouth, and we crapped the bed. Sorry about we crapped the bed again. We crapped the bed against the Vikings. It's the same repeating pattern. And 2023, it was all like, hey, it's Wink Martindale and all this drama. 2024, I don't have my quarterback. The 2024, like when I really signed off on Daboll, was after that Bengals game. The post game conference, he started talking about, we need explosive plays. And then you think about it as a smart person, you go, we just lost Andrew Thomas. That means the protection that Daniel Jones really depends on is really not there anymore. What time does he have? And everybody knows you need time to get explosive play. That's when you get your play action. What time do we have to really be explosive as an offense?
Yep.
It just didn't compute. And I'm like, this guy is just saying anything right now to throw somebody else under the bus to save himself. And I think if we have a bad season again, he's not making it through this season. And I don't want to repeat myself on what I said before, but I just don't trust the guy.
You're right.
Dude, before I let you go, the big question I'm asking everybody is, if they draft Abdul Carter, does Phil Simms cave in and give him the number 11?
I mean, Phil may cave, but personally, if I was Phil, I wouldn't, because, go make your own number. The unretiring of numbers, I mean, that can backfire also for the organization. I mean, what if right now Neighbors doesn't really want to be here and really wants to be in Washington, right? I'm just throwing that out there. He's not going to Washington, guys. But what if, right? Now we have to really
it makes the organization look bad.
Yeah. Say again?
Yeah. It makes the organization look bad because
it does.
Unretired number 1. I got it.
Yeah. So I wouldn't give him that number 11, but if Phil wants to do that, that's Phil's prerogative to do that.
All right, Duke, you're my guy, man. We'll catch up again. I always appreciate you, man.
Thank you very much for the time. Thank you, fellas. And you guys keep rocking and rolling.
Yeah, man.
Thanks, Duke.
We always appreciate the support of Rush, dude, and we'll catch up.
All right, God bless.
All right, dude. Bang. We got Zach. Bring in Dash, because I got something. Dash is going.
Oh
man,
boy,
what's up, brother? What's
Big
up?
Dash got a lot to say. I know.
What's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Man, you
What's
listen.
up?
You always smiling, so it makes me happy to see your mug, dude. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. I literally just logged off of work, man. I had to run in the room, get everything going. I'm still supposed to be working though. I'm still
All right,
on.
I won't.
We won't
I
tell
won't
anybody.
No, I'm not going
I
back.
won't tell anybody.
I'm not going
right.
back. I'm not going back.
right.
I'm done for the day.
All right, so I got
going on?
so Captain, I got a trivia. So look, I got these Lawrence Taylor bobbleheads.
Oh.
Okay, which you have a chance to win right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm going to ask you a very complicated trivia question. It has got a slight like trick to it, so you got to think harder, and you can't Google it on your phone. So put your phone in your pocket.
Nah, I don't even have my phone. It's actually in the other room.
All right. So the New York, there is a fullback that played for the New York Giants. Okay, a fullback that blocked for not one, not two, not three, but 4 1,000-yard rushers in the NFL, professional now. Okay, so there is a fullback that played for the Giants that blocked for 4 1,000-yard rushers in their pro career. That doesn't mean it's the Giants. I'm just saying this fullback who played played for the Giants. He blocked for 4 1,000-yard rushers. Do you know who this fullback is? Now, I'm going to give you a second to think about it. Dash, you probably got it, so you better just settle down.
I don't have it.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Do I get it?
No, you don't get it, Truth. It's Truth. You've heard me ask this question before. It's a hard question.
I know.
That's
Is
definitely
the keyword professional?
The keyword is professional.
You know who the guy is, guys.
I think I know where you're going. I think
a fullback for the Giants.
Fullback, yep. We've only had a couple good ones.
Mm-hmm.
That's a hint right there.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think of
I'm gonna wait. Zach, if you're there, put 30 seconds on the clock for Captain America. He's got 30 seconds starting now.
Put the Jeopardy
all right,
tune
30
in
seconds.
Yeah,
man.
you got Jeopardy. Play the Jeopardy thing, but
I know. I'm trying to think of some fullbacks for the Giants back in the. Oh Lord.
that's big. That's big. Give me a clock. I need 30 seconds. Or do I have to?
There it is. I don't even think I need the clock. Holy shit, guys! I don't even know. I mean, I'm gonna have to give up before the 30 seconds. I don't know.
All right, are you giving up?
Yeah, I can't even think of a fullback for the Giants.
All right. Do you want the answer?
Tell me what the last name starts with. How about that?
A C.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're starting now. You're giving him a clock.
Oh no, we're good. No,
Can I give him a hint? Can I give him a hint?
Yeah, give
No,
me a
you
hint.
can't give him a hint.
Yeah, I mean, I already lost. So I mean, it's
All
just
right.
go ahead and give me a hint.
All right.
How about this one, Craig? He played for the Philadelphia Stars, didn't he?
Philadelphia Stars.
And he wore number
He
40.
played for the USFL. He did. He played in USFL.
Oh,
Wait, here's my hint.
okay.
He's in the video of when.
For Captain America.
No, he's in. No, it's in the video.
All right. I'm gonna tell you who it is, Captain. Alarm goes off. The fullback is Maurice Carthon, and the running backs that he blocked for were Joe Morris, Rodney Hampton, Tiki Barber, and Herschel Walker. Because Herschel Walker was in the USFL.
Yeah, for the Generals.
It was
New Jersey
for the
Generals.
Generals, and Maurice Carthon went to the Generals. Herschel Walker went to the Generals, rushed for 1,000 yards. Then Maurice Carthon went to the Giants and blocked for Joe Morris, Rodney Hampton, Tiki Barber. So
crazy thing is, my first Super Bowl I ever watched was the '86, and that's what Joe Morris. Was with the Giants during that Super Bowl.
Maurice Carthon.
I know, that's crazy.
You just should have went for it.
I know. I had to think of it. I even had his football card. Now that you say that.
All right, so let me Dash.
What's up?
Again, always, we've talked. I always love your work. Always appreciate you. I've started everybody off for the last hour and a half the same way. Who do you think they're going to draft? Who do you want them to draft?
I think they go Carter. I think they're going Carter. I want them to draft Noah Sanders. Yep, I want them to draft Sanders. That's where I'm at. And I caught a little bit of the last guy. But yeah, I think I'll let you do your show before I just start talking.
No, come on, we want to hear you.
I just start talking.
Remember, this is called fan appreciation. The fourth year we have done this. It's about your take, not mine.
Man.
It was one thing that he mentioned. He said, who brings the biggest impact for this year, right? Biggest impact to save these coaches' jobs. And I do believe that Carter will have an impact. But I think the guy that has to that will have the biggest impact on the Giants is the quarterback, and that's going to be Russell. It's going to be Russell Wilson. He's the one. He's the one that they got to tie their jobs to, because no matter what, Carter can be fantastic. He can have a whole bunch of sacks. We saw Dexter be a monster, and it didn't help as far as being able to score points.
Yeah. But as a draft pick, Dash, who do you think has the biggest impact as a draft pick?
Oh, this year, absolutely, it would be Carter.
Yeah,
this year,
exactly. Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this year. That's what I'm saying as a draft pick, right?
I mean, if I'm going to be absolutely honest, though, there's another guy that I like a lot because I want to be able to stop the run, and that was
Mason Graham.
That was Mason Graham. It was Mason Graham for a long time, and then once they started narrowing it down to Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, I started getting off of the Mason Graham thing. But I would love to be able to stop the run more than add another pass rusher. But that's just me.
Dash, if you have Mason Graham next to Dexter, it's over. Nobody going nowhere.
Yeah. Yep.
You know
So
what
that's what I like so much about him, man. But
You can't
we'll
go
see
wrong
what
with
happens.
either one.
No,
Either one
you
you
can't
can't
go
go
wrong.
wrong.
Don't get me wrong. You can't go wrong, Captain. And listen, Chris has said it for the last hour. Chris, tell me again. Say it one more time for the people in the back. If you draft Carter, what does it do for the defense?
It finally creates an identity. We've been saying, what is the identity of this team for 2-3 years now? Longer. You now solidified this Giants team as a defensive unit. That's the identity. Pass rush, dedicated quarterback, old Giants football.
Like, listen, we all want to see, dynamic quarterback play like Lamar or CJ or Peyton Manning or Tom Brady. We want to see dynamic quarterback play, but we're not going to do that right now. Even if they drafted Sanders, but we could get after the quarterback. We're going to make plays. Burns, look, Adebo's here, Holland's here, right? They're not just in general. This defense has a chance to be a top 12 defense. You want to say top 15? Okay.
I got an idea for you, right? So, obviously, a lot of people are saying, you know what? We draft Carter. You want to trade Tibbs. People want to trade Tibbs right away. I'm telling people to pump the brakes. Pump the brakes. If Tibbs is not in your plans for 2026, you trade him at the deadline. That's what you do. Get something for him before he's out the door. But for me, the way that I like Abdul Carter, again, the 2 years prior, he played off-ball linebacker.
You want to put him in the middle.
And one of my comparisons, I think he's more Fred Warner than, and if I can have a Fred Warner on first and second down, paired up with either Micah or paired up with either Bobby Okereke, and I know Micah is a fan of the show, I want to see that. And then on third down, if it's third and long, blitz him in the A-gap, take him to, bring him off the edge. But I think that all these guys need to be on the field, and I think that's the way that you can get all these guys on the field for sure.
Yeah, that 6'3", 260-foot frame. I agree. You'd be shooting up the gaps to be a whole lot better and come off the edge.
Yeah.
So I'm like half and half because Carter to me is untapped on the outside because he only played one year there, right? He's going to keep developing, high ceiling, right? Going to get better as he gets. Two things happen on the inside. One is you can look at it like the year started. McFadden was supposed to be a 2-down backer, and then the Simmons thing didn't work out, and McFadden stayed on the field. Then this is not me simping for McFadden. This is just saying, like, when Bobby O got hurt, Chris, didn't we both say that when Bobby got hurt, McFadden played better in that other role when he moved over?
Yeah. He looked like he roamed a little more free. He didn't have to shed as much, and it just felt like his game opened up a little bit.
Like I want Bobby and Micah to play next to each other. They're like Batman and Robin. I think they play real well together.
Hey,
Bobby
we saw it
got-
under Wink how great they played together, right? It was
Yep,
just it was his
yep.
Bowen, it was a learning curve.
Yep, and you know, in fact, that's a good segue. Zach, you still hanging, Zach? Zach, play me the clip. Play me the clip of McFadden talking about the difference between Bowen's defense and Wink's defense. Do we have that? What we're all wondering. How does it feel year to year going from Wink's defense to Bowen's defense? What's the major difference? I'm sure, and you don't have to say anything. We're not looking to put you in that spot, but there's got to be a difference between those two systems. And how does it feel going into year 2 with the system? Because I'm sure it's better now you got a year under your belt.
Yeah, without a doubt. Whenever you go, the first year in any scheme is, I don't want to say difficult, because you have the off season, you have training camp to get used to it, understand, to get the basics down, but there's still a little bit of training wheels on it, and everybody's kind of figuring it out as they go. Usually the first 4 or 5 games of the season in a new scheme is kind of seeing how the other teams are playing against it, and what you're getting from an offense and what's hurting us. But yeah, year 2, usually that's the settling point. That's when everybody feels really comfortable. There's already an understanding going into the offseason, with what we've done in the past year. There's a lot of film to go off of, a lot of correction to make from the year before. Maybe some things, the coaches want to adjust heading into year 2. So it's always helpful to have that first year under the belt. But yeah, Wink, I think it's pretty obvious. He was really aggressive. He had that, there was the scheme was, I came in as a rookie, so it was difficult for me to learn. I think, people who had seen quite a number of defenses in the NFL were able to get a hold of it pretty quick. But, I honestly, I like both of them. But yeah, Wink was really aggressive. It really didn't matter the time or place, but, he was trying to put pressure on the quarterback. I'd say Bowen, he still has that in the bag. And, there's going to be, specific times where he wants to pressure and bring the house or whatnot. But, it's a little bit more flow to it and a little bit more coverage, and especially for linebackers. But I really enjoy both schemes, and I enjoy playing in both of them.
There you go, right? Kind of give you an idea. All right, Captain, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to ask the same question I asked everybody, Captain. If Abdul Carter gets drafted, are you cool with Sims giving up the number 11 for him to wear? Or do you prefer him? See, I'm a legacy guy. I would love, because I am so excited about Carter, but I want Carter to have his own number, and then, and make people go out and buy whatever jerseys, right? And Scott said, wouldn't it be cool if he wore 77? And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe that's cool. I don't know. But do you feel that, like, giving it up and letting him wear 11 is cool? Because Chris and Truth both said they should put a patch on.
Right. I think he should make his own way, man. I think 11 is going to be 11. It's going to be Phil Simms' number, and I think somebody else kind of give the point. Well, what if he's not as great as we want him to be wearing that number 11? It just looks bad. Us unretiring a guy's number to give to him when he's gonna, not do as good as Phil Simms did for us. So I would rather see him have his own number and kind of build his own legacy and kind of go from there, and let Phil Simms have his legacy and let it stay there in the rafters.
Zach, do me a favor, Zach. Look up what number Abdul Carter wore in high school.
Ooh.
And if you can't find, and if you can, or grade school, just, maybe do like a Google search or something. See if we can find out what number he wore. Because 11 is kind of like a tradition staple number at Penn State. There's like 9 guys that have wore 11 and been studs, probably, back 10 years now. I'm kind of curious on what even what.
LeVar Arrington back, yeah.
What's that, Dash? Abdul Carter
even,
wore 11 for Penn State during his high. LaSalle. Wait, he wore 11 in high school too?
At LaSalle, yeah, LaSalle, and
wow.
And
Wow, I thought he wore 11 because of Parsons.
Well, truth. So 11, if you go back through Penn State history, 10,
Harrington,
15
yeah.
years, like that's like
Wow.
the number for your dog, right? Like,
Right.
So, all right,
And they-
then. All right, hey, Captain, thanks for hanging out with us, dude.
Captain.
And, appreciate
Yep.
you hanging out here, man, and appreciate the support for Rush, man.
Yep, not a problem. Thank you guys. Go Giants.
You got it. All right, Dash,
Yeah.
talk to me. So, let's talk Hunter for a second.
Yeah.
So, here's my thing with Hunter. I like him. He would be my next. It would be Abdul Carter 1, and then my second pick would be And then Chris, right? You would go also, Chris. You would go Hunter if it was right, Carter Hunter.
I think you have to then. Yeah.
Truth, you're the same way, right? If Abdul Carter's not there, you go Hunter.
I don't know. I mean, what worries me about Hunter is that you can't draft him for what he did in college because he's never going to do what he did in college at the same capacity that he's going to do in the NFL. He's not going to play both ways, all those snaps, not at the NFL level. So you can't have that in your head that I'm drafting this guy 3 because he did this in college. He's going to do a portion of that.
Let me bring in Brian Rascona from WFAN because my man Brian's got an opinion on it too.
Okay.
Because I've already talked. There he is. What's up, B?
What's up, guys? How you doing? Good to see you. I
doing?
miss you guys. It's been a while.
No, where
I
you
know,
been?
it's been a while. So,
Hey, I've
B,
been around. Me and Craig had our own show for about an hour 2 weeks ago on the phone.
Awesome.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
we did. So me and B, beside B dropping the Kettle One at the tailgate and smashing it.
I'm replacing.
I brought Dash. I brought B out to one tailgate at MetLife. Drops the big, not the little, the big liter of
$35
Kettle
bottle
One all over the parking lot.
Yes, I did. Hey, I owned up to it.
Well,
You know,
I did.
I found the guy, scoped him out. I said, "Listen, I'm sorry. Next tailgate, I got you. I'm going to bring 2 bottles next day."
Hey, Brian, you were going through prohibition. You're busting bottles all over the place. No one's allowed to drink. Even if the football's this bad, you're not drinking.
That's right.
So
I need it.
Here's the question, B, and I just asked these guys in Dash. So here's my thing with Hunter, and let you guys run with it. I like Hunter. He's my second guy. But what I worry about is what Truth just said. I don't think anybody thinks about is right now on the defensive side of the ball, right? Just, again, I'm not saying it can't be changed. I'm just saying, like, from a philosophy standpoint, Debo is number 1, and you're not giving up on Banks. He's been on the team for 2 years. You can't give up on the cat.
Banks is your boy. You were loving Banks in that draft.
I know.
Boy.
I
loved him.
I pounded the table. Yes.
I was on air with you. You will love that guy.
I was. I am willing to listen. I eat crow every Monday on my own damn show. Okay. All right. So, but I pounded the table for Banks. I'm still saying the Giants aren't giving up on a first round draft pick. He becomes CB2 with Debo's number 1, right? So where would I put Carter? I don't know. I mean,
Hunter.
And then Travis. I don't know where I put him. So then I say, okay, well, I'm not going to put him at slot because Phillips turned out to be one of the best slot corners of football. I mean, so where am I putting him? Right. So then I put him on Brian. I'm going to put him on offense. Now, this is where I get crap from folks. Dash, I want you to jump in here too. Do either one of you? I feel bad letting this come out of my mouth because I get crap for it. Is I don't want Malik Neighbors and Malik Neighbors light, or you know what I mean? Like I want they're very similar. I don't want to kick Neighbors into slot too often. He's good in the slot, but I don't want him in the slot too often, and I don't want to spread those balls out. I'd rather have a tall wide receiver, a bigger body guy playing on the other side of Neighbors than having these 2 guys next to each other. And that's what Hunter to me would be. Then I started wondering, like, you know what? Like, do I have the same dude? Is there enough balls to go around? Like, look, when you had Victor Cruz, Manningham was different, right? Or Hakeem Nicks was different. These guys are very dynamic and similar. Brian, tell me about Hunter because I can't see him as a fit for the Giants.
Well, I think when you look at it from a defensive perspective, now you got to remember that this is still a business at the end of the day, right? So I think from an agent standpoint, his agent's not going to have him play both sides of the football and all those snaps, as like Truth was saying prior to when me coming on. I don't think it can happen. It's just not going to happen. From a financial standpoint, in order for him to get paid, right, in long term, he's going to have to stay on the offensive side of the football. Wide receivers get paid more than anybody else in the NFL, maybe the blind side offensive tackle, right? So I think, and edge rushers, I think he has to play the offensive side of the football more than the defensive side of the football. I think he will eventually. I think he's going to have his agent chiming in his ear that he has to, even though he wants to play both sides. You may see him in dime packages, prevent defense, a la like a Troy Brown used to do for the Patriots, something like that. But I think when it comes down to it, when it comes dollars to donuts, dollars to football at the end of the day, you're going to see him on the offensive side of the football way more than you see him on the defensive side of the football. Now, having said all that, you might see him in special teams. Like, this guy's a freak athlete, all right? Do we disagree with that? I mean, this guy's a freak athlete. He's the guy I want, okay? Over Abdul Carter, I want him. Now, is he going to be there? Probably not. Everybody's saying Cleveland. Everybody's saying Cleveland. He might go to Cleveland. If he goes to Cleveland, then I'd go with Abdul Carter. But if Hunter's there, I want him regardless of him talking about playing both sides of the football. End of story. I want him. So, and I know, and you're worried about taking catches away from neighbors. Most of the dynamic offenses in football, it works. They find a way to work. As long as they're winning, as long as teams are winning, you never hear these guys clamoring about getting the football. Mostly, you never hear that.
Are we winning? We're not winning.
Well, that's just it. And going back to the whole quarterback thing with Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward or Jackson Dart or Jalen Milroe, and this was going to what Chris was saying before. If Daboll and Shane want to save their ass, they're not drafting a quarterback here for the future. That makes no sense. They have to win now. They have two capable quarterbacks. Now we have two capable quarterbacks, right? I think they're capable. They're going to sling it around. Russell Wilson's a Super Bowl champion. I'm not saying he's great, but at least they're capable. They're going to want to sling the football around the football field. If Daboll and Shane want to save their jobs, it makes no sense for them to be drafting a quarterback in this first round. Makes no sense.
Gash, tell me about Hunter.
Yeah, so for me, I agree. I agree that Hunter is better on the offensive side than the defensive side right now. I do like his instinct though of being a wide receiver, and that helps him at the cornerback as a cornerback, because some of the interceptions, you see a lot of his interceptions, he's peeling off his own coverage, and he's knowing he's actually like going through the progressions for the quarterback. That's what makes him so good on defense. Now, as far as offense goes, I'm with Brian. If Wan'Dale Robinson can get 140 targets, Travis Hunter can get at least half of that. You know what I mean? I think there'll be enough balls being thrown around, but also better quarterback play. To your point, you have Russell Wilson right now. He's going to throw the ball. He's going to push the ball. One thing Brian Daboll keeps on saying, he wants to be able to push the ball, and he has two quarterbacks, Russell Wilson first, Jameis Winston, to a fault sometimes, that will push that ball downfield. So I don't think it would hurt. But for me, if I'm looking at this defense right now, what do I need more? I'm looking at the edge. I have Thibodeau. Okay. I'm looking at the cornerback. I have Tay Banks. Who's more likely going to be here? Who's most likely going to be the bust? Tibbs might be gone next year. If we don't pick up his fifth-year option, he might be gone. If he doesn't perform, we might trade him. Go with Abdul Carter if that's going to be your pick.
If Abdul Carter gets drafted, Kayvon Thibodeau's not wearing a giant uniform after this year. They're not picking up his fifth-year option. It's not happening.
I would agree with that. Absolutely.
No way. And they'll trade him for a second, third-round pick if they can.
I'm ready for your question, Craig. I'm ready for the question.
All right. If they draft Abdul Carter, does he wear number 11? Does Sims give up the 11 or no?
Hell no. Nope. You don't do it. You don't do it.
That's why I like that. Dash doesn't get enough credit. He's got a lot of traditional takes that I dig.
Listen, I'm in my 40s, man. What we talking about? I'm traditional.
Yeah.
Listen,
right.
Yo, he got to earn what it. Well, first of all, I was kind of mad at the neighbors last year, that whole deal. But I will say this though, a retired jersey, if it's older than like 50 years, maybe it's a little bit easier to give it up. But Phil Simms is still too fresh in my mind. I'm a little bit older, too fresh in my mind. Super Bowl quarterback. I'm not doing it. Just think about what these players go through to get that number retired, and we just rip it off the stands and give it to somebody that just got here. I don't like it. That's just me. That's just me.
This is why I'm a Dash fan, because I relate to this guy. All right, because I'll say this now. Well, Dash, here's the question. Second question to that follow-up is, Truth and Chris both thought maybe like they did with Spider Lockhart, you throw a patch on it that says PS11, knowing it's still retired, it's still Sims' number, and you let him wear it, which I thought was cool. But earlier in the show, Scott said, again, I don't think 77 is a number that he would wear, but let him carve out his own legacy. Let's not talk about Lawrence Taylor. Let's not give him Sims' number. I mean, listen, no offense. Gosh, I'm a little bit older than you, but people who don't understand, they only seen Lawrence Taylor on YouTube, don't understand the magnitude of what this dude was. I saw every snap that dude played from the minute he got here to the minute he left. And he's different. Belichick told you he's different. Everyone will tell you he's different. I'm not saying Sims is that guy, but I would love Carter to carve out his own legacy, not wearing Sims's number.
Hey, Craig, you see me on Twitter when he put up that picture of Lawrence Taylor and then the hashtag with the 56. And I'm not even mad at him. I can't be mad at him being confident. I'm mad at the other Giant fans for saying, let him get to 56. I'm like, wait a minute now. We're being insane.
Those are the younger Giant fans. They don't know what's going on. I mean, come on.
Absolutely.
Please. Arguably the best defensive player that's ever played the game.
Not even arguably. He is.
No argument. He's it.
The guy after him, I think, is Reggie White is after him. But
wasn't he speaking of the history of the Giants? Was that the whole? I don't think it was really talking about the number. I think it was like, hey,
he's never
one of the
gonna
greats.
admit it,
I
Chris,
want to
but-
be.
Hey, listen, you can't talk Lawrence Taylor to me about. Nobody can. I don't. I understand homage. Like for him, like I said, I'm not mad at him at all. He posted it. It might have been homage. It might have been him showing some grace. I didn't like the comments underneath it. That's what it was. I was going after the other fans saying,
He
50,
was.
Yeah.
No, he was. Yep.
Like no,
'Cause
no,
I
I'm
was
not.
right there. I just said, look, I don't know what the number would be, right? I don't know what the number would be. But like he can wear any number and then make that and carve his own legacy out in that number. Carl Banks tells you all the time he showed up to get 54. Andy Hedden wore that number. Andy Hedden turned around to Carl and said, 30 grand, then it's yours. Carl Banks looked over at the equipment manager and said, throw me whatever's in the bag, man, because I'm not giving this guy 30 grand. They reached in, threw him 58, story over. So, like, I know marketing is tied to numbers, it's tied to revenue, it's tied to all that stuff, legacy. I'm cool with it all. I'm a big numbers dude. Chris's idea and Truth's idea about the patch would be the only way I could do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that either. I wouldn't do. Plus, I'm sorry. What has he earned? Like, it's not like Juan Soto. It's not Juan Soto and Brett Beatty here. I mean, Juan Soto is going to be a Hall of Fame baseball player. He's coming to the Mets. We're not dealing. He hasn't earned anything yet. He's done nothing on the NFL football field. How is he going to go? How's he going to dome? How's he going to go run around dome one of the best Giant quarterbacks that's ever played for the team? Run around in his number. I don't know. And he shouldn't want to do that. He shouldn't want to.
Yeah, well, you know what, Brian? He's a young guy. He doesn't know the history of Phil Simms and that legacy. And
well,
Phil,
maybe he should learn.
You got it. Well, now that he'll be a Giant, a Giant.
He's
hopefully.
also the Eagles fan too. At the end of the day,
And you
So
know,
Dash. Let me tell you,
don't bring that up.
I saw that, and that hurts, man.
But that's good.
hurt.
That'll hurt even more when he's a Giant to the Eagle fans.
Yeah.
But and also Phil Simms seems like such a humble guy, right? He would probably you could picture Phil saying, "Go ahead, wear it." Just put it in the kitchen in my backyard.
No way.
You don't think
I
Phil
don't think
would?
so.
I know Phil personally.
Yeah, I know.
No way.
Okay.
Phil Simms
Interesting.
Phil
All right,
Simms
this is going
a
to be good.
cocky, confident dude.
Brian,
No
this is
way.
going to get good then. This is going to get
Well,
good.
I worked with Phil when Phil
Yep.
did a spot with us on the Boomer and Valenti show kickoff
Okay.
all year. I worked with him and I got to know his personality. I don't see it.
Okay. Well, it's good then. All right.
Yeah,
Stick
he
to
may
it.
portray himself that way,
Okay.
but I don't believe it. Yeah.
Hey, bro, Chris, turn around. How close are we to starting this thing up over there?
It's 8:02. We're are they on the
Yeah,
clock?
it's show
And
time.
no trade yet. This was a matter. Baldinger put out big trade,
Not yet.
dividend, this and that. We haven't heard anything yet.
It's,
as far as
going to
big
be
trade.
for Genty. It's
Not
going to
a
be
small-
First
somebody
time
who's
since
Genty.
1993 there hasn't been a
Dash,
first round
bite
trade.
Wait. Who's going to trade for Genty?
I think I might. Well, the Jags are picking already at 6, right? So maybe he falls.
Yeah.
Maybe he falls
Yeah.
to them. But I can see if somebody's trading up, if they're not trading up for Carter or Travis Hunter, it's probably
No,
the
the
next
Jags
person
are-
that makes sense is
The
Genty.
Jags are picking
Okay.
at five.
Okay, so they did. He might fall in their laps then.
Oh. Dash, you know I love you, man. I appreciate you hanging out with us. We'll talk soon. One of these days, we got to do something together.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But you guys have a good draft. Happy draft night, and we'll see. It's either going to be a funeral or a celebration.
Listen, yo,
Already a
Whatever.
funeral? They haven't
Whatever.
kicked off yet.
Whatever you do when you're hanging out, with Craig, don't drop the kettle. All right.
Don't drop it.
No. But by the way, everybody under the age of 30, Giants fans, they're going to hate who they draft anyway.
Yeah.
All right, good night, fellas.
All right,
Thanks,
Dash,
Dash.
always a pleasure, my friend. Guys, make sure you follow Dash. He's one of the best Giants fans out there. I got B here. Who do I got in the back? Where's my man Zach? Who do I got in the back? Oh, it's Peace.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
You okay?
The question is, have you caught any fish yet?
No. We got down here kind of late, around 3 o'clock, and I threw a rod in the water for a little bit. Fish weren't really biting, but again, it's early.
All right.
I
Want everybody to
it'll last
know.
about 2 hours.
Want everybody to know. Love Peace been friendly with Peace for years, and it's a tradition now. Now every time we do the show, Chris does it live from the Outer Banks because he's down there fishing, and he sends me these pictures of him with these huge fish. And I'm like, dude, I suck at fishing, but I live vicariously through him because every picture is him with these enormous fish. So make sure you follow Chris on Twitter. He's always got good content on there. Chris, starting off the same thing like I did with Brian and everybody else for the last 2 hours. Who do you want them to draft, and who do you think they're going to draft?
Who I think they'll draft either Carter or Hunter, depending on who's there. Who I want them to draft? I'm borderline dead inside some days.
Spit it out. Come on.
I would love to see Shedeur Sanders, or I even heck trade back and get Mason Graham or something.
Really?
I don't know.
Okay, wait. So you're going quarterback or D-tackle?
This team. If you trade back, I say, would I like Carter? Sure. Would I like Hunter? Sure. If Cam Ward fell in our lap because Tennessee chose, went out of their minds and chose Travis Hunter, and the Browns took Abdul Carter, hey, they haven't made the pick yet, right? So you never know. Do things that happen? No. But I would love, Cam Ward, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I think we're all in the same boat.
So,
we all love Cam Ward.
Yeah, but I still like Shedeur Sanders.
All right. I mean, listen, that's
if he's a Giant, great. If he's not, great. Do I think Shane and Dable will be on the hot seat if they don't draft Sanders? No. And I think this past year kind of proves that they have a bigger leash than we fans think they should have.
Chris, tell Chris, tell the other Chris, Rosa, tell Peace about what we talked about earlier about Sanders and the two quarterbacks and him basically being the third string quarterback.
Well, yeah, I think if the Giants had that first pick, it might be Ward, right, Chris? But the fact that you went ahead and got Russell Wilson after Jameis, because you could have seen Ward and Jameis, as the quarterbacks. But the fact you got Russell Wilson, Jameis, and you're not going to take Sanders and carry 3 when this coaching staff needs to win games right now. So I think it's self-preservation with Hunter or Abdul Carter at 3. And the problem is this team wins 5 games. You're bringing in a whole new regime. That wasn't my guy. Now what do you do? It's a whole nother problem if Sanders wasn't their guy for a new regime, because Dable, bottom line is he's got to win maybe 7, 8 games to keep his job, my opinion.
If he wins 5 games, but 2 of those games against the Eagles and Cowboys, I think he's safe.
That's funny. Yeah, maybe.
If he splits with the Cowboys, splits with the Eagles, I think he's safe.
Well, it depends, Chris, if it's early in the season or late in the season. Sometimes you finish better at the end to keep your job. If they lose 6 in a row at the end, beat the Eagles game 6, I don't know if it matters, right?
If it's not week 18 and the Eagles are sitting everybody, or the Cowboys are sitting everybody because they're already locked into the playoffs. But if it's early or middle of the season before the bye week, and they're 2-2 in the division. And still have to play 2 more games.
I don't know, Chris. If they win 5 games and split the division for whatever reason, but they still win 5 games, I don't know if that's I don't know if that's going to save Dable's job.
We got the Tennessee Titans are now on the clock. Okay. All right, so we are looks like
after Roger Goodell rode out on a bicycle. I was trying to figure that all out too. Did you see that? I mean, he can't.
No, I'm
He
okay.
can't make himself. That guy cannot make himself likable at all. I know he's the commissioner. Nobody likes the commissioner ever. But I mean, he's doing everything possible to make everybody hate him with his bike, waving his hand. I mean, come on.
Brian, you could have produced a better opening than that.
I mean, come on. What is that? What are you doing?
All right, Chris, Peace. I got a trivia question for you. If you can get the
All right.
trivia question right, I'm gonna send you a Lawrence Taylor bobblehead.
Wow, how about that?
All right.
All right, you ready? There is a production company in New York that's going to make a movie about a New York Giants running back. This running back died of cancer, and they are going to make a movie about it. Zach, if you are there, I need you to throw the clock up for 30 seconds on the clock for Mr. Peace to see if he can come up with this answer. One more time, Chris. There is a production company in New York that's going to make a movie about a New York Giants running back who passed away from cancer. Oh, you starting it again. You're getting more time.
Getting 50 seconds.
No, don't Google it. Don't be Googling.
I need this.
I know this one. I got this one.
Oh, I'm glad you have it.
What do you got,
Oh.
Chris? You got what do you think? He gave you 45 seconds there.
I have no idea. It's gonna have to be. Is it someone who's like played in my lifetime?
Yes. Yes, it is. 5 seconds. Come on. Come on, Chris. All right. Answer.
Yep, I'm done.
Sounds like my alarm.
Rascona, do you know who it is?
Yes, I do, but only because I've talked about it already. I already know.
All right. So the answer, Chris, Mr. Peace, is John Tuggle.
83 draft, Mr. Irrelevant.
Yes.
Yeah.
1983, Mr. Irrelevant. John Tuggle died of cancer. They are making a movie about him. Brian, before I let you go, need to know, Abdul Carter gets signed. Oh, wait, we still on the clock? Is it pick in or still go? Oh,
No, which boggles my mind. I can't believe that the first pick. I mean, they take the clock up like this. Just make
Yeah,
it.
they're just
It's a
being
show.
dramatic.
It's for the
God,
advertising.
Yeah, show.
Let's
All right,
go.
Rascona, what do you want them to Sims to give up the number 11 for Abdul Carter?
No, absolutely not. No, I told you that before. No way.
All right.
No way. He's got to earn his stripes. Get your own number. Make your own legacy here. End of story.
All right, what number should he wear?
Whatever the hell number he wants.
Well, he wants 11.
54. 54.
Pick
There you
is
go.
in. The pick is in.
I'll allow Olivier Vernon. There you go. 54.
Olivier Vernon. Andy Hedden, 54.
Yeah. Cam Ward is now off the board. First pick in the draft for 2025.
I do have to say this,
quarterback out of Miami.
Isn't it wild over the last week or week and a half or so how Shadur Sanders, all of a sudden, now people are talking about him going in the second round? I mean, we were talking about him being a top 5 pick, and now
that's
now he's going the second round?
Yeah, B, that's a lot of smoke. That's a lot of smoke.
I agree, but like that's wild, man.
All right, B, I'm gonna let you go, man. I'll catch up with you. I'll see you in the parking lot with the kettle.
Thanks for the invite, guys. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Brian.
Enjoy the draft, and always let's go
Brian.
Giants.
Brian, don't forget to invite me when you're on air next time.
Of course, I always will, buddy.
I get up at like 5 a.m. in the morning to talk to Brian.
That's right, he does on the weekends, on a holiday weekend, might I add.
All right, B. Thanks
guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian.
See you, Brian.
Yep, you got it. See ya.
Let's bring in Mike in the back. Mike is hanging out with us.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, man. What's going on?
So,
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Hey, man. How you doing, Chris?
The pick is in. Cam Ward is officially off the board, which we kind of knew.
What a shocker.
I like it. All right. Probably shouldn't have given away that trivia question. I had 2 trivia questions and no one's got either one of them yet.
I was gonna say I wasn't gonna get that one right.
All right, Mike. So same question that I'm asking everybody. Who do you want them to draft? Who do you think they're going to draft?
I want them to draft Abdul Carter without even thinking twice. And it's the same answer for the other. I want them to go with Abdul Carter. I don't want them to go Sanders. I am not a Sanders fan in any shape, way, or form. You know,
Okay.
Brian saying before that, you know, all the stuff about him being in the second round. When I looked at him, I felt like he was more of a second round pick anyway. So him, you know, them even talking about him being at the, you know, third overall was insane for me to even think. So.
Jags and the Bears are looking to move up. Oh, this is big news.
Oh yeah, everybody's looking to move up to three.
Jaguars
Everyone's-
looking to
oh,
move
yeah.
into the Brown spot to take Hunter. That's the rumor.
Yeah.
So if we get a trade here, is it possible the Giants move back to 5?
No.
No, they
No.
gotta take
No.
Hunter.
Carter's going to be
Or
sitting
two.
right there.
Hunter
for
will be
them.
2. Hunter will go 2 and Carter 3.
Wait, here we go. The commissioner's about to make
That
a
pick was quick, right, guys?
Did you guys see him come out on the bike?
Yeah, only 9 minutes.
He came out on this bike like the Packers do.
Yep.
Oh, is that what it was for?
Yeah.
So I've been to Lambeau and I've actually seen them go from practice. How they do it? Have you ever
Yep.
seen it before?
No, I've seen it on TV. I wish I could go to Lambeau. That's
It
a
is-
dream.
It is so cool, right? So the
Yeah.
practice facilities across the street from Lambeau, right?
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
there's a long, like 300-yard stretch. When they get done with practice, all the kids from the area go there and leave their bikes on the fence.
Oh,
So
yeah.
the Packers players get done with practice. They come into the parking lot. They choose any bike that they want, and then they give their helmet and their shoulder pads to the kid whose bike they're riding. And that kid gets to carry the helmet and the shoulder pads into the facility, and they ride their bike across the street. I have seen some 300-pound men on some
Yeah.
small bikes.
Yeah, I remember when I remember Bijan Raji. Yeah.
The nose tackle. I remember.
I remember him riding it, and he made that bike look real small.
Yep. All right, Chris, what do we got here, buddy? What do we got?
Well,
No,
then
they're
just
still
Cam
short
Ward.
of the
Cam
first
Ward.
round pick.
Yeah,
Right,
they're
we
still
all knew that.
Ward.
To Tennessee, so we're good
I
there.
really wanted Cam Ward, but I kind of gave it up after a while because I knew the Giants were never going to get him. Whoa! Jags move up to the second overall pick. This is
Yep,
getting
is that
crazy.
what that just? Okay, so there we go. That'll
Oh,
be
wow.
hopefully Hunter. Hopefully that's for Travis. Because you know what? Hey, think about this. Trevor Lawrence
Who do
needs
you think the
receivers.
package is?
I
for that?
kept hearing everything about Genty. That's the weird thing about them moving up to 2.
Wow. But you got to think
Well,
Trevor
I
Lawrence
can't
needs some
see
help,
Genty
right?
going too, even though Genty's a stud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That this looks good for Hunter.
They could have got Jetties at 5. They didn't have to move up.
Well, there were so many other things about like even the
What
Bears
is,
trying to move up.
Ian Rappaport's the Browns received the 5th overall pick in the first round, the 36th overall pick in the second round, the 126th overall
Ooh,
pick
in the first.
Wow.
and the first pick in the 26th
Oh, my God.
draft. Wow, that's insane.
That's got to be for
Yeah.
Hunter. Two-way player.
Yeah.
Gotta
has to
be.
Hey, what if it's Carter?
That's what I'm. Well, that's why I think it's
that
all
would
this
be
for Hunter.
crazy too.
I think the Jags need offensive weapons. Now,
Yeah,
with the
Trevor
first
Lawrence,
overall-
man. Jury's out still for him too.
They don't really
In
have much on
exchange,
that
the
side.
Jaguars received the 2nd overall pick in the first round, the 104th overall pick in the 4th round, 200 overall pick in the 6th round. So that is
Wow.
Hey, it's a lot because it's a two-way player, right?
Yeah.
You guys were saying the other day he's better off being a wide receiver. He get paid more.
Yeah, makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Now here's the thing, guys.
Have packages
If-
on defense.
Guys, here's the thing. If Sanders slides and Cleveland likes him, they got extra ammo to go back in the first round and grab him.
Sanders is never going to make it past New Orleans or Pittsburgh.
We don't know about New Orleans. Maybe you don't know that. Pittsburgh. I can give you that
Hey,
one.
Mike.
Yeah.
If the Giants draft Carter, what do you think about him wearing Sims's number? Because I
No.
see Sims behind
Earn
you
it.
there.
No, earn it.
Chris, we're getting bammed. We're getting bashed.
I would only, if Sims gave him the blessing, that would be only thing. He can't just,
Yeah, of course.
So Chris Chris and Truth said they should put a patch on his jersey like the Spider Lockhart.
Yeah, that's
patch.
fine.
It said Phil, yes, for Phil Simms, and then the 11 to know that it was a retired jersey.
I think he still should earn it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's definitely something that's earned. You know, the giving away with when they did it with Neighbors and everything, and they got the respect and all that. Like, yeah, that's nice, whatever. But at the end of the day, he didn't really earn it, even though he'd had a really great season for his rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I hate when they make those little concessions to, something like that. It's like, come on, let the guy earn it. Those guys retire we retire the numbers for a reason.
Mhm.
Like this is not, he's not going to be wearing 56. I know I saw the whole thing on Twitter with him, posting. I thought that was just a hype thing. Get hype. Where you're, I'm coming to New York. Like that's awesome. I hope that's the case. So
Yeah, no, because I think a lot of us are on the same page that, like, especially if it backfires and the guy doesn't do well, you kind of look stupid for unretiring a number.
Yeah, 100%.
Peace.
Yeah.
So if Hunter is, let's say Hunter's not the pick here. Let's say they take Carter. The Giants take Hunter. Do you prefer Hunter to play offense or defense?
I mean, he would be better on offense, overall. And but we don't really, we do need him on offense, but I think it would be on offense. He's a very skilled receiver. I've heard you guys talking about it throughout the night. 30 and 30 is probably his best, split, if anything. And that's being generous, to be honest. I don't know.
How about you, Chris? What do you think?
I was thinking 20-20 split, and maybe a couple special teams in there. Could he do, both ways? He did it in college, but college is an NFL. And he's going against, a better level of player than he did in college.
Oh, 100%.
Not to mention how much time he's going to spend in one meeting room versus, the offensive reading room versus, the defensive reading rooms.
Chris, here's my fear.
It's a lot there to think about.
If you draft Hunter and you play him both ways and he gets hurt, now you lost a wide receiver and a DB.
Oh, 100%.
But I wouldn't have him be out there as my quarterback one. Yeah, you got Paulson Bieber for that.
Yeah, I think Adebo is a really good signing too.
So
that's another guy with question marks about injuries.
Yeah.
Yep. Chris,
He's
what
a
do we
big
got
injury.
here?
Here goes. The pick is in.
Yeah, I was gonna say I saw him walking a second ago.
Here we go.
Boy, we are like this.
This is crazy talk right now.
Hey, Dick, for this one.
Chris, you're ahead, about 5 seconds ahead of me with your TV.
Yeah.
All right. Well, pay attention. Here we go.
I have mine going right here. Let's see.
All right, with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select
Mason Graham. No.
Jaguars on the clock. This better be Travis Hunter. Jags fans are celebrating.
Everybody, come on now.
And also, too, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it.
Oh, come on.
Use your platform to make your
Let's make the pick.
Yeah, what's he talking about there?
He won Walter Payton Man of the Year, so it's,
okay, all right.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I'm a huge Walter Payton fan. It's not the time.
Separate show.
He's allowing Joe Shane to get off the phone.
Yeah, right?
2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter.
Yes. All right. There we go. It's set
All right,
up.
that's good.
All right,
Everything's
guys,
okay.
we're going to see what happens now.
The New York Giants are on the clock.
Is it going to be the obvious or are we going to get shocked?
Yep.
I hope
he is
I don't
going
want to
Jack.
be shocked.
Yeah, exactly. No shocking, fans. All right, so the Giants now are on the clock. Let's see what the clueless Joe can pull off. Let's go, Joe.
Wow.
Clueless Joe. Come on.
Who is Joe from To Paul You?
Just don't overthink this.
No,
Please.
just put the card in
Yeah.
for Carter and walk. Just
Yeah,
run.
I'm surprised right now that the card's not already on the podium.
It should be.
Should be at the airport right now.
Yeah.
You got to call. You got to make the phone call first.
Yeah, because Carter's not there, is he?
I don't
Yeah,
remember
I don't
if
think
he's
so.
there or not.
Yeah.
I think
Chris, Rosa, is Travis Hunter there?
Hunter's
No.
there. I don't know about Carter. Carter should be there. Why
Hold
wouldn't
on.
he be? Right? He's got to be there.
Let me look up.
Well,
the list.
a couple guys didn't go.
I thought,
Right,
I thought all the Colorado boys would stay at home, but apparently not.
Yeah.
By the way, that kind of turned. I know maybe I'm a little old school, get off my lawn, but that kind of rubbed me wrong that Dion told those boys to stay home.
Yeah. Stay out of it.
Really?
I like when they get a chance to go, but I understand Green Bay's not sexy.
Lock that door.
You know.
They really told him to stay home? That's ridiculous.
Well, that was what the conversation was. That Dion said, "Hey, stay home with your friends and family."
And he is something.
Again, that's what the press said.
So, guys, let me ask you a question. Do you think if you were the GM of Cleveland, would you have done that with that package traded back?
Dude, they got a lot of picks, dude. That's a lot.
I know. I'm just wondering what these guys think. With Mike and
No, I mean honestly, it's not a bad grab for them. I mean, they get an extra pick next year, which is nice for the first round. They're getting it from Jacksonville, who's probably not going to go, crazy. They're not winning, 6 games or more, so they're going to be in the bottom half. I don't think that's a horrible trade for them to make at all. If they're willing to get rid of it, then who are they targeting is my question.
Right.
Are they going? What are they going with that?
Did they sign Chubb?
No, Chubb is not signed yet.
So maybe they're going to grab Genty at whatever what did they trade back? 5?
Yeah, that's actually not a bad thought. I mean, yeah, maybe.
And then you got pick 33 and pick 36
I'm just thinking,
too.
Chris,
Yeah.
Chris, you like Genty, right? I mean, everybody likes Genty.
Yeah. I mean, he's big, powerful running back. Yeah.
Peace. When you hitting the turf tomorrow morning? You getting out and fishing tomorrow
Oh,
morning?
yeah. I should probably be on the stand probably by 9 o'clock at the absolute latest.
All right. I love it, man. Every year it's like tradition. We get Peace from the Outer Banks fishing. So all right, let me ask you guys this.
Sure.
If Carter is the pick, right? And Carter is the pick, are you guys in favor of Thibodeau not getting picked up? Like just because we've been Rosa.
Yeah.
You also said the same thing, is that they don't have to pick up now.
Yeah,
option,
no, but you
right?
pick up the option, get him for another year. I mean, why not go with this pass rush? You got him for one more year, and it is coming out now. Sources are saying that it is going to be Carter at 3.
Good.
So who's
and
leaking that?
Stapleton.
And also with Thibodeau, if he does well, it enhances his trade value.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
You
the
can never
Giants
have
win
enough.
5 games, you could trade him, right? You could trade him next
Look
year.
how
if you have
quickly
him.
the Giants pick is in, guys. It's interesting.
Yeah. Well, they also held that for like a good 10 minutes on the pick is in for the Jaguars, and it just kept. I kept watching, and I'm like, is it changing anytime soon? But no, I honestly, I mean, you can never have enough pass rushers, and it's good to just sub out, and it's good to have different packages to keep moving them around. We saw that with the Philly, with Eagles. The Eagles do it all the time.
Yeah, and we know with this team, right, Mike? The Giants have injuries all over the place. You're
Oh,
gonna
well, that
need 'em.
too. Yeah.
The one thing I do like about Carter is that he can play off-ball linebacker. He can play the edge.
You can.
Yep. And
You can
Chris,
mix and match.
And Peace, we talked about this too. Like Bobby Okereke's got a bad back. If he doesn't come back strong, McFadden can slide over, and
I love McFadden.
And you can put you can put Carter in that weak spot to blitz the A gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, love Micah. Friend of the show.
All right, so it looks like McFadden's always been good to us, since he's been a rookie. So it says the pick is in, and I see Kurt Warner. I think Jason Sehorn was supposed to make the announcement here. I do have a
second rounds he was doing.
No, he's in round two.
My bad. I jumped the gun.
No problem.
I saw
But
that.
yeah,
and I was
so
happy.
Carter definitely has a higher ceiling playing outside because he only did it for 1 year. But he can definitely, as we played the clip twice already, McFadden says,
Here we go, guys.
Guys in space. All right, the Giants.
Here we go, Carter. All right.
Wait, I didn't hear it.
No, I didn't do
Wait,
it.
that's it?
We got it.
All right.
We got it. Nice.
All right.
Let's go.
Good move.
Thank God.
Good move. Good move.
Oh, so happy
I
right
don't
now.
hate the pick.
Now the question is what are we gonna do next?
All right, that's a good question. What do you guys want to do? What do you want to do?
I would love to grab Jackson Dart late, in the 20s. But everything I keep hearing, there's been so many conflicting reports about where he might go and what's going to happen.
Right.
I heard the Saints might take him at 9. That he won't fall past 9. I heard the Saints want to drop back. Like there's so many different things that could happen at that point, and I don't want them trading, back up into the 9th round or the 9th overall pick. I wouldn't like that. But
let me ask you guys a question, and this is hypothetically: is there any shot, percentage-wise, that Dart goes before Sanders?
Oh yeah, I think so.
There's a chance, but listen, you guys know I'm a Dart guy and an Ole Miss guy. I still think that Sanders is the safer pick.
He looks happy with that Giants hat on.
As he should.
Plus the paycheck, plus the money that comes with it. Number 3.
Oh yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's go.
The thing I'm happiest about is that it was not Ashton Genty at 3.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I heard stories of that too.
Yeah. They pick a running back at 3. We got problems.
You know what though? Listen, I got to tell you, thank God for the Cleveland Browns. Thank God
Right.
they're ahead of us in 2 rounds because I think they're gonna screw up in the 2nd round and we're gonna get a good player in round
There
2.
you go. My dad's going nuts right now. He wanted Carter's dad.
There's no way you can't get a good player at 34.
Oh, we're gonna get somebody who might fall out of the 1st round. Projected 1st rounder.
I still think we're going to move up. I really do. I think
You
we're
do?
going to move up.
I will say
There's
this.
a lot of talk about it.
Yeah, agreed. I'll say this to you guys, and you guys can jump in here. Here's the thing. Chris Rosa will tell you, we talk about this every Monday, is that the Giants have to win games.
Yep.
These cats are getting fired if they don't win 7-8 games, right? Yeah. So you need impact players. If any time in the clueless Joe Shane, regime, if he doesn't go for it now, he's never going to go for it. Yep. You have to find as many impact players that you can put on the field right now, and you have to win now. So now you've got a good enough QB with Russell Wilson. You got a stud wide receiver. Now you've got an all-world, linebacker that goes with Dexter and Burns. You signed the Debo and Holland, right? Like right now, why be conservative? Like make a move either for the backup quarterback or go get your day 1 starter defensive tackle. There's really not a lot of room to play with. You need it if you're gonna get Milrow or you're gonna get Dart, fine. But you really do need a guy that's going to make an impact. What's that?
The Tyreek Williams be sitting there at 34.
You think
Tyreek
so?
Williams, yeah. Good player.
Yeah.
Good player. So is the kid Darius Alexander. Another good player. Hey, guys, let me ask you a question. With 3 picks in round 2, give me your perfect scenario for the Giants.
As long as there's a D tackle in there, Truth, that's all I care about.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not against that.
If you double up on D-tack, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
I would
I think
definitely.
they're gonna get one in day 2 easily.
Craig and guys, you're talking about numbers, Craig. Here's an idea for you. When LeVar Arrington was at Washington, he wore 56. Obviously, Carter can't wear 56. But when Arrington played for the Giants for a short time, he was 55, and we called him Mr. Nichols. We were for a short time. So how about 55 for Carter?
I don't hate that.
I like that. I like it.
Gets the Penn State connection with Arrington, keeps it out of the 11, and old school 50s. There we go.
I like that. And he wore 11 at Penn, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Zach, do you still have that, Zach? What number the Abdul Carter thing that you threw on the screen, Zach? That said what number? There it is. Abdul Carter wore 11 for Penn State and during high school at LaSalle High School in PA. So this cat has been wearing 11 pretty much for the last 7-8 years of his life.
I get it.
And listen, I mean, you can get crazy with it. He wore 11, maybe he wears 22, right? You know, maybe he wears like, you know, maybe he wears 44. He goes like, you know, just double numbers, you know?
Yeah. Maybe it's just a double number thing.
Yep.
But Abdul Carter is day 1 starter. So, truth, I think the New York Giants at this point have to have another impact player, right? So if you trade back and get Dart, that's fine, right? That's fine. But you have to come away with a D tackle by the 3rd round.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They got 3 picks on day 2. There are a wealth of D tackles on day 2 that are going to be plug and play. So they're going to be fine. And I know you guys have your favorites. Chris mentioned William Williams, who's an outstanding defensive tackle at Ohio State. The guy can play. So I think absolutely you're going to see a defensive tackle's name called on day 2.
So Chris Peace, let me ask you this. This came out today. I'm going to throw it on the screen for you, Chris Peace. This came out today that there were 2 executives. One of them was an assistant coach. One of them was a head coach. One of them was Brian Dable, said he didn't like the interview with Sanders. You put any stock in that, or is that smoke to you?
Yeah. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah.
He may not like the interview. He may have not liked the chalkboard work. Who knows?
I was
it's hard to say.
I was shocked that it had came out that the one was anonymous, said that he was entitled and he didn't like it. Right. And then Dable just did the information that came out today just was that Dable and him didn't have a great interview. Which again I was kind of curious about because they've seen him 20 times. How could they have a bad interview with him?
I was going to say that. It makes no sense when they seem so chummy on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. Well, remember Brandon Brown saw him almost every game.
Yep.
Shane saw him a bunch. So the front office was in love with Shedeur until the coaching staff got involved.
Okay.
So let me ask you guys something.
That's a great point.
Chris, let me ask you and Mike. Do you think they saw Shedeur Sanders a lot because they loved him, they kept on wanting to see him, or they weren't sure they had to keep seeing him to find something they liked about him?
I think they liked what they saw, but they didn't love what they saw. They kept on trying to go back and see something more.
I think the pick is in here. Patriots. Hang on. What we got?
Will Campbell.
Oh, okay, that makes.
I'm going to guess. No, I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing.
Campbell.
Yep. Will Campbell. Yep.
That makes 100%. Like that. That is something they should have done.
Yep. You got your quarterback. You protect them now.
Yep.
That dude's nasty. I think that's a good pick for them.
Yeah. He's a good player. That's a good pick for them.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So who's on the clock, Chris Rosa?
Cleveland
Browns.
Cleveland. Watch, they're going to trade back again.
I was
Watch.
gonna say this is gonna be watch it be draft day, and they like just keep jumping around and grabbing things.
Hey, wasn't that Cleveland? Yeah, Cleveland was that, right? Kevin Costner, you're right.
Yeah. Oh, it's a great movie. I watch it every when I watch it either the Wednesday or the Thursday of the draft. I always watch it.
I mean, they brought Joe Flacco back. Deshaun Watson's going to be out of the picture. Could it be Sanders here, right?
Hey, man.
No, listen, you know what? It
A
makes
lot of people have
of
said that.
Who said that just now?
Makes a
A
lot
lot of people
of
said that.
Who just said that? Was that you, Mike?
Dion said he didn't want him
Was
to
that-
play there. I thought.
That Nails. That said
What
that.
happened?
Who just
Yeah.
said that it could be Sanders?
Well, I'm just taking a guess here. If they, they really still don't have a quarterback, right?
Yeah. I mean, they
Yeah,
have
I don't think they get
Watson that's banged up. They have what is it? No, is Pickett there now? Kenny Pickett?
No, yeah.
Well, couldn't they go Genti too? I mean, that's
Kenny
okay.
Pickett and Flacco. Kenny Pickett and
Flacco too. Yeah.
This is starting to feel like Sanders here.
Or
What do
they
you
could
think?
get a Graham to line up to get in there with Myles Garrett.
I
Yeah,
don't know if you could.
I was going to say
go to war with Pickett.
I mean, the Cleveland fan base, right? To create a spark, Sanders creates it.
Yeah.
And you know what? Stefanski's on the hot seat. He may not make it.
Well, they
Imagine
were
that, Deion
talking
Sanders.
about it. They were talking about Sanders possibly them taking him like at the back end of the first. Maybe they did this just to get a little more value for him and get something for it. Maybe.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see who they
Will
pick
be.
now.
Raiders will be happy as hell if Genti falls though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to be it's going to be exciting to see what happens after this because the other teams like Chicago keeps saying that they keep wanting to move up in the top, the top 5. So this is, one of those things where maybe they come up again and maybe Cleveland drops again and maybe they're just trying to rack up draft capital.
That would be something. Cleveland trades.
I do want to highlight. I jumped into the chat to see who was in there talking. I do want to draw attention to one of the OGs that told me that he was boycotting us. We do have a real Cold G sighting. I just want everyone to know that Cold is here, and we are.
There he is. Oh,
there he is.
Cold is here. I know it's probably somebody's like maybe just impersonating him, or someone has like had him bound and tied, gagged or something, because he told me he was boycotting us. So Cold, thank you for blessing us with your presence. Definitely good to see Kelly's in the house. You guys, look, Abdul Carter, regardless of what number he wears, he is going to make an instant impact. He's a day one starter.
100%.
The Giants definitely right here go D tackle, in second round tomorrow. I think we're all in agreement that Carter makes an impact and the Giants need more impact players. The question I have for Mike and Chris, Mike, I'll start with you, is realistically, does it make better sense to draft a defensive tackle because he's a day one starter, or does it make better sense here to grab a shock or a dart because I think Sanders is going to go. I don't think Sanders is going to be around. Does it make sense to get the quarterback and trade for him?
I would like it. I mean, using 34 and 99 in the middle of the second, the bottom half of 20, hopefully, that we can grab Dart and go there. I'd be more than happy with that. And then using that 64th pick on a D tackle, that would be fantastic. We get everything we need right there. Getting a D tackle at 34, I don't think is going to be the case. I think if anything, it's going to be in the later rounds. Mike was saying before that they can get one, but I think there's so many that they can actually wait on it. And there's going to be plenty of options available that it can fill the void a little bit later in the round, especially in those picks.
How about you, Peace? What do you think?
Give me a D tackle at 34. Give me a D tackle at 65. Give me Will Howard at 99 or 105. If he can stomach that.
I'm
Chris,
sorry.
Chris, give me Chris. Give me Brian. Give me Chris. Then Will Howard. I think people are really misjudging Will Howard.
Okay, here we go. Picks in, guys.
I like Kyle
Hey,
McCord a little bit more.
Craig, I see you in the back there. I'm going to get you in a second. Pick is in.
Mason Graham, huh?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, we kind of thought that might be a pick.
No, I really thought he was going to go there. All right. Peace, before I let you go here, I am shocked that you went Howard only because he gets.
I'm a K-State fan.
Oh, all right. Never mind. Never
No,
mind.
he's better than you think he is. You think he
No,
is?
listen,
He is.
I'm not hating on Howard.
6'4", 240 pounds, can run. He has that. He has that. Josh Allen.
He's got good. He's got quiet feet in the pocket.
Yeah, he's got tree trunks for legs, not little spindly little things like Daniel.
All right. Well, peace. You know I love you, man. I always appreciate you hanging out with us. Good luck fishing.
Thanks, Chris.
Days. I hope you
guys.
You know, send some pictures. It's tradition now that you send me some
Absolutely
big ass fish.
I'll do my best.
All right, Chris. Good luck, my friend. Always a pleasure.
Hey, Chris.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let me bring in Craig, another Craig, because he's been hanging out in the back.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine, Craig.
Are you sure
Well,
you
that's not really saying much.
You're
Though.
always,
Come on.
All right, let's bring in Craig, the other Craig. What's up?
Hey,
There
how
he
you guys
is.
doing?
Craig, perfect timing, man. Perfect timing.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Good. I mean, I'm happy as hell with the pick, because there was a lot of talk they were going to try to trade down, and I thought they were going to try to trade down to get Jackson Dart, like at a lower pick, and give up Abdul Carter, which I thought would have been a big mistake.
Yeah,
Agreed.
I didn't think they would trade back. I really didn't.
Yeah, look,
I mean, a lot of people, they all the pundits out there, everybody thinks they know everything, but
Listen, I watch a lot of Ole Miss football. I've been watching Dart since he transferred from USC. I knew there was no shot that they were again, he's a nice quarterback. There's, I think Dable can definitely work with him, but he's not a pick at 3. Like he doesn't fit that slot, especially when you're looking at somebody like Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. Here's the question, Craig, that we've been talking about, for the last 2 hours. Thanks for hanging out with us, by the way. Appreciate, you supporting the podcast. The question is, now you have Abdul Carter in the room. The first question I have for you is, does Phil Simms cave and relinquish the number 11 for Abdul Carter to wear? That's my first question.
That's a hard one. I don't think he will. I don't think he will. Even though he's a giant true, I don't think he would want to give that up.
All right, I like that. Mike, before I let you go,
sure.
Tell me now, is this a opportunity to use Thibodeau in a trade right now to come back in the first round? Or is this basically, hey, Tibbs, get your act in order, your ass in gear. We're going to pick up your 5th-year option, but you're not getting a new contract unless I see, unless you have your breakout year. Is it one or two of those things?
I mean, honestly, if they want to go up to 9, I think that's the only way they're going to be able to do that, and to involve, picks involved with that as well. They're probably going to have to use 34 and 64, right?
65.
And then
65.
So they're going to have to use those 2 picks and, Thibodeau to be able to do something like that, to jump up at 9, if that's the case. I don't want that to be the case, to be quite honest. I would rather have Thibodeau and keep him, and basically said what you did, where get your ass to get your act together so that we can use you and be effective and be a really strong defense. Any team can be great with a great defense, and even with a weaker offense, you can defense wins championships. Last time I checked, in a lot of situations. So we need to keep him around, if for one way or another.
All right, I appreciate that take, my friend. Always a pleasure. Appreciate the support you show, Rush. We'll definitely have you back. I'm sure I'll talk to you on Twitter like we normally do during
Always.
the week. We always go at it. But listen, I always appreciate everybody who follows the channel, downloads the podcast.
Oh, of course.
If for any of you new folks out there, the podcast is live every Monday at 7:30 on YouTube and Twitter. But we interview, for all you cats out there that are new here, we interview players once a month. We interview from Kurt Warner to Micah McFadden to Bellinger to Belton, to Carl Banks, David Wilson, David
Raiders
Deal.
are in.
Yeah, we do all these guys. So if you ever have a player that you really like, I'm sure he's in the library. Just go to the YouTube channel. You can download it. Rozo, who's on the clock?
Yeah, so the Raiders
went
just took
Genti.
Gente. Yep, they just took a running back. Yep.
On and off the clock and take Genti, who's by far the best running back in the draft. Very high to go for a running back, but he's definitely a difference maker. It's going to do wonders, again, depending on how you look at the running back position, but that's true Raider form to pick a running back at 6, no doubt.
I got a quick question for everyone.
Yeah.
Go, Mike.
And by the way, Pete Carroll, Marshawn
I got to
Lynch.
bring Elliott in. Yep.
Later, guys.
Thanks,
All right,
Mike.
Mike, appreciate you, buddy.
Take care.
Take care.
All right, Zach, pump me in. I think Elliott's in the background. Elliott's also like Elliott. What's up, Elliott? You're on mute, my friend. There you are.
You guys enjoying it so far?
Yes, very good. What's up, Elliott?
Abdul Carter.
Other than the trade, it's expected, yeah.
I mean, you know what? I never was worried about that. I thought, even like the last day or two where you started to hear the rumors, but my opinion, he's the best player in the draft. Not even close.
I will tell you this. So I have a friend of mine. I'll use the word friend loosely, but he's a Patriot season ticket holder. He lives up there in Boston, and he sends me a text and he goes, "You're drafting Sanders, right?" And I said, "Is that you wishing that on me, or are you asking me a real question?" He said, "Wishing that on you because Carter's the real prize." So, as a diehard Patriot fan who's a season ticket holder, I have to kind of lean on his expertise that a lot of people think Carter was the prize of the draft. I mean, outside of Ward being the best quarterback, Carter having the biggest upside.
Yes. I loved Ward as a prospect, and I'm a U guy, but I still don't think he was worth number one over possibly a generational pass rusher. Just what I saw from him this year in the college playoff, he's probably the best edge I've seen since Garrett.
Yeah. I don't know. Hutchinson was pretty damn good.
Different.
Yeah.
I mean, Hutchinson was a true 4-3 end and wasn't like the absolute freak athlete who could spy and do everything.
Yep, no doubt. Well, let me ask you this. I just asked Craig this. So Carter's in-house. We played a clip before. I don't want to bore you guys and play with it again, but we had asked McFadden about Bowen's defense and Wink's defense, and there's a clip that we can play a little bit later, him going through it. The biggest question for us fans, because we like to have fun with this stuff, I asked Chris Rosa, my Chris here, and Truth this question is, Elliott, do we let Carter, does Phil Simms cave and let Carter wear the 11? And when I asked my guys that, they said, you know what? If Phil's cool with giving it up, fine, but maybe at a minimum wear a patch, like the Spider Lockhart patch, where it's, it said PS for Phil Simms and the 11, just to honor Phil Simms wearing that jersey. Want to kind of toss it to you on what your thoughts are about Abdul Carter wearing 11.
I think it all depends on what Phil wants. I don't think it's, these guys are such creatures of habit. So if it makes a big deal and Simms doesn't have a problem with it, the patch is a great thing. I think he's going to ball out no matter what he does.
Yep. Chris Rosa. who's on the clock right now?
The Jets.
Jets.
The Jets. Yep.
Tyler Warren.
I was going to say the Jets are going to go tight end here and pick my right.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
that's
think
the
so.
best
that
player
makes-
available.
Isn't
He is.
Membu still on the board?
Ahmed Membu,
I
yeah.
believe so,
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
wouldn't this be
Could be
totally
him.
jet move to take Sanders? Not that they're going to, but it would.
It could
this
be
would be a
him.
total jet move, but not under Aaron Glenn. Under other regimes, I could see it, but this would be a Woody
Yeah.
Johnson type move, right? Even with Fields.
Genti just went. Mason Graham just went. So now you're looking if you're going BPA.
I think it's going to be either Tyler Warren or Ahmad Marbu in Missouri.
Warren, I mean, again, the quarterback spot's a little awkward there, but Warren is definitely a gamer. Craig, let me ask you a question here about where the Giants go from here. Craig, do you think it's worth trading back into the first round and grabbing a Sanders or grabbing a Dart? Or do you, I mean, the consensus has been like the defensive tackle position's really deep in the draft. Mason Graham's off the board, but that's okay. There's 20 more of them that are great. Craig, do you want to see the Giants? Because for me personally, Dexter Lawrence needs a guy next to him. And so we stop the run. There are 20, and Truth would know this better than me. Truth, how many Truth did we have this year? D tackles.
Yeah, like you called it, the 20. There's at least 20 guys who could come and play. At least a dozen could plug and play first day.
So knowing Craig, knowing Mike does all our draft stuff. On Wednesday, we do another show called Rush Hour. Mike does all the drafting. So I always lean on Mike for this stuff. What's your thought, Craig, on coming back or D-tackle?
My thought is this, and obviously you know more about Dart than I do, but I look back and obviously, hindsight is 2020, but each year I wanted the Giants to draft Josh Allen, and we did it. I wanted them to draft Patrick Mahomes, and we did it. Now, would they turn out to be those people if they came to the Giants? We don't know that because they might have screwed them up. You know what I mean? So, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah, sure, 100%.
But I look at Jackson Dart, and he has measurables that you can't teach. He's a big guy, he's got a strong arm, and he needs work. And like you said, Dable could probably work with him. Now, I don't, for whatever reason, he seems to have jumped up on everybody's board for a quarterback. So,
hey, Craig.
Yeah.
Craig, hold that thought. Jets pick is in. I'm gonna turn the mic right back to you in a second, Craig. The Jets are on the clock and the pick is in. That does not look like Warren.
Took the tackle.
Warren is
that's Ahmad Mamu, right?
Yeah.
Mamu?
Yep.
That's a good pick for the Jets.
Oh,
that's a
very
smart
good
pick.
Yeah, either one of those guys they could be happy with.
It's a deep tight end draft.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Warren helps them out, but I think this is just as good as a pick.
Well, they got to keep the quarterback upright, which they haven't been able to do. So,
yeah, this is a good pick for them. All right, Craig, go ahead. Finish what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Anyway, Jackson Dart, I don't think he would last till the Giants, to 34, because I think Cleveland will take him, because they obviously need a quarterback because of the circumstances. Now, I don't know. They traded with what was Jacksonville? They're up now.
Oh, it's done. Yeah, they picked
Carolina's up next.
So they traded.
Cleveland already did the pick because I missed it because I was on here.
Yeah. They picked Mason Graham.
Oh, okay. So they got a D tackle to help Miles out. So that's good. But so they'll probably take a quarterback because they got the first pick of the second round, don't they?
Yeah. They're gonna. I would think Sanders
now.
They're not going to take a quarterback. They're going to wait. They have 2 first-round picks next year.
Oh, you think they'll wait till next year to get a better pick? That's probably, you're probably right about that. So I don't know. Maybe the Giants can take a crapshoot because if the Steelers don't pick them, okay, unless somebody jumps up there, then the Giants will have the pick of Sanders or him, and I hope it would be him because I don't want Sanders.
Well, you got to watch the New Orleans right now, right, with Derek Carr's situation.
Yeah, well, I'm saying New Orleans, but there's a lot of talk that New Orleans, I don't know, it could be all posturing, but I heard what's his name? What is it? Mickey Loomis? Is that who their GM is?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said today, like, I'm not letting Derek Carr's injury dictate what I'm doing. I'm picking the best available player. Well, that isn't Sanders, and it's not Dart. So,
Well, it could be a smoke screen too by saying that too.
well, that's what I'm saying. It could
Yeah.
be, but if he's not lying, and they're a mess. They don't have any money,
No.
and they need so much help that Dart or Sanders isn't going to win them games right off the bat. So
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to do that.
Okay.
And the Steelers are different. Now the Steelers, I don't know. Are they going to wait around for Aaron Rodgers and unless he made a deal with them already and just said, I'm coming, but just wait for me.
Yeah.
I don't know, but
Could be, yeah.
they still need somebody because how long can he play? Another year, maybe, if he even lasts this year. But so the Steelers would be the other one, and I think they would go probably for Sanders over Dart just because of the readiness of it. But with the
you
Giants,
think Dart will be there in round 2, Craig? Right?
what?
You think Dart will be there?
I
in
think
round
he
2?
has a chance to be there. If you're saying what you said, I didn't even think about the situation because Cleveland traded number 2, and I came here and I just saw that I was a little shocked that happened. But you're right; they'll have 2 number 1s next year, so they can maneuver to get the top pick if they really want, whoever the best quarterback is next year.
Well, here's what I can tell you. I already said this before. I think Elliot, you and I are Dart guys. I know. I'm pretty sure if I remember, you and I have talked about Dart.
Yes.
So my kid turned me on to Dart when he transferred from USC, right? I can easily tell you, like, that he has flaws. The issue that I think people are leaving out is like the comp. I think is completely wrong when I watch these pundits talk about it, as you called him, right?
Yep.
He is a bigger Baker Mayfield. Okay, he plays like Baker with a chip on his shoulder, right? He can throw tight windows, so he forces tight windows, even when he shouldn't, right? But the thing about Dart, which is interesting to me, is the first thing is he's an SEC quarterback. He has played the best competition out there. He's been a leader and a starter for 3 years. I got his stats here so people can realize he threw for 12,000 yards and he threw for 81 touchdowns. So I think that he's a leader of men. I think he can get it done, but he has flaws, and I blame it on Kiffin because Kiffin didn't clean up his act. His footwork's not great. As we all know, Kiffin's offense is this one read type of throw. I don't think that's the quarterback's issue. I think that's him playing in that system. But he threw for 12,000 yards. You can't throw 12,000 yards with one read. You just don't throw that many yards with a one read. But Dart's a guy who's got to sit. He's got to sit and he's got to learn.
Bingo.
Again, I think he's like I said, he plays more on with it. He throws really well on the run. He's got a good arm. He's tough. He can lead. The 3 years of experience means a lot to me because some of these guys have only started for a year. So, but I don't. My fear is I really love getting a D tackle. I don't know. You're going to give up a lot to come back and get him.
I don't think you're going to give up as much as you think.
Yeah, and the talk was to trade. See, I think they're going to wait till the Steelers because the talk was that they're going to trade with Minnesota because evidently Minnesota only has 4 picks.
Yeah,
and they said they won't have to sell the house to go to Minnesota because if they can give their second, and then they got a couple thirds, and maybe like a 7th. They can do that and maybe get there. They shouldn't have to give up a number 1 for next year. I wouldn't do that. So I don't think they'll do that. And Minnesota might take that because they need picks.
They're actually reported yesterday that they were talking to Washington at 29.
Okay.
That's actually going up to Minnesota was my first place that I thought they would go. But just look at the board. The only place where it gets tricky is if New Orleans is thinking about trading back in, and who are they trading back in for? Are they trading back in for Sanders or are they trading back in for Dart? that's
Elliot, hold that thought for a second. Elliot, Rosa, Chris, who just went off the board?
McMillan, the receiver out of Arizona.
So
that's a
McMillan, the
surprise.
first wide receiver off the board,
Give
and he went
another
to where?
weapon.
Carolina.
Yep.
Yep.
So there you go. Your first wide receiver's off the board. McMillan, he is going to Carolina with Bryce Young. So he's got himself a nice young dynamic target to throw to. That's not a bad idea for them because they can use offense. There's no doubt about it. Go ahead, Elliot. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, no, it's all good. But it's the question is what's New Orleans really doing? But the problem with New Orleans is also supposedly they really like their quarterback coach's son, who's Nussmeier, who's in next year's draft. And
I like Nussmeier.
And they are a cap mess. I mean, I would actually expect the Saints to take one of the O tackles here, was it
Banks?
because they didn't pick up what was the tackle Penning's 5th-year option this week.
Yep.
So it's like it's all a question of what happens, and I think you start. I think you're going to see them reach out to teams and say if someone's offering you, if New Orleans is offering you to trade in, especially.
Don, I see you in the back. I'm going to get you in a sec. Sorry, go ahead, Elliot.
No, New Orleans. If New Orleans is trying to trade in for those last 8 picks in the end of the first round, call us and we'll beat the offer if they like Dart that much. But they also. And I know you don't hold this opinion. I also think they like Dart and Milroe. Milroe has that next athleticism, but he's, we say Dart's a project. Milroe is a huge project.
Yeah, I take a lot of crap for that, and it's not a knock on him. I just wish he had stayed in school because I mean it comes down to one thing, Elliot. I think you and I have actually agreed on this a couple times because you and I talk on a regular basis. At one point in the season, toward the end of the college season, Milroe had, and I know I lean on this stat all the time, I don't want him to be used as a Tyson Hill guy. I don't want him to be what's the word? What's the word?
Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, I don't want him to be that.
right.
But if he had stayed in school, because at one point at the end of the season, he had 44%, ready? 44% less attempts than 40 other NCAA quarterbacks. That means Tulane and the kid from Central Michigan, they're all throwing the ball more than him. I think he just needs more experience throwing the ball instead of making him like a sideshow. Let the kid just groom. I think he got bad advice with Milroe because now he becomes a project. Craig, before I let you go, were you on when I asked the question about the Giants movie?
No.
Okay. You sure?
Yes.
All right. Here we go.
Look.
I'm gonna bring John.
Get a
John
trusting
patiently waits.
face.
All right. Don't cheat on me, Craig. Here we go. There is a production company in New York that is going to make a movie about a New York Giants running back who died of cancer. Do you know who that running back is? And who they're making? If you know, I am going to send you this Lawrence Taylor bobblehead that you can put in that nice cabinet behind you. So the question is, again, there's a production company in New York about to make a movie about a New York Giants running back who died of cancer. Do you know who the running back is?
I remember that happening, but I cannot remember his name for the life.
All right. I can't tell you the answer because I got to use it again with Elliot and John. Now,
Okay.
John's probably on his Google looking it up ahead of
I
time.
know.
Yeah.
All right. He's saying no. I can see him in the green room. He's got his hands up. He's like, not me. I'm not doing. Like he can't speak into his phone without his hands. Right. All right. So Craig, thanks for hanging out with us.
No
Always
problem.
appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Craig. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Thanks for having me. All right, Chris. Take
Awesome,
care.
man. Thanks, man.
Take care.
Great
We're
job.
here every Monday, Craig. Every
Yep.
Monday.
No,
we're
I
here.
catch you guys a lot. So
Thanks.
thank
And
you.
then, yep, and we're on
Appreciate it.
Spotify and Pandora too, so you guys can get us there too. All right, Craig.
Alrighty,
Thanks,
take
buddy.
care.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks, Craig.
All right, Zach, bring in John. He's been patient too, waiting in the background. And I'm going to ask Elliot and John this same question, but Elliot's probably Googling it right now because he looks like he's up to something.
I know that I don't know the name. Was it Tuggle?
You got it.
It is.
Nice
There
job.
you go.
Nice job.
See that? You didn't even give John a chance. Now, all right, Elliot, DM me your address because I'm going to send you this bobblehead.
Okay, cool.
All right. I do have a trivia question for you, though, John.
I'll probably get it wrong.
How are you, my friend?
Good. How are you guys?
What's up, John?
Good. Good. So, all right, let's start off on the right foot. Abdul Carter in the house. What's your thoughts?
I like it. I wasn't really sold until I started watching the highlight yesterday. But what I like about him is more than just his edge rushing. If you watch a lot of his highlights, there's a lot of stuff where he's like dropping back, kind of playing a little bit of zone, almost playing a spy on some of the quarterbacks. And that's how I really want to see him used, especially when you play Washington. I think he's going to be kind of the Jaden Daniels stopper.
I'm going to do it again to you, Chris Rosa.
Yeah.
What does because again, you should know this by now because you're I keep asking you the same question. What does Carter do for the New York Giants?
It creates an identity, right? We've been saying, what's the identity of this team? I think we know that. We know the answer now. Giants finally have an identity. It's going to be that defense. As long as Bowen knows how to utilize it the right way and be creative and scheme it up and game plan.
Yep. Also want to remind folks, Chris Rosa. So you've been with me for a couple years as part of the Rush team, right? Rip off a list of all the people we've interviewed because I don't think people realize that we do player interviews.
Spot. It's been a lot. It's been
go for it.
Well, we had Bellinger, Dane Belton, obviously McFadden, Kiwanuka, Carl Banks, David Deal.
Yeah, Truth, jump in and help out.
Jump in, Truth. You were here before me, man. So
Tollison.
Dave
Tollison.
Tollison. Yeah, it was one. Yeah.
How about
Blackburn?
Chase, we've interviewed
Blackburn.
Chase a couple times. Yep.
Yeah. Leonard Marshall came on once.
Oh, yep. Called Banks many times.
Yeah.
Yep. How about Soybert?
Soybert, yeah.
How about David Wilson? How about Kawika Mitchell?
Isaiah Hodgins.
Right.
So
just
Bellinger?
Yeah, Bellinger, rookie year. Yeah,
yep. Just so you guys know, we interview players. They're on the YouTube channel. All the interviews, Kurt Warner, we've interviewed. They're all up there. So if you guys are interested, make sure you check that out and subscribe to the channel. It helps us out do more cool stuff. Right. So I appreciate it. What's that? Oh, Chicago's pick is in.
Yeah,
and then John, I'm going to ask you some questions.
The tackle came off the board. Yep.
Yeah, you expected that.
So you think?
Chicago
You think
gonna
they
take, boys?
You think they go tight end here? Truth?
I know they like Genty, but he's gone. Hey, why not?
Because
Get
the
more weapons.
the Caleb Williams may need,
Get some more weapons for
Williams, some help. Yeah.
What do you think, Elliot?
Either that or it's going to be the Carolina running back.
Oh, Hampton?
Yeah, I would bet it's supposedly they love the tight end, but but considering where that the head coach came from, the running back is so important, and Chicago's running backs don't do a lot of those things. So I could see it being the UNC running back.
Yep, could be. They missed out on Genty. Why not? Get the
Was that Hampton?
Right?
Yeah, Hampton.
Yep.
Yeah, no, not Hampton. It's is it Hampton?
No, it's Hampton.
Yeah,
You're
it's
right.
Hampton.
Yeah, right. I think it's Hampton.
Yeah.
What are these ladies doing up there? They're like,
schedule release May
It's a comedy
14th.
act here.
Selling.
May 14th. Schedule release May 14th.
Schedule release May 14th. And as we're waiting for this pick, I also would like to remind people I should have done it in the beginning of the show. We had a follower named Bill. He passed away, and we didn't even know it. So I wanted to make sure I dedicated the show to him. Bill
Hartlett.
Bill Hartlett.
Hartnett. Was it
Hartnett?
Oh, he was a lot of times came on the show.
A lot of shows. He was on all of them. Yeah.
He was on
what a
every
shame. I didn't
Monday
know
with
that.
us, and I didn't know why he stopped showing up. I tried to DM a couple times and make sure he was okay. Heard he passed away, so we want to
Oh,
make
my
sure we
Lord.
give a shout out to Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Really sad. All right, while this pick is coming in, because it seems like it's taking forever, John.
Yeah.
Abdul Carter's in the house. He wears 11. Phil Simms has of course they retired his jersey. If Phil caves in and gives him the okay, are you cool with Carter wearing 11, or should he create his own legacy with his own number?
I mean, I think that's up to him and Phil. But personally, I feel like the NFL, you have a problem with retiring numbers when you have, I said it today on Twitter, you got to think, 69 guys between the active roster and the practice squad. So that's 69 numbers, and then you're limited positionally into what guys can wear. I feel like you could retire jerseys, put guys in the Ring of Honor, have it sort of like retired in theory, but still kind of let the number be used. If you want to put like a decal on the jersey or the helmet or whatever to sort of show that the numbers, being reused, I get that. But I think it's just the numbers are so limited that it's kind of hard. But at least Simms is still alive to give his blessing if he chooses to. And if Carter even wants it. Because he didn't wear 11 before Penn State, so does he want to keep the sticks in the pros, or does he want to, make his own number? We'll see.
So, Bears pick is in. Here we go.
Here it goes. Yep.
And by the way, John, we looked it up. We had Zach, my producer, who's lurking in the background somewhere, threw the stat up that he wore 11 in high school too.
Oh, did he? Because I had seen pictures and he wasn't wearing 11, but
yeah,
I don't know, maybe like an all-star game or something.
Zach, if you're still back there, Zach, somewhere, throw that back up there. Yeah, he went to like a LaSalle High School in PA, and they had him wearing 11 there too. Now, maybe as a freshman, right? You don't really get the
I don't know. I don't know when the picture was from. Could have even been, like I said, maybe it was like an all-star game or something, or who knows. But I guess I saw him in a different number.
So Truth and Chris, part of my team, said, maybe a patch like Spider Larkhart. You put the patch on there that says PS for Phil Simms, and then the 11, and it's a patch. I would like him to carve out his own legacy with his own number.
If it's so into the whole Penn State thing with the 11, choose a Penn State linebacker that played the NFL that he admires and take that number.
There you go. Because by the way, Chris, there's been like 10 guys, a dozen guys to wear number 11.
It was a tight end.
Oh,
wow. Oh, they chose Loveland over Warren. Are they?
Wow. Wow.
I did not see that coming.
I had heard that some of the NFL, because of his length and ball skills, that some NFL teams liked him more than Warren.
I think they're going to regret that.
I do too. So
can he block in line well? Truth, or you guys know, is he a good in line?
He's not as good as Warren, but he's close.
Yeah. He goes.
He's not a bad football player, Loveland, not at all. But I don't think he's better than Warren.
The Truth will tell you, when we do the draft show, the only series I do is tight ends. It's just my jam. And the comp for Cortland is literally Evan Ingram. Very similar type of player. Real good in space, good straight line runner. But like, he's not physical. He gets ragdolled at the line of scrimmage. He's not that guy, right? If he's going to have to go down and chip a defense at 275-pound DN or something, he's not that guy. In space, though, he's great.
He looks like a wideout.
Flip that one.
He looks like a wideout. Really
yep.
does.
Yeah, if you're watching, you see a lot of plays. He's playing lining outside too a lot.
He had a better year with McCarthy than he did this year.
Everybody had a better year.
Yeah, yeah, good point. All right, John D, got another one thrown your way. So now that Carter's in house, Chris has talked already about like making an identity. We're here in round 2. Do you prefer them to, move back up and go get a QB or another guy? Because the defensive tackles are really, really deep, right? True.
Yeah, I think it really
20, right?
Yeah,
I think for me it depends on the price. If you could get up to get your quarterback without dipping into 2026's picks, I'd do it. Depending on who they want. I personally love Dart. I know that's where a lot of the smoke has started to come with Dayball lately, but that's what I would do. But I understand not wanting to overpay either. And so if you have to start dipping into 2026, I probably just hold at 34 and take, one of the linemen, or if a quarterback slides there unexpectedly.
Okay, so let's say they slide and they're both there. You going Dart, you going Sanders?
I'm personally going Dart, but I would think they would probably take Sanders over Dart. It's just my hunch. But that's not really based on anything. I just
that's
was
fine. You
thinking
gotta
about
go with your gut. No, I get
yeah,
it.
and I
That's
was just
cool.
thinking about all the sort of hype Sanders had amongst about himself and the way he was sort of hyping up New York. I thought he knew something more than obviously we know
tell
now
you-
with him getting passed by a 3.
This is a bold statement, so take it for what it's worth. The issue that you have with Sanders at 34 is that I just don't know if he's picked at 34 and he's your third string quarterback. I just don't know if the chirping starts. You know, that Sanders' kid is the third string quarterback. Like, I would have to think that Sanders and Elliott jump in here. Like, I think Sanders, would want to be the second string quarterback with an option to play. And with the New York Giants, Elliott, I don't see, if Sanders is at 34, I don't see Sanders playing. And I don't think he's learning anything at the third string spot.
I think there's two issues with Sanders. I think what you said is totally correct. I think the other issue is, I think what's come out in the last couple of days is he doesn't fit Daboll's system. I think Brown loved him, on timing throws and all the, just pizzazz he plays with. But he's not a threat in the RPO game. Doesn't have the strongest arm, really doesn't throw the deep dig well. So I don't think he's even going to be. I think the fact that all the talks come out, it could be smoke. But I just think that Daboll doesn't think that he fits their system.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're totally right that there's going to be all this drama, especially if they're not winning. That I need to be ahead of Winston, and eventually ahead of Wilson. I think
so. If I could just jump in for a second on that, I could see where you're coming from because he definitely, I think, would be the third string on paper to start the year. But my whole thing is, if let's say Wilson starts and he struggles, right? Now, if the team's doing bad, Daboll is going to want to save his job. Shane's going to want to save his job. I think at that point they might push Sanders over Winston. I think the only way Sanders really stays as the third is if the team's doing well and then maybe Wilson gets hurt and they have to put Winston in, just for a short run or to sort of salvage a playoff spot. Then they might turn to Winston. But I think if things go really off the rails and Wilson's not performing, then I think they would kind of make Sanders almost the default number 2. I think they'd play him over Winston.
I get that, but I also think he doesn't fit the scheme. And he
No,
doesn't.
that I can see. I get that.
That's why I think he's their quarterback 4.
Yeah, and I was going to say too, going back to Dart for a second. What I've said, and I said it a lot on Twitter, what I love about him is the angry runs that I feel like kind of fire up a team, especially late in the game when you need that motivation. Your quarterback goes and runs over a DB. I think that's going to light a fire under the offense that really has kind of just felt like it's lacked life for the last few years.
There's not a more lazy take on the internet right now that he's Wilson because he grew up in Utah. I'm like, listen, I'm the first guy to tell you that the guy has flaws, but I've watched, probably 75% of his games, and I'm saying to you that it's a lazy take. Zach Wilson was a soft player. Jackson Dart is not a soft player. Does he have footwork issues? Yeah. Does he try to throw everything in the small little window when he shouldn't? Yes. Is it his fault that Lane Kiffin did not help clean up his footwork or give him a multi-read offense? No, that's Lane Kiffin's issue. The talent's there. It needs to be cleaned up. And again, I don't know if his game transfers. I'm just making the point that there are some things there that I think some quarterbacks get credit for, but he doesn't because he's from Utah. And they just want to hang the fact that he's from Utah and he must be Zach Williams too. Right. And I'm like, dude, that's just not the case. He's 225 pounds. He's tough to bring down. He's actually pretty elusive for a big dude.
I would say that's the only thing. So I had initially said it when I watched them both, and I kind of backtracked on it that I thought
me and you went at it.
I thought he might have been quicker than Milroe, even not quicker rather. I thought he might have had better straight line speed than Milroe, where I thought Milroe was a lot better side to side. But obviously, I don't really think that's true after seeing the testing numbers and stuff. I've never just maybe the highlights that I had seen.
Milroe can fly.
But I get the worry with Dart aside from the whole one read thing being a matter of, he's big. He's not a small guy, but he's not quite Josh Allen, Cam Newton big. And so is he going to get hurt? Is he going to end up, in a Tua situation because of the way he likes to take on contact and almost like seeks out running over defenders? That's the only thing that for me is a little bit of a concern. But like I said, that's also the part of his game that I absolutely love and why I want him.
I continue to, Truth has heard me say it a bunch of times. Chris has heard me say it a bunch of times. Like, I think people are crazy. This cat's comp is Baker Mayfield. He plays like Baker Mayfield. He plays with a chip on his shoulder. He throws balls that he shouldn't. He's got all this moxie, right? And the guy threw for 12,000 yards and 81 touchdowns. So I do like him. I just think he needs to sit. I don't think if Sanders – the question I had for Elliott was, do you think that Sanders is the guy if they're both standing there? And I just don't think Sanders is going to sit and be the third string QB. Like, so I'm thinking, Elliott, and help me out here. If we don't trade up and get Dart and we let him go and Dart goes to New Orleans and Sanders goes to Cleveland, is D tackle it, Elliott? Is that it?
I think they'll take, to be honest with you, I think they'll take Milroe if he's there. I've heard Pitt might take Milroe at 21. They like him for Arthur Smith's offense, even with them. Let's assume that Rodgers is eventually going to sign. I think they're taking one at 34 or before. This tackle class is so damn deep. I mean, you're going to be able. What's the kid? The 3 tech from Nebraska. You're going to be able to get him,
Robinson.
Who my family, my in-laws are all live in Omaha, and I literally just came back from there, and I've seen a ton of his games. You can get him at probably 104. And sorry, I think this D tackle and the running back class is so deep that you can get them on day 3 and get a lot of help snap wise.
Well, I'm cool with that because they need a starter. They need a day 1 starter at D tackle. So if that's in the 3rd round, that's fine. I really would hate to see them get a D tackle in the 4th or 5th round because then I just think the drop off is huge. But if you get a D tackle in the 2nd or 3rd round, that's a day 1 starter.
Think Dallas goes running back here?
Dude, I want to tell you, I'm shocked
that's deep too. But
that Loveland went before Warren. I'm
Yeah,
shocked.
that's the first, like, aside from a trade, that's the first shot
receiving probably
in the selection.
Because it just doesn't make sense, Truth. I mean, Loveland he's just too weak at the point of attack to be considered I
don't think he's as good as a receiver as Warren. Warren is excellent after the catch.
Good move. Built that line. Yep.
Oh, Tyler Book is a good player. Yeah.
Wow, I was saying he was mocked down in the 2nd in some drafts, going all the way to us.
Yeah. Or if in the 1st, like late in the 1st,
late in the 1st.
Well, we're going to see this, guys. We're going to see guys getting picked early than we thought and later than we thought.
Yeah, well, they know how to draft linemen, right? With
so they invited
track record. You're right.
They invited Milroe to the draft. They must know something we don't know.
Yeah, right.
Programming also.
Yeah, without a doubt. All right, well, let's talk about what do you call it? Let's talk about Sanders and this Dable interview thing, Elliott. So he might not fit the system, but rumor today was out that he didn't interview real well, and the Giants aren't the only organization to say that. You think there's is that just a bunch of smoke? Because he's sliding, so there's got to be some truth to it.
I think it's real. I also think if his name wasn't Sanders, he's a 2nd round pick, maybe a 3rd.
John, what's your thoughts? Is Sanders a 2nd round pick if his name ain't Sanders?
I don't know. I feel like it's that give and take, because I think part of the appeal is that he's played under so much scrutiny, and I know maybe the media in Boulder specifically isn't that harsh, but I feel like he's been on the national stage now in a way a lot of college guys aren't. And a lot of that's self-imposed, but it's, I don't know. I feel like I said, it's a give and take. Because at the same time, if you had a guy who had, I forget what his exact numbers were, but like a ton of touchdowns the last couple of years, playing for a little bit of a smaller school, I almost wonder if he would get more hype. And, I think people would be less concerned about sort of the like specter of Dion looming over everything. And, all right, what's dad going to say if things go south, and the whole silver spoon sort of concern.
There is, all of that's accurate, John, because all of it factors in. Because here's the thing. He went from, at the first pick in the draft, he was a shoo-in. Then it was now that he was a third into the Giants, a shoo-in. Chris, what number are we at now?
We are 12.
13.
No, 13. 13. Yep.
We're at 13 and he ain't picked yet.
He
So
could
all
go,
that-
hey guys, he could
He
fall
goes
out of
second round.
first round. I agree. I think he could fall out of first round.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
so
I
this-
think there's definitely there's valid concerns about his game. Like the guy takes too many sacks for sure. That's something he absolutely has to work on. Like he doesn't have the mobility. Like that's just a fact of some of the the more elite guys. I think that's why he didn't even bother to run a 40 at his pro day. But like I said, at the same time, he's got an arm and he is tough. So I guess we'll see what happens.
I can't see the Cleveland Browns going to bat with Kenny Pickett. They should.
I can't see any team trading back in for him.
Cousins. I have a feeling Cleveland's going to is going to trade for Cousins
because of the Stefanski relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were saying that a few weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's, and I've heard this from a couple different people, friends of mine who are kind of on the outskirts of like NFL scouting, that the comp for Sanders is Teddy Bridgewater pre-injury.
Huh. Okay.
So is Teddy Bridgewater worth, like, if he was in this draft, is he worth, 15, 20? He went, I think he went like 29 when Minnesota took him. So that's where he should be, bottom of the first round, beginning of the second. That's what he is.
Yeah, that's kind of hard though, because I feel like Bridgewater really started to hit his stride, and then that's when he got hurt and everything went downhill. I feel like he was just kind of starting to figure it out, and then it went off the cliff.
That's based on.
I think what he's talking about is the draft part of it, right? Yes, he did start picking up steam and got hurt, but they're saying the trend of what he is, you're comping them. He comps out to a pre-injured Bridgewater, and is that worth a top 10 pick or a top 15 pick? And most likely, most people would say no.
Yeah,
I just find it interesting that there's all this smoke that people don't like the way he interviews, and then the physical traits. Like, you can wow somebody over with an interview. So, all right, Elliot, I'm going to let you go, my man.
Thank you very much, guys. It was fun.
Thanks, Elliot.
Yeah, man. Always appreciate the dialogue. Go back and forth, man, and I appreciate the support for the show.
Okay, enjoy the rest of your night, guys.
Thanks.
All right, Elliot. Thanks, buddy. All right, so I got to bring in, let's see, got a couple guys in the back. John's still hanging out. Oh, B. Taylor is hanging out. Boom. What's up, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Craig, it's my brother right there.
Dude.
That's your brother?
How could it be your brother?
My
with a
brother
last
from another. My
Taylor?
brother from another mother.
We had the different fathers, but the same father, right? See, Rosa?
You got it, my man. You got it, man.
Dude.
No.
So are you stoked for Carter or what?
I'm stoked. I'm calling here from South Florida. Moved down here 2 years ago. A lot of Eagle fans in this community, which I can't stand. But
dude,
listen.
So you're fist fighting on your own street.
Yeah, of course. But hey, God, I love the pick. I think, everyone wants the sexy pick. Everyone wants the quarterback. But, let's look at the four Super Bowls. 85, the Bills, 2001, 2007, 2009. Did we have a sexy
11.
quarterback? Mm-hmm. Did we have a sexy receiver? No. We built it on offensive line and defensive line. Billy Ard in the 85, Carl Nelson, in
Chris Godfrey.
Lunch pailers.
And on defensive line, we have Carson, Martin, Reasons, LT, and even in 2007, McKenzie, O'Hare, Snee, OC. That's how we won. We never had the sexy players.
All right, well then, And here's the question then, because I've asked everybody, we've had 20 guests on. I'm going to ask you the same question I've asked everybody else. So Carter's in the building. If Phil Simms caves and allows him to wear 11, are you cool with that?
No,
because your brother's mother says, put a patch. Look, you're wearing a patch right now.
I know.
Put a patch on there that says, PS for Phil Simms in 11, and let him wear it. So the question is, Mr. Taylor.
No.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. I still listen. I've been down here 2 years now in Florida. I listen to Boomer and Carton every morning on the Fan. They had the same debate today on the Fan. All right, so they did it for Neighbors last year for number one. And this guy, he passed away, 60, 70 years ago, but never won Super Bowl, never was an MVP. Phil Simms is retired, like an LT, 56.
He's the second best quarterback in the history of the team.
No, no, I'm sorry. You don't do it. Absolutely not.
How about if Phil said you can do it? How about if Phil gave him permission? Because that's what I'm thinking. Phil
all right, Chris. So they said that today. If Mara went to Phil and they asked Phil would probably say, "No way."
That's what Brian said before.
That's
he did.
We had Brian Riscon on from FAN before, Bill. He said the same thing.
And listen, you don't know what listen, we want this guy to pan out. He's going to complement Sexy Dexy on the defensive line. But who knows? He could end up like an Evan Neal. No, absolutely not. Absolutely.
Yeah. The point is that you got to earn it. You give him that number. If it doesn't work out, you look bad for unretiring a number. Let him carve out his own legacy. The cat's going to be a good player, but he should earn his own stripes.
Absolutely, no question.
Rosa, what number is he really going to wear? You're the roster guy.
No,
what number is he really going to wear?
Well, you see these linebackers. You see these linebackers in the teens. I don't know. Maybe I couldn't tell you. I couldn't. Maybe he looks at a Penn State linebacker that left, like we said, played in the pros, and he takes a number, Mr. Nichols, number 55, when LeVar Arrington came to
LeVar Arrington,
Mr. Nichols.
Well,
I don't know. They all like these
old school.
50s. I want 50s.
Linebackers should be in the 50s, 80s, and 90s. Not the
Well, you know what a couple linebackers said. The reason they like taking these lower teen numbers and even like 10 or 11, because when the quarterback comes up to the line, it's hard to identify the middle linebacker and who's a defensive back because they all got numbers in the teens. So I feel like these guys, everybody wants these weird numbers, and the NFL lets them do it.
Chris, who just came off the board?
I don't know. Grant. That was the other Mason Graham's buddy there, Michigan.
Oh,
it's Grant.
The other defensive tackle.
There's two defensive tackles off the board, and you're going to see at least two more go.
He went to Miami, so Miami took him.
Went to Miami. All right, so that's interesting. Right now the biggest truth, the Cortland Loveland thing over Warren is I'm blown away. I cannot believe the best tight end. The guy's basically George Kittle, and they passed on him.
Yeah. Now wait. The next pick is 14. The Colts. Watch how quickly they pick up Warren.
Yes, without a doubt. Daniel Jones is new tight end.
He's going to make Daniel Jones better. He will.
Well, I don't know if anybody can make Jones better.
The pick is in already. The pick is in already.
Yeah, they're running. If they don't draft Warren, they're crazy.
Hey, because I just got Chicago didn't trade for Gentry, did they?
No, they got a what's his name? Who's Chicago?
The other tight end,
Yeah,
Loveland. Yeah,
they picked up Cortland
Genty
Loveland over Warren, which is a crime.
Yeah, that was
John.
Yeah.
If is there any shot that Cleveland takes Sanders?
I think there is. I mean, at this point, like you said, they're not going to roll with Kenny Pickett. But is it Sanders or is it somebody else? Is it Milroe, Dart, whoever? We'll see.
Yeah, it's just
Do they trade back in, guys, or do they stay at 33?
Oh, you know what? Well, I would say, I got you here because I'm going to head out in a few minutes. It was funny when you asked about the movie and which giant it was about. I remember that it was Tuggle specifically because of the I don't know if you guys seen. I think it was the E60 special, The Irrelevant Giant, and it was all about Yeah, I was saying there's that line in there where he I think puts a bottle of scotch on Parcells' table and goes, "Hey coach, I don't think I'm going to be seeing you much longer."
Right.
And I feel like that's got to be in the movie when they make the movie.
Yeah.
You called it, guys. You called it. There it is.
I
Warren.
told you. There you go. Boom. I'll be here all week.
Daniel Jones, knock yourself
I'm
out.
telling you, I know Jones. I know Jones gets ripped a lot. He's going to make Jones better.
Listen, Dable never throws to the tight end. So as long as that coach throws to the tight end, that cat is the next George Kittle right there.
Look at this guy. He plays the
Let,
backfield.
let me ask you this, guys. If the Giants took Hunter, would you start him on receiver or defense?
I'm glad
So
I
we-
made the decision.
Yeah, we went round and round. Everybody has a different opinion of it. I said he had to go offense because he doesn't fit on defense because they signed to Debo and they're not giving up on Banks after 2 years, and they have a CB1, CB2, and Phillips is probably the best or one of the best slot corners in football. So you're not going to bench him. So
No.
the only place he fits realistically is on offense, and then you swap him and Neighbors in the slot, and you just throw the ball around the sand lot. So
Right.
yes, do you package Hunter with some defense? Sure,
Sure.
you
yeah.
know,
You can't do both.
but to
You can't
start
do
him on defense doesn't make any sense. To ban, I know I get shit for it, but I pounded the table for Banks. I don't think Banks is done, and I don't think the Giants are giving up on a first-round pick. That's just me.
So who do we get second round? Do we go after Dart?
Chris, you can handle that one.
Me? Why me? You're the dart guy, man. You're the dart guy. 34. I mean, let me ask you guys: will he be there at 34? Do you
What?
think
Dude,
somebody?
you're
in
taking the
Pittsburgh?
easy way
I
out.
know.
You're taking the
I don't.
easy way out.
I think for them to get dart, I feel like Pittsburgh, right? Is it?
Well, right now, Pittsburgh's the key. Right now,
I think Pittsburgh's
Pittsburgh's
at
the key for
21.
both quarterbacks, Sanders and Dart.
So they'd have to move up
see
to
what
Denver.
happens.
I think Pittsburgh goes. I think Pittsburgh tries to get Dart unless the Giants would have to come in if they really want them. They'd have to jump that. They have to get Denver.
Hey, listen, I said it earlier today in the first round that there's a chance that Dart gets picked before Sanders.
Yeah.
What do you think, Bill?
I agree with that. I really think he's dropped in the past couple of weeks. I agree with that. Absolutely.
John, I'm going to let you go, man. You've been very cool for hanging out, dude. But it was great having you. Appreciate the support. Again, we're live every Monday, man. Drop in and hang out with us.
Gotcha. Thanks for
Good
having me,
chatting
guys.
with you. Thanks, John.
All right,
Take care, guys.
Take it easy, John. All right, Bill. I've said this 1,000 times that I am a Dart guy, but he definitely needs to sit. The issue is that Kiffin didn't really help him because he's got flaws and he just let him get away with it. But the thing that people overlook about Dart is he's a 3-year starter. The guy threw for 12,000 yards and 81 touchdowns. The guy can play and he can lead men. The problem that he has is that Kiffin didn't really clean up he's got bad footwork, and he's and the comp is he's a bigger Baker Mayfield, which means he likes to throw and thread the needle in that small window, which he does very well, but he also throws it when he shouldn't. Now, he throws really well on the run. He throws really well rolling out. He's tough as hell. He's 225. He's 6'2.5". So he can run the RPO. He's deceivingly fast. The issue is that he's that gunslinger. He's going to throw the ball when he shouldn't. And the other knock is that Kiffin's offense is a one-read offense. He threw for 12,000 yards. He didn't throw for 12,000 yards with one read. Right. So he can read the field. If you threw for 5,000 yards, they say, yeah, it's a one-read system. He threw for 12,000 yards. So he can do it, but he's got to sit. I don't love his footwork, and I don't love his post-snap footwork is lazy, But I think that if Dable's as good as he says he is, then he should be able to work with Dart.
Okay, I agree.
My kid got me watching Dart when he transferred from USC.
It's going to be a perfect spot with Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers for a year, and he sits, right? I mean, that's where I think it's going.
But don't we think that that Pittsburgh wants Sanders?
I don't know. Is that what?
Now,
they're-
doesn't Cleveland have another pick at like 20 or 21?
No, they got 33 and 36 now.
Okay.
Yeah, because they traded out.
And they got 2 ones
Right.
next year,
Okay.
so they may trade one of those ones to move up next year, right? Maybe they'll do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, and poor Arch Manning will be the quarterback for Cleveland.
Now, wouldn't it be a shocker if Pittsburgh doesn't go quarterback? 21?
I think so.
Well, Truth, who's on the big board? Who's left? Like who's like the biggest stud left?
Biggest stud. You still got the other kid out of Alabama. Was it Georgia?
Walker.
Yeah, Walker.
Javon Walker,
Yeah.
the defensive end linebacker.
Yeah, yep. And you also got the other kid out of Alabama, who played inside this year, linebacker.
Golden?
Jaheed Campbell.
Oh, different. Okay.
Another good player right there. That's you're gonna start seeing guys like Walter Nolan. You're gonna see Derek Harmon now come off the board. Some wide receivers now.
I'm shocked that Walker hasn't gone yet, unless we missed
Yeah.
it. Walker's the second best linebacker
Well,
available.
you got Atlanta right now picking, and that could be where he might go. Right? Atlanta might grab him.
Billy's
Hey,
got
Bill.
Billy's got
Bill.
the Lawrence Taylor 98 behind him.
I don't know if you realize you're sitting in the presence of a golf pro right here with Michael the Truth, right next to you.
Hey, hold on 1 second. The wife's coming in. Hold on.
She's getting on the broadcast. She's
Better
coming in.
scram.
Oh, yeah, well, I can show you all my golf stuff. Here's a little
We got
golf
you.
tape garage.
Oh my
Dang.
goodness, that's your man cave.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
For
Truth,
now-
he only golfs about 6 days a week, Truth. So you guys would hit it off.
Hey, oh,
Good for
here
you.
comes my son. My son was at the live draft tonight at the Buck Stadium.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
Uh,
Nice. Great.
Don't judge him. He's wearing an Evans jersey.
Oh boy.
Hey,
How was
Braden,
it?
what's up, buddy?
We got Carter.
Kid,
We
it's
got
not your
Carter.
fault. It's not your fault. Your dad's letting you wear that.
No, I was against it. He's still a Giants fan.
All right, where'd you move from, Billy?
You can say hi to.
Hey, Casey.
I moved from Jersey.
Where in New Jersey? I'm in New
Oh,
Jersey.
God, I've been all over Wayne, and then I lived in LBI for 10 years.
All right, so I went to high school in Wayne, and I'm about 50 minutes from LBI, so we're good. That's my spot.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Hills or Valley?
Ah, that's where you made your mistake. I went to DePaul.
DePaul. Okay, I went to Valley.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm dating myself here. Chris will be able to relate. What I'm saying is, when I'm so old that when I played high school football, DePaul didn't have a football field, so we played our home games on Wayne Valley's field.
What year did you graduate?
I don't want to say it out loud. It's a long time
Oh,
ago.
stop it.
A couple years
I'm
before
older.
me.
I'm older than Chris.
But
You had
barely,
to- You had
barely.
to graduate, what, 87, 86?
All right, now, Truth, you're dating me
Yeah,
a little
not
bit
that.
there. Not that old. Not that old.
All right, you were 89, weren't you? Or 88?
Yeah.
89.
Oh,
the year before
89?
me. We
Okay.
played against each other. I know we
you're
did.
not there. I was 96, so not that few. You know.
Yeah, they didn't have a field there, Billy. We literally played every home game at Wayne Valley.
Did you play at Valley? Oh wow.
Yeah. My
Small
claim to
world,
fame is
right?
I was the 1988 MVP for the record. See, that's why Cold is the best.
Who
because he's
was
calling
the
me old.
really good
Cold,
guy?
you're always
Yeah.
lurking around. Just when we thought you left,
Who was
you,
the
you
really
pop in. I love it.
DePaul, a couple years after you, the Asian guy, big running back, who at DePaul.
See, I probably don't know because if it's like I knew like the guys I played with, but anything after like 93, I
No,
wouldn't know.
he was like 91, 92.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the pick is in for the Falcons. This got to be.
They're going to
Walker.
go defense. I'm guessing. They're going to go defense.
Yeah, it's got to be Walker.
Ooh, I would like to be Walker.
Cold. There you go, Mike.
Come on, baby.
Dude, wait a minute. I think that's me. Cold, hey, Rosa, Chris.
Yes.
Cold said I had one bar on my face mask.
You were like Matt. You were like Matt Barr, the kicker. Joe Theismann. You were like Joe Theismann. Yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
at least
and-
you had a face mask, Craig.
Yeah, I didn't have one.
Cold was
Craig,
being nice. He
I
could have
didn't
been
have
worse.
one,
You
so-
could have said you had a leather helmet.
Leather helmet.
Listen,
Doesn't
I'm
matter.
right
I
with you,
still
man.
have I still have hair, so screw all of you.
You do.
All right, so Walker's off the board. All right, so we're now so the Giants still have to jump Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh is when 2 picks,
Pittsburgh's 21.
and we're at what 19?
There's 5
This is
more.
gonna
There's
be-
4 more before then.
Yeah, we're on fifth, 16 now, right? Pick 16.
All right, so the question is, are the New York Giants coming back in the first round for Jackson Dart? That has been the rumor all week long. Chris, what
I
are we
think they're
thinking?
gonna
Are
be
we doing it or
patient.
not?
I don't know. I say they don't. I say
They
they
might
don't.
wait it out. I think they may let the draft come to them.
I agree. Let it wait.
I don't know. Maybe they.
Truth. Do you don't want Dart in the first round? Truth.
I don't know. I didn't say that. But I just have a feeling the way this draft's going right now, the key is Pittsburgh. I want to see what they do. I don't know if it's guaranteed they're going to take they're going to take Dart. I don't know.
It gives Dable and Shane more time, right? They got the impact player, but picking the quarterback, maybe it lets them see it through. Maybe they jump with Denver. Maybe.
And let me tell you, don't be shocked if the Giants trade back at 34, maybe to 40. Don't be shocked. They've done it before, Shane, on second rounds. I think that was when you first joined us, Chris. Remember that? They were trading back on round 2 like 3 times, twice in a row.
It's all
something.
Chris's fault.
So the Cardinals are up now. What do they need?
Chris, check your phone.
For what now?
I texted you. All right, so Billy, are you
okay.
gonna be okay if the Giants trade back in and get a quarterback? Are you okay with it?
I don't know. Not for a trade. No. So let's talk about this. Who do we want to start? Because it's going to be Winston or Wilson, right?
Yep.
Probably Wilson.
It's Russell Wilson.
It's going to Wilson. I want Jameis to start. I think neither of them. Obviously, I think he brings energy to the team. I know he's not the answer. I know he's going to throw a lot of interceptions, but he's going to bring some energy to the team. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I say wait till next year. I think the quarterback class next year is better.
I think they're going to go defense here. I think Cardinals.
I tell you this, Billy.
He can there.
I think that we're taking a gamble by not picking a quarterback. It doesn't have to be Dart, but I think you might want a guy like Will Howard or Ewers or Shuck, someone to put in the system.
Yeah. So you're talking late third, early fourth.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think if you don't give up picks for next year, right? Truth.
Right.
If you could give up the second and the fourth and come back to get Dart, I'm fine with it. If you have to give picks up for next year, then I say no.
No. But if Dart's there in the second round, grab him.
He's not lasting. He is either going to New Orleans or he is going to
Saints had to trade back in, don't they? Get him?
New Orleans?
Yeah, didn't they already pick already 9? Didn't the Saints already pick at 9? So the next pick
because
is
he
what?
said that he wouldn't because he said he wouldn't change what he was doing for Dart. But I just think that they really need a quarterback bad.
Yeah.
Chris, what are we doing here? Are we literally gonna try to go to the second round to get a QB?
I don't know.
Sanders,
I'm not saying it's definite. I'm just saying it's an option.
Yeah.
Sanders has got to
I
get
don't know.
drafted in the first round. If Sanders goes to the second round,
But who's going to jump? Nobody's going to jump up to get him, right? Pittsburgh would be the only team coming up for a quarterback. I mean, really, you really don't have anybody else. Pittsburgh.
Really.
Pittsburgh.
So, Truth, I'm gonna Truth, I'm going to jam, right? I'm going to pick my daughter up at the airport. You and Chris are running the show with Billy because it's you guys. I don't think you got any more guests. We lost like 5 guests tonight and didn't show. So
We're
Billy
almost
now
done,
is
aren't we?
Billy's now the co-host.
We're almost
good.
done, aren't we? Are we stopping
Yeah.
at 10?
I got to hop off in 2 minutes too.
Yeah. Yeah, we're stopping at 10. I just was hoping that maybe there would be a trade.
My twin brother is he coming in?
I don't. I didn't send him the link because he never responded. Do you
I
want to
just
send?
saw Michael Taylor from.
Yep.
Oh, I guess he's writing a message.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
wants
he
to
said,
take Dart.
Aiden and Mikey say Dart. That's my brother.
All right.
Cold saying that he's telling people.
Oh,
not
Walter
to show
Nolan. Third defensive tackle off the
there
board,
it is.
folks.
Man, the defensive tackles are going. The Giants.
Now watch Derek Harmon next couple of picks.
Craig, what time do you want us to go till? How long do you want us to string this out with these?
You can
What-
go
you're
as
the
long
boss.
as you want. You can go
Truth,
as long
what-
as you want.
What does everybody
I was
think? Truth?
wondering. I was hopeful that.
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow. I don't care.
Like I really thought that. I think Pittsburgh's it. When's Pittsburgh on the clock?
They got 5 more picks. 17's to pick now. They're 21.
After Pittsburgh, that's when you bail. There's no
All
way
right, Chris.
they're going.
Let's suck it up, Chris. Come on.
All right, we'll suck it up. I'm gonna send the
Do a
link.
couple more
Mike,
curls. Come on.
All right, guys, I gotta get going. I gotta get inside.
All right, Billy.
All right. Take
You
care,
guys
man.
you guys
Thanks,
do it
Bill.
Every Monday.
Every Monday. Man.
I
You
mean,
know it.
definitely during the season. I'll give
Every
my
Monday,
Southwest Florida
7:30.
You know that.
perspective.
Let's do it.
All right, gentlemen. Listen, if
Thanks,
by
Bill.
Pittsburgh there's no trade, then bounce it out. Just close it out. End the stream. I'm going to get my daughter at the airport.
Okay.
Cole, thank you for showing up, even though you said you weren't gonna. And thank you for the other 25 guys that showed up tonight to hang out. You guys are
Great
the
job.
best. Bang. I'm going to let Truth and I'm going to let Chris run the show so they can do whatever they want to do.
Well, we'll see.
And I'll see you guys soon. Tomorrow
Let's go,
night.
G-Man. All right,
Tomorrow
thanks, Chris.
night.
I'll talk to you this week.
Night.
Thanks,
see you,
Bill.
Tomorrow night we'll be live from 6 to 10 with Sean hosting and Alex and Truth is going to help out. I don't know who's running the board. They're going to have to figure it out.
It's gonna be me.
But, yeah, we'll figure something out tomorrow. They'll be live for round 2 and round 3. And by the way, nygiantsrush.com has all the draft profiles from the players the Giants draft up there. And then if you can, do us a favor and subscribe. Make sure, Billy, you're subscribing to the YouTube channel, okay? We need to get as many subscriptions as possible. Thank you, guys. I got bobbleheads to give away. Still have a Jason Sehorn poster to give away for next year. For tomorrow. And I'll see you guys later. I'm out. You're in Truth and well, I call him Nails because his biceps are so big.
Sure.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Craig.
All right, Chris. I'll call you this week.
You got it, Bill. Thanks for coming on, man.
Absolutely.
Okay, good stuff.
See you, Mike.
Take care. All right.
All right, Mike. We're gonna. I guess we're gonna wait this out. And
Where are they going here? What do you think?
Man,
If they're
Denver's
gonna-
the key,
if they're gonna
right,
let-
guys?
If they're going to let Dre Hendrickson leave, would they think about going on a defensive somewhere? Like go get maybe a Shamar Stewart?
Who's this you're
Get
talking
spot?
about? Say it again.
I said they're letting Trey Hendrickson
Mm-hmm.
talk to other teams. Maybe they'll look to get
Sure.
a Shamar Stewart
Yeah.
to take his spot, defensive end. Out of
Right.
Texas A&M, maybe.
Yeah, that could be. That could be. How deep? I mean, we're probably talking like a handful of defensive edge, maybe not like defensive tackle, obviously. But
No, defensive edge.
What are you
I'm just
thinking? I mean,
thinking maybe replace Hendrickson.
yeah, no, I think that's.
I think they got to go defensive side of the ball, right? Or would
Yeah.
they go offensive line here? I don't know.
Well, you have to think with Seattle with Darnold, right? Darnold, that was one of the problems with in that playoff game last year with the Vikings, right? Getting him some help. I'm not sure what they're. I thought there was an offensive lineman that. Well, they have Cross at one tackle. Who would be the guy?
I'm talking about
Obviously, there'd
Seattle.
be Seattle.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
but Seattle. I'm talking about Cincinnati.
Oh, you're talking about Cincinnati. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, they're on the clock right
I was
now.
Against Seattle.
There's a lot of good players still left on the board, man. A lot of good players.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh my
what
goodness.
would you say would be
we
the?
have what? 5,
what would-
15 more picks left?
Yeah. What would be the? I'm gonna just. I have this. I'll send an invite to Mike. Another Mike. Well, Truth. What do you think guard wise? I mean, Burrow a guard. I mean, at this late in the first round.
Well, the
Who
guard
would be your next
the guard
guard coming off?
position is not as deep. this year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Booker already went. They could go for the versatile lineman, Gray Zabel, who out of North Dakota State, who had a great senior week, and he could play all three positions. They had him taking snaps at center,
Right.
tackle,
I heard it
and
right.
guard.
Mhm. That was a story on him
And-
from the Senior Bowl. Right.
And he did very well everywhere he played. That could be a possibility. I just think it's going to be in the trenches. They're going to take
I
either
think-
offensive, defensive line, one or the other.
Yeah. I think, and you know, with that, the Bengals got destroyed last year on defense, right? Defensive coordinator even lost his job. So I got to say they're probably going to go defense right here if I had
They
to
could go
guess.
Jihad Campbell. He's still on the board. They got Shamar Stewart. They got Derek Harmon. Those are, in my mind, in the trenches, those are the three best defensive players still on the board. You also got a couple of good corners still on the board too, you know?
Yeah, there are.
Right, the kid out of Texas, Barron, right?
Who did Will Johnson go to?
He's still on board.
He's still on the board.
Yep, he's still on the board.
Oh, I wouldn't. Would you be surprised if the Bengals took Will Johnson at this point?
No, he's
Man,
he was
defense-
definitely not projected to go 17th, right?
I mean, they got slashed last year in the secondary. This could be a Will Johnson.
Yep. It's funny. You're
I agree,
about,
Cole.
You're about 8 seconds ahead.
Am I? Do you have
Yeah,
you're
well,
streaming it? I have. I think because I have the box, so the cable. So
Oh, is that right? That's
yeah,
why?
I'm not streaming it. Yeah.
I'll tell you, this went pretty fast.
It
I gotta
did.
tell you,
It moved. And
4 hours went quick.
It did. I think with everybody coming on, and hey, Colt, we're disappointed you didn't join us tonight. I'll send you a link. Why don't you pop on with us?
Yeah, he's working on
Oh.
his comedy act. He's got a couple of funny lines over here. Cole.
You decide, Cole. I'll send you a link. You come right. You pop right on, man. We got a
Yeah,
little
he's
time
got a
here.
couple
We're
of
gonna wait it
funny
out.
one-liners over
He
here.
does. He always does.
I know.
Oh, here we go. There's our guests.
Let's see what happens. I'm glad I put this.
Edge. You're right. The edge rusher. All right. Let's bring in
Shamar Stewart.
another couple of guests here. We have all the way from North Carolina, Michael Taylor and Aiden Taylor.
Yo,
It's my other brother. My other brother from
Yeah, I
another
just
mother,
saw
my
this
nephew.
guy. Who is that?
Yeah.
Is that the same?
Yeah, it's a different. He's in a different state now. What's up, guys?
What's going on, brother?
All right. You excited over the pick?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah,
and by
you gotta be.
And by the way, Mike, this is Michael the Truth I had told you about, who's the golf pro. Aiden's a heck of a golfer too. So,
Oh, yeah?
you guys
Okay.
ever connect in South Carolina, man?
I'm waiting
That's
for the invite. I'm in South Carolina all the time, so let's make it happen there, Truth.
So
Does your son play? Does he play your son?
Oh, does he play? Yeah. He shot a 75 today. I shot a 78. He beat me.
Holy smokes!
Wow, Aiden.
Wow.
Nice job, man.
Yeah.
I hope you didn't have a couple beers on it, like a bet or anything. You guys
Hey,
were
hey.
bet-
You man, you
alcohol
get a full
beverages.
scholarship in golf. I think your
Hey.
dad would love that.
We're trying. We're trying.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
we
So
were
you-
pumped. We were pumped. We got to the clubhouse bar by the
Mhm.
second pick, and I was like, all right, please, all right, what's happening here? Then
What
we
were the-
heard about the trade. We heard about the trade. I'm like,
Right? You
all
get a
right.
little worried, right?
Yeah, a little bit,
Yeah.
bit. So I'm like, they're getting Hunter for sure.
Mhm, mhm.
So I'm like, Carter, it is. Let's do it, and they did it.
Yeah. Well, how were the at the bar there by the country club? Was there a lot of fans from different teams, or a lot of
So
Carolina?
We had 2 Pittsburgh fans. We had a couple of was it Cleveland and a Carolina fan.
Did they boo? Did the Cleveland fans boo when they heard about the trade?
He really wasn't a big fan, so I'm like, this is good for you. This is good for you. But yeah, the Pittsburgh fan looked at me. He's like, hey, you're getting Carter. I'm like, yeah, I think so. I think so.
Mhm.
So yeah, it worked out. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think overall Giant fans really should be pleased.
Yes, absolutely.
Mike, we talked about it earlier, that me, Truth, and Craig and the other guys. Like, you talk about the Giants, no identity, right? They finally have an identity. You agree? I mean, and Aiden, this is like, now we could say this defense is really what's
I'll tell
gonna this going to make this team. You know, if they're gonna move forward and win games.
You know, my neighbor down the street, you know him, Steve, right? He met you at a few tailgates.
Yeah.
He's like a draft guru. Like he looks forward more to the draft than he does like the actual games.
It's like truth.
He's insane. And that's his exact words. I'm like,
Mhm,
hey
mhm.
man, this is awesome. He goes, identity. Exclamation point.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, that's a great offensive defensive line, man, right?
Because
on paper.
Mike, for the
They're
for the
not
last and for the last 5, 6, I don't know how many years. What is this team? Are they offense? Are they defense? Do they run the ball well? Yeah, when Barkley plays and he's not hurt, and do they throw the ball? Do they rush the pass? Like you just don't know. Now you could say, man, you know what? With this, now they could really get to the quarterback and cause turnovers and
let's
wreak
go back
havoc.
to our DNA, man.
That's
Defensive
right. That's
first,
right.
and just score a few points and let the defense take over the game, baby.
Yeah. Truth and I were talking when Craig. So we're looking at right here, guys. You know, you got to think if the Giants want to come up and get Dart, let's say they want to move back to the first, they really got to pull off a trade with Denver because you got to think Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers
Denver's at
hasn't
20,
signed
right?
yet. What's that?
Denver's at 20. See, here's my concern. I know there's a lot of connection with Denver and the guy from Carolina, Hampton, right? So why would they trade out 14 spots? They may lose out to get Hampton. That's what I worry.
Well, then you don't have to worry if you do unless somebody jumps you. But you could trade with here if you really want him. But then you're giving up more too. What do you guys think?
Hey, does Pittsburgh pick Sanders?
They didn't pick yet. 21.
No, he's saying do they?
Do they?
I don't know. They may pick Dart. Maybe they like Dart better.
No, I mean,
I don't know. I don't know what Pittsburgh is even thinking.
Seattle, pick is in. Pick is in.
That's Seattle. So wait, we might be a little delayed. What pick are you guys on?
18 came in.
Yeah,
18.
okay, we're on Seattle. We're on the sticks here, so we're.
I think they're just a little ahead.
Okay.
What do you think they pick? 18. A lot of good guys on the board. Jahad Campbell, Derek Harmon, Shahid Campbell. A lot of good guys on the board.
Yeah. I mean,
would they go offensive, defense? You think they need a wide receiver? Could be Matthew Golden, right? He's the best wide receiver left on the board, right?
They might need a receiver now. They got,
because Metcalf left, right?
Well, I was going to say an offensive line for Darnold because Darnold, he got wrecked last year with the
Hey,
Vikings.
Chris.
So,
Chris, we got another guest. Come here.
Oh. Hey, I was wondering where you are. What's up, Mikey?
What's up?
Thanks for stopping in, man.
Yeah.
What do you think of the Giants pick? We're all excited over Carter. Everybody is.
We are.
You gonna get that? You're gonna get Dad to order those jerseys as soon as that real number comes out.
What number does he go with?
We were talking about that earlier. So if Phil Simms gave him the blessing, would you be for that to take 11?
Absolutely not.
That seems to be the consensus. Yeah.
No
way. Me and Truth were like, listen, if Phil says it's okay, whatever. But he's got
his blessing. I'm okay with it, but I don't know if you could do that right away. I don't know about that.
I hear you. I hear you. We were saying put a patch if he did. It's got to be a patch on the jersey with representing, Simms' number and name on a little patch or something because, you got to. I'm not for it, but if Phil said, hey, you know what, you want it, take it for the season. But I don't know. Let him create his own legacy. There's two sides. I can see both.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, Cold made a good point. They didn't go.
I know.
Receiver.
Well, they could go round 2 and get one.
And they got Nick Jigba last year, but they kind of need a bigger guy too. Good point, Cold. They lost.
You get the kid. What's his name? Out of Iowa State. What's his name? Big guy. He'll probably be there. He'll definitely be there round 2.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I can't think of the name, but yeah.
Is it Higgins or I'm drawing a blank? Huggins.
I think it's Huggins, isn't it?
Huggins. I think Huggins.
He's a big guy. You got a couple of big guys. I like the kid out of TCU, man. Savon Williams. I like that kid out of TCU.
So what do you think, Truth? I mean, there's a big drop-off at this point. Not a big drop-off, but once you get into the 20s, we're looking at like a lot of those guys maybe really would be borderline second round. I mean,
Jahid Carter is a
defensive tackle, I want to say.
Harmon's still on the board. He's a stud.
Right. Running backs and D tackles.
Yep, you got the kid, the corner.
A lot of running backs, I think.
Will Johnson still on the board.
Yeah.
Right? You
Will
got
Johnson
Farron, the kid out of Texas, still on the board.
Will Johnson's probably the number one corner, or would you say is Hunter better? I think Will Johnson is probably better at corner.
He's certainly in the top 3.
Mm-hmm.
This happens every draft, right? Guys fall that you didn't
yeah.
expect. Some
Of
guys
course.
get picked early, like Loveland got picked ahead of Tyler Warren.
Yep.
Yeah, this is
North Dakota State. Look at that.
Don't you love that? The guys from small schools.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show there's
Yeah,
no
I
rhyme or
like it.
reason.
I love it.
There's no rhyme or reason.
No.
Who's next?
That's a nice pick. That's a nice pick. Now Seattle has that guy, and they got Cross on one side and Zabo on the other side.
So I want to definitely stick around for the Pittsburgh pick, and then we'll see what happens. That'll be interesting.
Yeah,
you know,
because
what that
then
Pittsburgh-
what pick do they have? What
they
do
have 21.
All right,
It
then
goes
after that,
quick.
it's
we got 2
Green
more.
Bay, Minnesota. He's not going to go in the first round.
Who's
Yeah,
that?
Houston, Sanders.
Sanders, you're talking.
Who are you talking about? Sanders?
Yeah,
Well, Sanders doesn't go. Maybe Dart doesn't go either.
Rams.
Yeah.
All right, let's see who's after that. Baltimore's not picking him. Wow, he's going
Chiefs aren't
second
gonna
round,
pick
boys.
him. Eagles won't
If
pick
he
him.
does go to Pittsburgh,
Buffalo won't
Detroit?
pick him. Right?
If he doesn't go to Pittsburgh,
Mm-hmm. He's falling.
They're going to
falling
be
back.
there at 33 and 34 for the Giants in Cleveland.
imagine.
And that's an interesting pick for Cleveland because do they wait it
Washington's
next year with the
29.
2-1s or do they go? Right.
Who's 30?
Well, you'll know if they don't pick him, then their plan is to always wait till next year. If they don't pick
Right.
a quarterback,
But if Pittsburgh doesn't go quarterback for whatever crazy, boy, you might the Giants will have one of them then there at 30.
Yeah,
34.
because the next 10 picks are pretty much all young rook. Who's number 30? They stopped at 29. The
30
Commanders.
should be either I think Buffalo.
Buffalo. Okay, so they're
Yeah.
not going. And
I
then you
think
got
Buffalo.
Philly. Kansas
And
City.
then Baltimore,
Oh, he's going like
29 is Washington. 30, I think 31 could be Buffalo or Baltimore. I can't remember.
yeah. So he's not going those picks.
No way. If it's not 21, he may go in the second round. Talk about a drop, huh?
They got rid of Russell Wilson, went to the Giants, and the other one went to the Jets.
There it is. Thank you, Cole. Higgins.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cole.
Yeah.
That's a good pick for them to go grab in round 2, Seattle.
Wow. Good stuff. Love it.
Look at the guys still on the board. Look at the guys that shown. I don't know this. No, you're way ahead of me.
Yeah, I missed it.
Or behind.
Who's your guy? Truth, right there. Who would be the best guy right now available?
Oh my God, for Tampa
Buccaneers
Bay?
pick?
Do they need to get defense? Evans is getting old, but he's still going to come back, right? I think they should go defense. Man, you got Harmon, you got Campbell. They got that safety out of South Carolina still on the board.
Alex Smith.
We got a corner, Barron. I think they should go defense. Let's see.
We're delayed now. We got paused. Darn it.
Did you?
Yeah. We're on the
Yeah,
sticks in the garage.
Chris is like 10 hours ahead of us here with these picks.
Yeah, we're back. We're back.
So Aiden, at high school, do you see Giant jerseys walking around in Carolina? A few, or not really because they're not winning? Do you see any besides you and Mikey?
I mean, not really. I don't really see any.
Where in North Carolina, Mike, do you live?
We're in Wake Forest, right outside of
Oh,
Raleigh.
Wake Forest. You're about
But not-
almost 5 hours from me.
Not Wake Forest, the college. Wake Forest, the town.
Oh, so where is that then? Where is that Wake
Yeah.
Forest?
So the college used to be in Wake Forest, and they moved like in the 50s. We're like about 10 minutes east of Raleigh.
Okay, 10 minutes east. I got you. All right.
Yep. But you do see a lot of Giant license plates.
Yeah, I see like stickers on cars.
Ton.
Yeah.
It's
Trent
typically Giants, Jets, Philly, you know.
Oh, wow. Wide receiver.
I'll
Okay.
tell you what, you know what you see the most of? Is Buffalo.
Oh, really? Was they front runners because the Buffalo's good now? They being front
Well,
runners.
I just think everyone from Buffalo gets the heck out of there. And it's warm and it's warmer here, so that's a big part of it. But yeah, Buffalo's it's a big following down here.
Yep.
What about by you, Truth? What's biggest by you?
By me, I'm just about 30 miles south of Myrtle Beach.
Okay.
I'm in a small town that's very it's almost like has that, everybody knows everybody.
Yep.
Type of thing. Very friendly.
How far are you from Charleston?
I'm about 45 to 50 minutes away.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
I'm right
Sure.
between Charleston and Myrtle Beach.
Okay. Perfect. It's great. It's a great area.
Yeah.
We were just in Hilton Head last summer. I took the boys to the ocean course.
Okay.
And then this year we went to we go to Pinehurst a lot.
Okay.
We go to Pinehurst twice a year.
Yeah, it's nice there. I like it.
Oh, it's great. All right, so Denver picked. So Pittsburgh, Denver's on the clock.
Yeah, Denver's on the clock now. They should go that running back, the kid Hampton out of Carolina.
Yes, Carolina.
I would think him.
Oh yeah. I
Is
like
he?
it.
You hear a lot about him, Mike, during
Oh,
football
that's what
season.
you hear about down here. Yep, absolutely.
Who would you guys compare him to? Both Mikes. What is his comparable? Hampton.
Oh, he's like a short, stocky runner. You know what I mean? He's built.
Yeah, very strong. He can run between tackles and he can go outside too.
Maybe like a better Ahmad Bradshaw.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but he had a hell of a year. I'll tell you that.
He did. He's a good player. That's been the consensus. A lot of mock drafts I saw. Denver taking him. I'll tell you, man, if you're Pittsburgh, right? Did you think, if you're Pittsburgh yesterday morning, did you think you'll have a chance to take both Sanders, that he would be part of the choice, him and Dart? I know they knew Dart would be there, but not Sanders.
I think I would agree. Dart would be there. I mean, they're going to pick one of them, right?
You would think. I mean, they're rolling in
who
with
fits the system. Who fits their system better?
Arthur Smith likes to run the ball a lot. It's get rid of the ball quick and what's his name? They only have they brought back the quarterback they had a few years ago. That's the only guy right now.
Who? Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Oh, what's his name? The kid at Oklahoma State. Heck is
With a
his
D.
name?
With a D.
Yeah. That's the kid that had that incident with Myles Garrett. Right?
Mason Rudolph. Mason Rudolph, right?
Oh, Rudolph. Yeah, okay.
So, maybe Rodgers is waiting to see he make a decision because he wants to see what Pittsburgh's going to do at that spot, thinking if they pick a Sanders, do I even want to play for Pittsburgh now? Meaning, wants to maybe he won't start.
If you're
I don't know.
Pittsburgh, would you rather have Rodgers or go for the quarterback? What would you do if you're Pittsburgh GM?
God.
I would take Rodgers for the year and then, you have Dart sit.
Right, but you just said that maybe Rodgers won't go there if they take a quarterback.
Yeah, I know. You'd have to really try and convince him that you got the job. It's yours. This guy's going to sit and learn.
If I'm
I don't
Rodgers, maybe I go with Dart. But if Sanders goes, no.
I agree, Mike, because you know what? Sanders will get pushed faster. But Rodgers running out of options. I mean, there's nowhere for him to go other than this. Everything's kind
Boy,
of set.
Denver's waiting to take this to the very end here. They got a little over a minute left.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah.
This will be interesting with Pittsburgh.
I'll tell you, the way it's shaping up, there's gonna be a couple of guys who were projected in the first round are gonna fall into the second round.
Yep. They pick one of them. They have to.
I think we're going to be shocked. Something's going to happen. We're going to get shocked.
Yep.
Look at the players still on the board. You're talking about best player available.
All right,
Look
so
at the
yes.
players still on the
So we
board.
got Sanders is number 1. They say Will Johnson.
You got Barron. You got
Denver.
Shaheed
Hampton, that's the
Campbell.
running back.
Oh, okay.
You got Derek
Maybe Denver
Harmon.
picks him.
Pick is in.
Yeah, they're definitely ahead of us.
So Chris, you're up in your attic. Is that your little man cave? Chris, is that your
What's
man
it?
cave?
Yeah, it's the attic. It's the attic cave. Yeah. Mike's been here. Hey, Mike, you have. Can you move your camera around? Show everybody your background, man. I know you've
Yeah, no, I like it.
Can I reverse the camera, Aiden? Or
Didn't your brother have the same thing in the garage?
Yeah, Billy had the same thing.
Oh.
Yep. They're all insane. We're all insane.
They're probably competing against each other. Nice.
Yeah, good point there, Cole. Under Pat Shurmur, Shador did run a pro style offense. Is whether what does Tomlin think? Right? We haven't really heard much on what. But I would think they want to run a pro style offense as well, just because Tomlin is balanced, right? And they run that kind of a vanilla type running game.
Looks pretty good, Mike. That took you a long time to
Oh man,
put
yeah.
together, huh? Look at that.
What are Mike? Rattle off some of the players there. Those cards, the football giant, the cards in the bar.
Sims, Taylor, Pepper Johnson, Bavaro, Jim Burt, Morris, Carson.
Look at the era, right?
Yeah, you could tell we right.
George Young. Oh, dude, look at these tickets. Remember this? Hold on, Chris. You had Wellington Mara and Tish tickets when they passed.
Oh man, I
wow.
do remember that. Wow, that's cool. That's cool. Yep.
Leonard Marshall. So I made the bar, obviously 20 years ago. So none of the newbies are really in here.
Yeah, that's all right, man. It's classic.
Yeah.
That's great.
But
Love the LT stuff, man. It's all over.
absolutely. Where's a good one on Chris?
You're right, Cole. They lost Najee Harris, so you know what? Pittsburgh is, and the running back for Ohio State still on the board. Is he the next best one out there, Mike? Running back wise?
Which one? Henderson, the other kid.
I don't know. What do you think? Henderson is probably the next, or
let me think.
Because that's
yeah, I would say he's the next. He's the third best.
Go ahead, Mike.
There you go, Chris.
Oh man, look at that truth. Oh yes. Oh, that's a great picture. Yeah, man. Awesome.
That was Poppy's day.
Yep. That was great.
Oh, look at they didn't take the running back, took this cornerback, Barron.
Oh, they took that.
Really?
Now what if that guy's still on the board when the Giants pick at 34?
Who's that?
Hampton out of North Carolina.
What about the corner still up there? Did Will Johnson go yet?
No.
No, he's still there.
Wow,
Something's going on with him, man.
Huh. All right. This is it. We'll see what happens here.
Here it comes, boys.
This could be
You got a lot of talent on the board. I don't know you take quarterback here, Pittsburgh. If they know they're going to get Rodgers, if they have a verbal agreement, I would not take quarterback here.
I mean, geez, he was throwing the ball with Metcalf.
I would try to get, if they're that, because Pittsburgh's not a bad team. They won 6 games last year.
Yep.
Yeah, Cole. I was saying that, Cole. What if Hampton's sitting there at 34? That's a tough pass to pass on him.
All right, who do they get? I'm going with Sanders.
Yeah.
You're going with Sanders? I'm going to lean to the running back. I'm going to say they go Hampton because they lost Najee Harris.
Okay.
And Arthur Smith likes to run the ball.
Remember, they won 10 games last year, so you don't want to take big steps back. Go, I don't know.
They always win, right? No matter what. They can plug anybody in there. They seem like they always win 8, 9
Tomlin's
playoff
a great
games.
coach.
Yeah,
he is
really
a great coach, Tomlin.
Never had a losing season. How many years?
Never.
16, 17
pretty
seasons?
That's amazing.
Or 15
That's
seasons?
fantastic.
Yeah, we could only
All right,
hope for that.
They're cheering now. These Pittsburgh fans are excited. Let's see after the pick how excited they are. I can tell you right now, Sanders is definitely not the best player available right now. You got at least 4 or 5 guys better than him.
I mean, that's what it seems like now.
Yeah.
Damn.
You're going after this pick.
Yeah.
He must be freaking out, huh? Shedeur Sanders hasn't been picked yet.
Kind of the like Tebow effect, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Almost like Aaron Rodgers. Almost like Aaron Rodgers, remember?
Yeah. Well, even a better example.
There's no rumors of teams looking to trade back into the first, right, Chris?
I haven't
Right?
seen.
We haven't seen
no.
anything, right? Looks like they're all sitting there waiting for the draft to come to them.
It's top heavy, right? Right, Truth. I mean, the draft after you get past those first few picks, it becomes.
All right, pick is in, boys.
All right.
Man,
Still
look
here
at these
before
guys
us.
still on the board. Look at these guys still on the board. Wow.
All right, here we go. There's Tomlin. Is that Dart? That's Dart, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It looks... All right, come on, next pick.
Defensive tackle.
Derek Harmon. Wow.
So Rodgers will sign tomorrow.
Yeah, right? Hey, that's a good pick, man. Derek Harmon's
We told you we weren't getting a quarterback. That's what Rodgers is waiting on. Make sure you don't draft a quarterback, and I'll sign.
Hey guys, there's gonna. Now what do we got? 22. We got 10 more picks before the second round comes, right? 32.
That's it.
I think the Giants could just sit there and wait for the. You
Yeah.
got a lot of good guys still on the board still. A lot
Yeah,
of good
none of these teams are picking QB, I don't think, for
Exactly.
Don't need to, and nobody's jumping
Sit
up to the
there
first
and
round.
wait.
Nobody's gonna come up and get him. Cleveland or anybody else now. All right, guys. Well,
all right, boys,
Truth.
we're gonna head in.
Hey, Mike, thanks for stopping by. Aiden, thanks,
got
man.
it.
I'll be talking to you guys.
Nice meeting you, Mike.
Thanks.
You too, man. We'll see you soon.
Connect
Take
the
All right,
golf.
guys.
Have a good night.
See you guys. So, Truth, are you think I'm ready to wrap things up, or what do you think?
That's
I think
fine.
we're
We can
good.
wrap it up.
Unless
I just have a fit 20 foot walk to my place. and I
Okay,
can,
okay.
Finish watching the draft.
All right, I'm running on fumes. It's a commercial. All right, whoever's left, Cole, and all you other guys that joined us tonight, we really appreciate it. Always appreciate your support. Hey, well, let's bring Zach up in here. Zach, we're gonna add you. Zach, great
Zach,
job
you're
as
being
always
trooper.
behind the glass, behind everything. All right, no, that's great. Thanks, Zach. Zach did a hell of a job putting up everything tonight for and the new intro too. So thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Zach, and he's
Oh,
You guys
was it
couldn't hear
somebody-
me.
Oh, now you're connected. All right, cool.
My
man.
mic was off.
All right, I didn't know if you. All right, cool, man.
Zach, any surprises in the draft you've been watching?
The one just now, and Colston Loveland going to going
Right.
before Tyler Warren is crazy.
We were all.
Yeah,
How about
we
your
were
Jets
all
pick?
saying that.
Hold
Going
on,
with
I
the
can't hear you.
tackle.
Hold on. What'd you say?
How'd you like the Jets pick going with the tackle? Need a little help there for Fields.
I wanted Tyler Warren really, really bad, but what are you gonna do?
Hey, No, he's a good player. He's not as flashy as Tyler Warren, but he's a good.
No.
And
But
you
that's
know what?
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, you know what? Zach, when you see Aaron Glenn coming over from Detroit, the way they did things, they built those trenches, right? That offensive line for Detroit was one of the best. So Aaron Glenn, I feel like, is using that template with the trenches in Detroit, going to
Yeah.
kind of do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean it's a safe pick. It's just like Olu last year for us. So you know, but I'm
get the
happy the
bookends.
Giants got Abdul Carter. That's a great pick.
Yeah,
So
we're all happy. I think we're all
that's
thrilled
gonna be
about
awesome. But
Yep.
I think the Giants are gonna trade up in the next few picks. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I don't think they need to. Zach.
And that's why we're heading out, because when you look at those picks, nobody needs a quarterback. So I'm not sure who really wants to.
I have the list on my TV. Who is it? Green Bay,
well, they-
Houston. No.
Chargers don't need a quarterback. Green Bay doesn't need a quarterback.
Washington, no. Buffalo, Kansas City, Philly, no. He might, but Giants might have to trade up to Cleveland's spot.
I don't know
Why
if they.
would Cleveland move up one spot? Why would you move one spot? You got two quarterbacks sitting there.
Because Watson's not coming back, and they're probably done with him. Because the GM even said out loud, like in public, saying that he swung and missed on Deshaun Watson.
But that would only be for Dart, probably.
They got two number one picks next year. One of our viewers made a point that maybe we're going to wait next year for a quarterback. Cleveland.
Because they could sell the one.
It would be pretty cool if the Giants got Shador, but I really don't like the amount of attention this kid's getting from the media.
I'm not talking about Shador. I'm talking about Dart for the Giants.
Dart would be the guy if the Dart would be the guy. Dart would be the guy. No, definitely not. That ship sailed. That ship sailed with Sanders.
Even if he's available, you think they take Dart over Shador?
Yeah,
I do. I do.
If they take a quarterback, they would take Dart over Sanders. But they don't. If they take best player available, no, they won't take either quarterback. Neither one.
That's crazy. I don't know. I would take Shador over Dart, but I like Dart. I think he's really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like the amount of media attention this kid gets. It reminds me of Aaron Rodgers. Like it's just.
You're saying Dart. You're saying.
No, Sanders.
Sanders, yeah. Well, and plus you got to deal with his dad and a lot of extra things too if he doesn't play.
He's got a whole. Did you see his setup he has? If he got drafted, he's like mic'd up and everything. It's like
I saw the whole the room.
I'm telling you right now, if Hampton is on that board, the running back out of North Carolina, when the Giants are picking at 34, they are not going to go quarterback.
No, I
don't see it.
I don't see it either.
I'd be shocked if he lasts the 34.
Yeah, I think they're bypassing that.
I think you guys are going to wait for quarterback next year if you don't take Shador at 34.
Listen, that's why you have two quarterbacks, Zach. You have Winston and Wilson. I mean, they have room. They have no. This is the way it was supposed to be, and Dable and Shane got to save their jobs. Well, only if Dart was their highest rated guy at 34, then I think they would go Dart. But I'm with you, Mike. I think they're going to go if that Hampton kid's there at 34. They need a little bruiser. Tracy is good, but I think
good, but this kid is a game changer, I guess you want to say.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't want Tracy to have the workload, and Singletary will be out after this year, so you need a guy to share the load with Tracy. I don't want Tracy carrying the load.
I would take Hampton. Hampton's a beast.
Yeah, he'll break. He can break it for you. He can go between the tackles.
He could run you over. And that's what the Giants need, a little bit of a brawler,
I would take Hampton. Yeah, Hampton's a good pick.
It'd be hard to pass up on him. That's all.
Yeah,
it'd be hard to pass up on him.
But I can't see him moving up for a running back either, right? So if he's there at 34, they'll take him. But if he's not, I don't think. I mean, if they're
going to sit there and let the draft come to them. That's what they're going to do.
And I think that's smart because, right, guys, you still got the defensive tackles on the board. You still got other running backs. So there's going to be could be a first round grade on one of these players at 34.
So far, you got the 4 tackles went off the board already, right? Yeah, Graham, Grant, Nolan, and also Harmon. And you got a good crop now on day 2 coming up that are really solid.
There's still like a lot of round 2 talent left, like.
Oh my goodness! Yeah.
It's such a deep draft, minus like QB. Honestly, I mean, I feel like all these QBs are kind of like a shot in the dark. You don't really know.
Yeah,
which ones are gonna.
Right.
I think
Will
Dart.
Johnson's still on the board. Zach,
yeah.
Will Johnson is still on the board.
He's going to go. He's got to go soon. Yeah.
Jaheim Campbell is still on the board.
He might go here. The Chargers need a tight end though, but he might go here because they just lost Joey Bosa.
They lost Joey Bosa. So, who you say might be here for them?
Campbell. Who you just said?
Campbell.
Yeah.
Will Johnson.
Will Johnson.
Will Johnson's a corner.
He's still on there.
Oh. Whoops.
I mean, you got a few guys that if they decide to replace Joey Bosa, they got guys that they can go after.
Another shock was the Jaguars trading up. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that.
Up, I know. I didn't expect Cleveland to trade back from 2.
And they took Mason Graham.
You gave up on.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
I would have rathered Mason Graham than Membu, but Membu's fine.
All right, gents, I am going to sign out. True,
All right,
want to
I'll-
run things? And Zach, go ahead, guys.
All right.
Craig had to run and pick up his daughter at lacrosse.
Hey,
Or no, at the airport, not
anybody's
lacrosse,
still
at the
on-
airport.
Anybody's still on? Come join us tomorrow. Me, Alex, and Shawnee.
Yep. Zach, are you
It'll
running
be
that
fun.
show
It's
tomorrow?
gonna be
too?
interesting.
I have work tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So Shawnee will be running that
Yeah.
behind the scenes too. Okay, cool. All right, guys. Well,
All right,
great
boys.
job.
Yeah,
Good show.
it was fun.
You'll
All
shut
right, we'll
it down,
see you
Zach?
guys.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, cool. All
All
right,
right,
guys.
see ya.
Good stuff. We'll catch everybody.
Hey, Malik, what's the name of that book?
Just give me the damn ball.